Good evening. It is really good to have you here tonight. You are sitting in a soft chair by the window, watching a calm, dark canal outside, the water holding the last streetlights like thin lines of gold, gently shaking with every small ripple. The room around you is quiet and safe, washed in the warm glow of a lamp by your side, and somewhere far below the pavement, the city sings in a low, steady voice, carrying the day's noise away, holding all your worries for you so you do not have to. Your shoulders can drop a little here, your breathing can slow down, and you do not need to solve anything or fix anything. You are simply allowed to listen. If this kind of gentle, slightly haunting nighttime storytelling helps you rest, you are always welcome to subscribe, so these soft, strange stories can find you again on the nights when sleep feels far away. For now, just let the light in the room grow softer. Let the canal outside turn darker and more peaceful. And follow that quiet song under the streets as we begin our story about the city that remembers everyone the daylight forgot. Late evening settled over Sunport like a warm, damp blanket. The day's heat still clung to the pavement, but the worst of it had slipped away with the sun. A few soft yellow porch lights glowed along Marion Ellery Street, floating in the humid air like lanterns on a slow river. Out beyond the houses, in the direction she could not quite see from here, a boat horn called once, low and patient, from the harbor. Street lights reflected in the thin puddles left by an afternoon shower, turning the cracked asphalt into scattered strips of silver. Inside her small bungalow, the world was quieter still. A single lamp burned beside the old armchair in the living room, throwing a gentle circle of light over worn fabric and stacked books. Marion sat curled there, her feet in thick socks, a light blanket across her knees. Her husband's cardigan hung on the back of the chair, just where he had left it the last winter he felt strong enough to go out in the evenings. She had washed it since, folded it, and then almost without thinking, put it back exactly where it had always lived. The house was safe. The doors were locked, the windows latched, the neighborhood familiar. There was no threat waiting in the shadows here. No footsteps on the porch, no voices arguing in the street. There was only the refrigerator's distant hum, the faint ticking of the old clock in the hallway, and the occasional soft brush of tree branches against the roof when the breeze picked up. For most people, that would have been enough to invite sleep. For Marion, sleep sat just out of reach, like a book left on a high shelf. She had been retired for 3 years now, ever since her health had started to dip and her husband's illness had settled in with the quiet determination of a long storm. She had left her job as a city engineer with a small party, a plaque, and a folder full of old blueprints she could not bear to throw away. Since his funeral, her nights had become longer and looser. Time stretched. Thoughts wandered. Her mind did not go to comforting memories first. It went to plans and numbers, to flood maps projected in blue and red over the flat grid of Sunport, to budget meetings where people talked about acceptable risk in calm voices while she sat there, wondering whose houses those blue squares really were. It went to warnings she had written in careful language that could be tucked into reports and ignored politely. The storms were getting worse. The streets flooded more often. People moved away from the lowest blocks if they could, and if they could not, they dragged their things upstairs and hoped. Marion knew exactly which intersections would disappear first under brown, swirling water when the bay pushed back against the drains. On nights like this, when the air smelled faintly of wet concrete and sea salt, she could almost feel the old anxiety rise again. like tide water in her chest. She lifted the mug of chamomile tea from the little table beside her and took a slow sip. It had cooled, but the warmth was still enough to steady her hands. On the couch opposite, nothing moved. No news channel muttered to itself. No other breathing answered her own. She could feel the outline of his absence in the room more clearly than the furniture. Sleep podcasts, one of her neighbors had suggested months ago. Gentle voices, soft rain. Some people swore by them. For a long time, she had dismissed the idea, too proud to admit that something as simple as someone else talking might help pull her out of her circling thoughts. Then, on a particularly restless week, when even the cat that sometimes visited her porch had decided to stay away, she had searched for one. The Secret Sounds of American Cities, the title had said, hosted by a calm-voiced man named Caleb Tran. The description promised long, unbroken stretches of recorded sound from train yards, harbor docks, back alleys, motel roofs, and highways at dawn. No ads in the middle of the night. No sudden music swells. Just the soft pulse of places she would likely never visit, captured and carried to her small living room. Now his voice felt like a familiar part of the house. She reached for her phone, tapped the worn screen, and scrolled through the list of episodes until she found the newest one. Train yards and docks, the description read. Early morning fog, distant horns, ideal for sleep. She pressed play, laid the phone face down beside the lamp, and let his voice drift up into the room. Tonight, he was saying, we are going to walk slowly through the sounds of a city waking up by the water. You might hear the clank of metal on metal, the whisper of wheels on tracks, the soft tap of rain on roofs that have seen 1,000 sunrises. There is nothing you need to do. Just let the sounds be there with you. Behind his words, she could already hear the low rattle of a freight train somewhere far away, the gentle hiss of wet gravel under slow-moving wheels. A foghorn moaned, distant and comforting, not a warning, but a check-in. I am here. You are there. The world is still turning. Marian let her head fall back against the armchair. Her shoulders eased a fraction. Her eyes traced the shadows of tree branches, which moved across the ceiling in dark, shifting lace whenever the breeze touched the yard. The story of the day, with its empty errands and quiet dishes, began to slide away. Caleb talked about the way sound carried differently across open rail yards at dawn, how metal seemed to remember every train that had ever passed over it. He talked about motel roofs, where rain drummed softly over sleeping travelers, about neon signs buzzing in the last hour before they were turned off for the day. His tone was simple, unhurried, never asking her to feel anything in particular, just offering each small detail, like a stone set gently in her palm. Then, near the end of the episode, his voice shifted, taking on the lighter tone he used when he talked about future plans for the show. In a few weeks, he said, I'm going to be in a coastal city down south called Sunport. Some of you have written to me about it. You say the storm drains their hum at night when the tide comes in. You call them the singing drains. Some folks joke about alligators in the pipes. I suspect it's just old metal and moving water. But I would like to hear it for myself. Maybe we can listen to it together. The word Sunport opened something sharp and immediate in Marian's chest, like a window she had not meant to unfasten. Suddenly, she was not just listening to someone else's city. She was standing inside her own again, not on the safe surface of tidy maps, but in the tangle of concrete and steel beneath it. those drains. Her drains, at least in part. The ones she had argued over in meetings, trying to widen them this way instead of that, trying to persuade the budget to stretch just a little further. The ones that were supposed to carry stormwater safely away from streets and porches and bedrooms. They were not supposed to sing. They were supposed to work quietly, invisibly, like good plumbing, like good luck. She felt the skin on her arms prickling, not with fear exactly, with a kind of unsettled recognition. People joked about alligators in the pipes because it was easier to laugh than to think about what really moved through those tunnels when the bay rose and the wind shoved water inland. Shoes, branches, trash. Sometimes. She shut that thought down before it finished forming. On the podcast, Caleb chuckled softly. If you live in Sunport and you've heard the drains at night, I would love to know which spots you think are the most musical. You can always email me. Details are in the show notes. For now, let's listen to that train one more time as it disappears into the fog. The sound of wheels on tracks swelled and then began to fade, like a memory rolling out of reach. Marian sat upright without meaning to. Her tea trembled slightly in her hand, the surface shivering with the tiny movement. Email him, she thought. Then, instantly, another voice answered in her head. Do not get involved. It is a young man with a microphone. He will record some noise, say something kind about your city, and go home. The drains have been humming at night for years now. The jokes have been around even longer. None of it has anything to do with you anymore. She watched the branches move on the ceiling, their shadows crossing and uncrossing in the lamplight, like long, slow waves. The quiet in the house deepened as the episode reached its end. The train rolled away. The dock settled. The motel roof shed its last few drops of rain. Her heart did not slow. There were places in the system she had never walked herself, just traced with a pen and a ruler on paper, adding notes in the margins. Legacy pipe. Unknown connection. To be inspected when resources allow. There were complaints she had read about strange noises under certain underpasses, dismissed by supervisors as air pockets or kids being dramatic. One file in particular had mentioned humming near an old maintenance stairwell by the West Harbor underpass, without fully deciding, without giving herself time to talk out of it. Marian set her mug down, pushed the blanket aside, and reached for the old laptop on the low table. The plastic felt cool and slightly sticky from disuse. It took a few extra seconds to wake up, as if it too had been asleep for months. She found the podcast's page, her eyes narrowing at the brightness of the screen. At the bottom, there it was. Contact, a simple email address. She rested her fingers on the keys, hesitated, then began to type. Dear Caleb, if you plan to go near the drain in the West Harbor underpass, you should not go alone. Some of those tunnels were never meant to be walked. Marian, former city engineer. She read the short message twice. It felt too abrupt, too bare. It also felt exactly as much as she was willing to say to a stranger with a microphone. Her finger hovered over the trackpad. The shadows on the ceiling paused as the breeze outside died down for a moment. Then she clicked send. The email flew away into the invisible network that connected her quiet living room to the rest of the world. The house did not change. The lamp still burned. The clock still ticked. Somewhere far off, a boat horn called again, the same low note as before. But Marian's night was different now. A part of the city she had tried to let go of was stirring in her thoughts, humming softly, just below the level of conscious words, like water moving through old pipes. Morning came to Sunport in soft colors, as if the sky were trying not to wake anyone too abruptly. A pale gold light spread slowly across the harbor, turning the water into a sheet of rippling metal. Gulls wheeled and glided above the docks, their calls sharp but somehow distant, softened by the mild breeze that carried the smell of salt and coffee and frying eggs. On the edge of the harbor road sat a small diner with fogged windows and a painted sign that had faded just enough to look comforting rather than neglected. The door chimed gently each time someone went in or out. Inside, the air held the warmth of brewed coffee, butter on a hot griddle, and a low murmur of conversation between people who had been eating breakfast here for years. Marian arrived early. Old habits had never left her. When something mattered, she came with time to spare. She chose a booth by the window where she could see the water and, if she shifted slightly, the curve of the street that led back toward her neighborhood. Outside, a delivery truck hissed to a stop. Inside, a waitress with kind eyes topped off the coffee at her table without asking. Marian wrapped both hands around the mug, taking in the steady heat. She wore a light cardigan over a simple blouse, the same kind of thing she had worn to countless meetings in her working years. It felt oddly formal for breakfast, but she had not been sure what else to reach for. This was not an ordinary morning. She was about to meet the voice that had been keeping her company in the small hours, the man who wandered through other people's cities, softly narrating their noises for strangers trying to sleep. She felt a flutter of something in her chest, nerves, anticipation, a hint of embarrassment. It had been a long time since she had been important enough to be met anywhere by anyone. The door chimed again. She looked up and knew it was him before he scanned the diner and found her. He had the slightly rumpled look of someone who had slept on a bus or a plane seat, dark hair pushed back with his fingers, a light jacket over a t-shirt, a small backpack slung over one shoulder. A compact microphone case hung from his other hand by a strap. His eyes were alert, taking in details, but his movements were careful, as if he was afraid of disturbing the air around things. He smiled when he reached the table, the kind of smile that was meant to reassure and not intrude. "Mrs. Ellery?" he asked. "Marian is fine," she said, feeling suddenly too aware of her own voice. "You must be Caleb." "Thank you for meeting me," he replied, sliding into the seat across from her. He set the microphone case on the bench beside him, with the care someone else might use for a sleeping cat. "I really appreciate the email. I don't usually get warnings from former city engineers. That got my attention." She huffed a small, self-conscious sound that might have been the beginning of a laugh. "I do not usually write to strangers on the internet," she said. "So, I suppose we are even." The waitress appeared and poured him coffee. He thanked her by name, even though she had not worn a name tag. Marian noticed. He must have asked at the counter. It was a small thing, but it settled something inside her. He was not treating this town as just another backdrop. "For what it is worth," he went on, wrapping his fingers around the mug the same way she did. "I'm not here to make Sunport look foolish. My show is mostly for people who can't sleep. They do not need jump scares. They need something that feels real, but gentle." "Real," she repeated, looking out at the harbor through the slightly smeared glass. A fishing boat was moving out, its engine a low, steady growl, leaving a white wake behind it. "Real is not always gentle." "No," he agreed quietly. But sound can be, even the sounds of hard things. They let a small silence sit between them while he took his first sip. It gave her time to look at him properly. Younger than she had imagined when she first heard his voice, but not a boy. Lines at the corners of his eyes that came more from staying up late editing than from age. A tiredness there that was not yet permanent. "So," he said, setting the mug down carefully, "you spent your career in stormwater. That's not something most people can say." "It is not something most people want to talk about at breakfast," Marian said, and this time the laugh planted itself more firmly in her voice. "But yes, I worked for the city for almost 35 years. Pipes and culverts and retention ponds. I could bore you for hours." "I promise you would not bore me," he said. "My listeners fall asleep to freight trains and air conditioners. You are in good company." She allowed herself a small smile. "Well, I designed and maintained pieces of the system, oversaw expansions, argued about where we should put the new lines when the old ones were falling apart. Always with too little money, too little time. Some stretches I only ever saw on paper, not in person. But I knew their capacities, the way some people know birthdays." "And you retired when?" he asked, not pushing, just following the thread. 3 years ago," she replied. "It was time. My husband was sick. The storms were getting worse. I was not as fast as I used to be. Someone else sits in my chair now, and I sit at home and listen to your trains." She had meant to say it lightly, but the truth in the sentence lodged in her chest. He seemed to hear it because he nodded slowly, as if acknowledging not just what she had said, but everything underneath it. "I'm sorry about your husband," he said. "It was a quiet illness," she answered. "Nothing dramatic. It just stayed. And then one day, it did not. The house has been very loud since." "Loud?" "In the way empty spaces can be," she said. "You hear every small thing. The fridge, the wind, your own thoughts. Sometimes having someone else's voice in the room helps." He took that in without deflecting it with a joke. "That's why I started the podcast," he said softly. "My mother had trouble sleeping. She would put the television on, but the sudden commercials and laughter would startle her. So I started recording the quiet parts of cities and sending them to her. Later it became a show. I kept thinking there must be other people like her, like you." Marian looked down at the swirl of coffee in her mug. It seemed almost strange that this young man, who had never seen a Sunport flood chart or sat through a 10-hour budget meeting, understood something so simple about the nights she now lived. "You said in your email," he continued, more gently than before, "that some of the tunnels near West Harbor were never meant to be walked. That sounds more serious than a teenager's dare." She took a breath, steadying herself on the familiar terrain of her old work. "Cities are layers," she said. "You have the streets and houses everyone sees. Under that, you have water mains and sewers and storm drains. Under that, sometimes you have old tunnels from old designs, filled in, abandoned, misremembered. We build on top of our own history. Like tree rings," he said. "Like tree rings," she agreed, "but less honest. On paper, it all looks clean. One line is replaced by another. A shaft is marked sealed. An access point is crossed out. In reality, you end up with old pipes covered by new ones, maintenance stairs that no one uses anymore, space that is just left, places the city prefers not to remember, even on paper." He listened with the absorbed expression of someone storing her words for later. Outside, a gull landed on the railing by the window and peered in sideways at them, as if trying to follow along. The West Harbor Underpass, she said, was one of those places. When we expanded the storm system there, the plan said we tied everything neatly into the new structure. But there were old side channels. A legacy void under one corner. We never got funding to explore it properly. Later, when people without homes began to gather there, we were told to finish our business and stay away. It was not considered safe for staff. Not because of the pipes, he guessed, because of the people. She nodded once. People who did not have anywhere else to go. For years, they slept along the concrete near the underpass, puddles under their beds, trucks over their heads. After big storms, we began to get more complaints about the drains. Humming, voices, strange vibrations at night. Her fingers tightened on the mug. We filed them. We said it was trapped air and tide. We moved on. And then the city cleaned the camp, he said quietly. Yes, for safety. The word tasted dry. Those people were pushed somewhere else, or nowhere else. The complaints decreased, but not entirely. The hum is still there, maybe worse in some seasons. He leaned back slightly, digesting all of this. His curiosity was obvious, but it was not the sharp, hungry kind she had sometimes seen in reporters who swooped in during hurricane season. His was a gentler sort of interest, focused more on how things felt and sounded than on headlines. Sound under the ground is strange, he mused. It bends and doubles back. A drip in one corner can sound like a drum in another. I want to understand it, not to prove anyone wrong, just to hear what the city hears when we are all asleep. Marion watched him, watched the harbor behind him, the slow movement of a barge in the distance. She had not planned to say what came out of her mouth next. The decision seemed to rise up from some deep place in her, bypassing the careful, cautious layer of thought. I will show you, she said. He blinked. Show me? The underpass, the drains, the places the map does not quite match reality. She surprised herself with how steady her voice sounded. If I hand you a stack of old drawings, you will only see the pretend city, the neat one. I can tell you where the seams are. That is incredibly kind, he said, clearly taken aback. Are you sure? You do not owe me. I know. She cut him off gently. I am not doing it for you. Or not only for you. She glanced out the window again, at the water, at the gull that had now hopped down to peck at something on the sidewalk. There is someone else I want to bring. Someone who knows the people who lived near those drains better than I do. I know the pipes. She knows the names. Who is she? He asked. Her name is Rosa, Marion replied. She works with a church outreach program. She has been tending to the edges of this city for a long time. If we are going to walk near the places the city forgets, I want her with us. He nodded slowly, understanding the weight of that better than any technical explanation. All right, he said. If she is willing, I would be honored to meet her. Marion took another sip of coffee, feeling the warmth slide down through her chest. It struck her, suddenly, that she had just made a kind of promise, not only to Caleb, but to herself. For months, she had been drifting, listening to other people's cities, pretending hers could manage without her. Now, here she was, setting a time to step back into its shadowed parts. We do it early, she added, hearing the old planner in her speak. Before the midnight tides, before the tourists, before the city remembers we are down there. We go as guests, not as ghosts. Do you understand? His smile returned, quieter this time, but no less genuine. "I do," he said, "and I will go exactly the way you tell me to. I have no interest in making your home angry." She let out a slow breath she had not realized she was holding. The sunlight over the harbor had climbed a little higher, catching the tips of small waves and lighting them like scattered shards of glass. In the diner, someone laughed softly at a joke. A spoon clinked against a plate. The coffee pot gurgled back to life. For the first time in a long while, Marian felt not just like a woman passing time until evening, but like someone on the brink of a task. It was a small feeling, fragile and new, but it warmed her palms as surely as the mug in her hands. Somewhere under their feet, unseen and unheard for the moment, the city's hidden channels waited, humming their low, secret song. Evening settled over Sunport in slow layers, as if the sky could not quite decide which color to keep. For a while, it was all soft peach and pale gold, the last light catching on the tops of palm fronds and the chipped edges of porch railings. Then the colors deepened, cooling into lavender, then indigo, until the harbor became a darker shape against the horizon and the first stars blinked through the haze. One by one, the streetlights along the older neighborhood streets woke up, small yellow circles blooming on the cracked sidewalks and the worn asphalt. Marian walked a step ahead of Caleb, her hands in the pockets of her cardigan, a thin canvas bag hanging from her shoulder. She knew this part of town well, although she had rarely had reason to walk it at this hour. The houses here were modest, one story mostly, with narrow front yards that had more dirt than grass. Some had plastic chairs on the porch. Some had wind chimes that tinkled faintly when the breeze slipped through. Some had nothing at all but a mat and an old pair of shoes by the door. They passed a boarded-up corner store whose painted sign still declared that it was open 24 hours, although the dark windows and nailed plywood said otherwise. A faded poster clung to the wall, announcing a storm preparedness meeting from years ago. The tape at the corners had gone brittle and curled. Marian felt a familiar twinge of regret as they walked by. She had spoken at one of those meetings once, talking about sandbags and evacuation routes, while people shifted in folding chairs and stared at the weather map. At the next intersection, a bus stop sat beneath a metal shelter. Under the bench, someone had left a folded blanket and a foam cup with a few coins in it, as if the owner had stepped away for a moment and might return any time. The sight made Rosa's absence feel more present, even though Marian had chosen to make this first visit without her. There was an intimacy to walking here at dusk, to bringing a stranger into the spaces that had held the city's forgotten residents. "This way," she said softly, and Caleb nodded, adjusting the strap of the microphone case on his shoulder. They descended a shallow slope toward an underpass where the main road cut over a lower street. The concrete pillars looked tall and impersonal in the growing dark, their surfaces stained with old water lines and newer graffiti. The echo of a car passing overhead rolled through the space with a dull, hollow sound. Sodium lights mounted under the bridge cast a flat, orange wash over the walls, erasing details and making everything look like a stage set after the actors have gone home. For years, this space had been crowded. Sleeping bags, cardboard, plastic bags, a few crates that served as tables or chairs. Marian had driven past it many times on her way to and from work, seeing shapes huddled against the pillars, seeing small circles of light from cigarettes or tiny radios. The city had cleared it last year, citing safety concerns, structural inspections, and the need to discourage camping near the road. Tonight, the concrete lay bare. The unoccupied space felt almost indecent. "It feels too clean," she said under her breath. Caleb glanced around, understanding more from her tone than her words. "You mean empty," he replied. "Empty is a kind of dirty," she said, "sometimes more so than litter." He let that settle between them without arguing. They walked a few more steps until they reached the spot she remembered from the old complaint file, just off to one side of the underpass, where the pavement dipped slightly toward a rectangular storm drain with a heavy metal grate. The grate sat flush with the concrete, dark slots opening into a depth they could not see. "There," she said, and stopped. The air was cooler here. The little hollow caught the evening breeze and funneled it downward. It smelled faintly of damp stone and something metallic, not strong enough to be unpleasant, but distinct. Above them, a car rolled past, its tires humming on the overpass, the sound dropping down in a brief, muffled roar that faded as quickly as it had arrived. Caleb set his backpack down and eased the microphone case off his shoulder. He knelt beside the grate, his movements unhurried, and took out a small recorder with a windscreen over its head. He checked the levels out of habit, the tiny lights blinking green in his hand, then placed it gently on the dry concrete near the edge of the grate. He did not speak, afraid of filling the space with his own voice when what they wanted was everything else. Marion stepped back, giving him room. She folded her arms loosely over her chest and listened at first as any passerby might. The obvious sounds reached her easily. There was the slow, steady rush of water somewhere below. Not a crashing flood, but a continual movement, like someone running a tap in a distant room. From deeper still came a lower gurgle, a sign that a larger pipe joined somewhere down the line, carrying tide or runoff, or both. From the street above, the faint hiss of traffic drifted through in fits and starts, softened by layers of concrete and air. She closed her eyes. It was a trick she had learned years ago in noisy control rooms and busy work sites. If she shut out the visual clutter, she could sometimes pick apart the sounds more clearly, like threads in a tangled fabric. She tried to hear the water the way she used to, not as background noise, but as information. Where would it be coming from at this hour, on a dry evening? Which junctions would be active at this tide level? Had the bay risen enough to push into these pipes, or was it still mostly local drainage flowing outward? She pictured the old diagrams in her mind, the neat lines and numbers that never fully captured the roughness of the real thing. Main trunk running east, secondary line beneath the underpass, overflow channel tied into the west side, legacy void beneath the southwest pillar, annotated and then forgotten. The water sounds seemed to argue with her mental map, as if the system had shifted slightly in the years since she walked its plans. Then, under the familiar noises, something else began to surface. At first, it was like the phantom impression one sometimes gets after listening to music too loud and then switching it off. The sense that a tune is still playing somewhere, just below what the ear can detect. A suggestion rather than a sound. It rose and fell in a long, slow curve, too steady to be random splashing, too rounded to be the sharp slap of water against angles. As she paid attention, the impression grew clearer. There was a low tone in the mix, a layered murmur that seemed to come from more than one direction at once. Not words, but almost like several human voices humming on slightly different notes, close enough that they formed a soft, shifting chord. It was not loud. If anything, it was modest, almost shy, hiding beneath the obvious textures of rushing and dripping. Yet it was there. Her own breathing had settled into a quiet rhythm without her noticing. As she listened, she became aware that the rise and fall of that hidden tone matched her breath in a strange, delayed way. When she inhaled, the chord seemed to swell a moment later. When she exhaled, it relaxed. She told herself it was coincidence, a trick of her nervous system, but her fingers tightened on the strap of her bag all the same. Beside the grate, Caleb tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the dark slots in the metal. The recorder's indicator light blinked calmly. After a few moments, he glanced up at her. "You hear that too?" he asked quietly. Marian opened her eyes. The underpass looked exactly as it had a few minutes before. Pillars, concrete, the orange wash of the sodium lights, the empty space where people had once slept. Yet the air felt subtly changed, as if someone had joined them without stepping into view. "Yes," she said. Her voice was barely more than a breath. "I hear it." Memory flickered. A complaint form from years ago, typed in an old system. Resident reports moaning drains at night near West Harbor Underpass. Possible trapped air. No structural risk. No follow-up required. She had signed off on the file after a quick review, moving on to the next crisis, the next flooded intersection. Now the sound that someone else had called a moan lay under her feet, not angry or wild, but steady and disturbingly patient. Caleb did not speak again for a while. He let the recorder run, capturing the layered soundscape, the water, the distant vehicles, the faint buzz of the light fixtures, and that low, almost musical hum. When he finally reached over and pressed the stop button, the moment of silence that followed felt deeper than it had any right to, as if turning off the device had nudged a fragile balance between hearing and being heard. He sat back on his heels, studying the small screen for a second, then slipped a pair of worn headphones over his ears. Marian watched his face as he rewound and pressed play, his brow furrowed slightly, then smoothed. His eyes narrowed, then widened a fraction. After a few moments, he lifted one side of the headphones away from his ear and held them out to her. "Listen to this," he said. She hesitated only long enough to adjust her bag strap, then leaned down, pressing the padded cup over one ear. The world narrowed to the sound in the headphones. The rushing water was clearer now, the microphone having captured subtle tones her ear alone might have missed. The low hum was there too, forming that same uneasy chord beneath everything else. But there was something more. Mixed under the hum, faint but distinct, once she knew to listen for it, came a series of soft, rhythmic clicks. They were not constant. They came in little clusters, a few quick taps, then a pause, then a different pattern. It did not sound like debris knocking against the pipe walls. It did not sound like a loose piece of metal vibrating in the current. It sounded more like someone tapping small, hard objects together in a careful sequence, or lightly drumming fingers on stone with intent. Marian's chest tightened. The tiny hairs along the back of her neck lifted. "That feels too structured to be random," Caleb murmured, watching her. Pipes chatter, and echoes overlap. But this, it is like a hand trying to remember how to speak. She pulled the headphones away after another moment and straightened up, letting the heavy silence of the underpass return. Above them, a car crossed the bridge. Its presence seemed almost intrusive now, loud and simple compared to what they had just heard. It was not danger, not yet. There were no rushing footsteps in the dark, no sudden shouts, no visible threat. There were just two people standing on a quiet street as evening deepened, listening to their city hum beneath them like a distant choir practicing a song no one had ever taught it. The sound folded itself back into the night, and the streetlights glowed on steadily, as if nothing at all had changed. The next afternoon was the kind that did not seem to belong to any particular season. The air was warm but not heavy, the sky a pale, hazy blue with a few high clouds that did not promise rain or anything else in particular. Sunport moved at its usual, unhurried pace. Cars rolled past in ones and twos. A bicycle bell chimed. Somewhere not far away, a lawnmower droned steadily, cutting neat lines into a patch of stubborn grass. Marian and Caleb walked up the short incline toward a low, stucco-walled church that sat at the corner of two quiet streets. Its white paint had faded in places to the color of seashells left too long in the sun. Above the front door, a small neon sign in the shape of a cross flickered faintly. In daylight, its glow was barely visible, but the soft buzz it made drifted out to meet them as they approached. A gentle, electrical hum layered over the sound of distant traffic. They did not go inside. Instead, they circled around to a modest patio that opened off one side of the building. Someone had made the space as welcoming as they could with very little. There were mismatched plastic chairs and a few wooden benches that had clearly seen better days. Potted plants clustered in corners. Basil, mint, a small lemon tree with only one green fruit hanging on stubbornly. In the center stood a statue of a saint. Hands folded, eyes lowered, concrete softened by time and careful cleaning. A string of faded paper decorations moved lazily in the breeze. Rosa Delgado was already there, sitting at one of the tables with a glass of water in front of her. She rose as they came closer, smoothing the front of her blouse with a quick, habitual motion, as if checking for wrinkles she no longer really cared about. Her hair was pulled back from her face in a loose knot, silver threads visible near her temples. Warm eyes, a tired smile. Her hands, when she reached out to greet Marian, moved with a certain practiced gentleness, the same way someone might reach for a bandage or a handrail for a patient. "Rosa, this is Caleb," Marian said. "He is the one with the microphones." Rosa's smile grew a little wider, the lines at the corners of her mouth deepening. "Ah," she said, "the famous voice. People at the shelter listen to your recordings on their phones when they have enough battery. It helps them forget the shouting outside." Caleb blinked, surprised by the idea of his work reaching places like this. "I am glad they find it useful," he said quietly. "Thank you for meeting with us." They all sat. The metal chair under Caleb creaked lightly, but held. The neon sign buzzed on in the background, a steady insect sound. Somewhere behind them, from inside the church, came the faint echo of someone sweeping a floor. Marian reached into her bag and took out the small recorder. She set it on the table between them, its blank screen reflecting a distorted image of the lemon tree above. "We went to the underpass last night," she said. "He recorded the drain. I thought you should hear it." Rosa nodded once, her expression becoming more focused, as if someone had just handed her a chart she needed to read. "All right," she said. "Let us listen." Caleb slipped on his headphones for a moment, queued up the segment, then unplugged them and set the recorder to play through its small built-in speaker. The sound came out thinner than it had through the headphones, but still rich enough for them to catch the layers. First, the slow rush of water, smooth and continuous, then the lower gurgle from somewhere deeper in the system. Faint, distant vehicles rumbling overhead. And underneath it all, the low, almost subliminal hum that rose and fell like a held note under a choir, not loud enough to dominate, but persistent enough that once heard, it could not be ignored. Rosa tilted her head, eyes half closed. Her fingers curled around the sides of her glass, but she did not lift it. For a long moment, she said nothing. The hum of the neon sign braided with the hum from the drain in a way that was not unpleasant. She murmured finally and opened her eyes again. Yes, that is the sound. You have heard it before? Caleb said. It was not a question. Many times, she replied. I used to do my rounds down by West Harbor 2-3 nights a week. We would bring coffee and socks and some medicine when we had it. The city lights would flicker overhead. Trucks would groan across the bridge. And under all of it, that song. She leaned back in her chair, letting one hand rest on the table, palm up, as if expecting something to land there. Her gaze wandered past them, to some point just beyond the patio. There was a man, she began softly, named Robert. You would have liked him, Marion. He had opinions about drainage. Oh? Marion said, surprised into a small smile. Yes, Rosa chuckled. He used to say the water on the sidewalk was God's way of telling engineers they were not as smart as they thought. He fed the stray cats that lived by the underpass. They would all gather when they heard his footsteps. When we brought sandwiches, he would always cut his in half and give the bigger piece to someone else, even if he had not eaten all day. She paused, seeing him clearly. One night, it was very cold for here, maybe in the 40s. We brought blankets. The cats were curled up on top of them. Robert said he was fine. I remember that the drains were especially loud that night, humming like a refrigerator that needed to be kicked. He laughed and said, "The city is snoring." A week later, he was gone. No one knew where. She lifted her glass and took a small drink, eyes glistening just enough to catch the light. Then there was Dana, she went on. She kept a little spiral notebook in her pocket, always. She wrote in it every time she found a quiet corner. Poems, she said, but she never let anyone read them. One night, it rained so hard that the water ran down the walls of the underpass in sheets. The drains were working as fast as they could, and still the puddles rose around our ankles. Dana stood by the grate you recorded and held her notebook against her chest, like she was afraid the sound would reach in and steal the words. A month later, someone told me she had gotten a ride north. Maybe that was true. Maybe not. Her notebook turned up under a tarp with no owner. Caleb listened as if the recorder was still playing, as if each name had its own hidden audio track. The little device lay between them, silent now, but heavy with what it contained. And Eddie, Rosa said after a moment, her voice lowering even further. He was the one who tried the hardest to stay invisible, always picking up after others, always moving when someone official came by. One week, there was a storm that did not even rate a name on the news, just one of those long, soaking rains. I could not get out the first night. The streets were too flooded. When I came back 2 nights later, the camp was thinner, fewer people. Eddie was not there. His blanket was, though, folded in a neat square under the bridge. She fell quiet. The breeze stirred the basil leaves in their pot, carrying a faint green scent across the table. "These are just 3, she said finally. "I could talk until tomorrow and not finish. They all had habits, favorite songs, jokes. They were not shadows." She glanced at Marion. "But in the paperwork, they are almost nothing. A first name sometimes. No address, no emergency contact. If they go to the hospital and leave and do not come back, there is a form. If they go to the morgue and no one claims them, there is another form. Then the file closes. The system says, resolved. But where did they go? The computer does not ask. It only cares whether the box is checked." She gave a small, weary shake of her head. "We talk about people falling through the cracks. It is more accurate to say we built the cracks and then wrote manuals on how to step over them." Caleb let out a slow breath. "And all that time," he said, "the drains were humming." "Yes," Rosa replied. "Sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always there, especially after someone went missing near that underpass." She tapped the tabletop gently. "I used to think it was just my heart beating in my ears when I was tired. Or the wind. Or maybe, you know." She lifted a hand to her temple in a little circle, the universal sign for people thinking you are unwell. "You did not tell anyone?" Marion asked. Rosa's smile returned, sad and amused at once. "When you say you hear the city singing back to you," she said, "people assume you are the one who needs help. They pat your arm. They suggest you rest. They tell you to talk to someone with a clipboard. And maybe I do need help. Who does not?" Her eyes softened. "But I also know what I heard. The hum grew louder when someone disappeared. It was like the pipes were taking in a new story and trying to hum it into place." She looked at the recorder, now just an ordinary object among potted plants and a sweating glass of water. "So, when you played that," she said to Caleb, "I did not hear a monster. I heard a choir that does not know how to use words. I heard all the nights we stood down there together, my friends and I, and the water, and something under our feet, listening more carefully than anyone above our heads. The neon cross buzzed and flickered once, then steadied. A car went by on the street, its tires whispering on the asphalt. The lemon tree's single fruit bounced faintly on its stem. Marion felt a quiet weight settle between them, not oppressive, but undeniable. Names, stories, small acts of kindness, all at risk of being scraped away by the next sweep of policy or bad weather. And under it, the image of that grate, the movement of unseen currents, the humming that seemed now less like a random flaw in the system and more like a strange, persistent attempt at remembrance. "I think," she said softly, "that whatever is down there has been paying more attention than we have." Rosa nodded, her tired smile returning, flickering with a little light. "Then maybe," she replied, "it is time we pay attention back." Oh, a few days later, when the sky over Sunport had settled into a steady, forgiving blue, and the air felt less like a wet cloth and more like a soft, warm hand, Caleb asked Marion for something that made her tilt her head and study him for a moment. "I would like to see the city from the inside out," he said, leaning over the hood of the small car she had agreed to drive. "Not just the underpass, the whole stack of it, as much as we can without needing helmets and waivers." She smiled at that, a quiet, genuine smile that reached her eyes. "All right," she said, "but you must promise to be patient. Cities do not like to hurry when they are being explained. I have hours of tape. he replied. Patience is my only marketable skill. They set off slowly, rolling away from the church and the harbor, Caleb's recorder already on, resting between them in its cradle to catch the sound of the engine, the faint rattle in the dashboard, the city's voice as heard through a windshield. At this level, Marion began, gesturing with one hand while the other stayed steady on the wheel. You see the version of Sunport everyone thinks of when they use the name. Houses, shops, parks, the polite face. They passed a row of small homes with porches close to the sidewalk, wine chimes and potted plants crowding the steps. Children's bicycles leaned against railings. A man in a white undershirt sat on a stoop, drinking from a glass and watching them go by with mild curiosity. Street level, she said. You can tell a lot from it. How people decorate their thresholds, how many trees the city could afford to plant, where the sidewalks crack first. But it is only the skin. They turned onto a slightly busier road. On one corner, a laundromat buzzed with fluorescent light, the rhythmic thump of machines audible even through the car windows. On another, a small grocery store advertised cold drinks and lottery tickets. Farther down, an empty lot lay between two buildings, its weed-choked grass a small pause in the city's teeth. Below this, Marion went on, is what most people picture if they think of underground at all. Water mains, big metal pipes carrying treated water from the plant to taps and hoses. Power conduits, phone and internet cables, all the thin veins and nerves. And those are mapped accurately? Caleb asked. For the most part, she said. Utilities like their lines labeled. They need to know who to call when something breaks. He nodded, listening to the way her voice layered over the hum of the tires on the road. And deeper? Deeper is mine, she said. Or was. Storm drains, tidal channels, old culverts that we forgot to remove when we installed new ones. Concrete boxes the size of small rooms, buried and linked and extended whenever someone decides a new development needs somewhere to send its water. They drove past a park where children chased each other around a set of swings, their shouts bright and momentary, carried away by the wind. To one side of the park, near a low fence, stood a heavy, round manhole cover. Marion nodded toward it as they passed. Under there, she said, is a junction chamber. 4 pipes meet. One goes toward the bay, 2 feed from streets uphill. One leads to an older tunnel that used to carry a stream. We boxed it up, turned it into part of the system. The stream does not know that, of course. It just keeps flowing. They parked at the edge of the park and got out. The air smelled of cut grass and sunscreen. Caleb clipped the recorder to his shirt and let it run as they walked toward the manhole. Children's laughter mixed with the distant bark of a dog and the whisper of leaves. Imagine a diagram, Marion said, stopping a few feet away and looking down, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention by standing directly over the cover. On paper, this is a circle with 4 lines. It looks simple, but the actual chamber is a concrete box with rough edges where the old stream enters, smoother ones where the new pipes join. There might be sediment built up in one corner, maybe a trickle of oil from somewhere, roots pushing in through a tiny crack, drinking from the constant damp. Roots, Caleb repeated. Yes, she said. Trees are patient engineers. They send their smallest scouts into any weakness. Over years, those little threads thicken, pry concrete apart, push against seams. I have seen brick tunnels where roots and stone have grown into each other so closely you cannot say where one ends and the other begins. He closed his eyes for a moment, recording not just the sounds, but the picture she offered. And sound behaves differently down there. Very differently, she agreed. In a tight tunnel, a drip can be deafening. In a wide culvert, footsteps vanish. Curves throw echoes back at you from odd angles. That hum you recorded? It could be the blended voices of 10 different flows, meeting and vibrating together. Or it could be something else, using those flows like strings. They moved on, using the car to hop between neighborhoods. She showed him a quiet cul-de-sac with tidy lawns and new construction, then pointed to a narrow strip of land between two houses where a line of older trees stood in a row. Under that line, she said, runs an old brick storm tunnel from the days when this was mostly marsh. When we built the subdivision, the developer wanted to remove it and replace it with a straight concrete pipe. Too expensive. We compromised. New pipe around the outer edge, old tunnel left in place. On my map, the tunnel is marked as Legacy. On the ground, those trees still draw their water from the seepage. The people who live here probably think the soil is just rich. Caleb recorded the sound of the breeze in the leaves, the faint chatter of a television from an open window, the low drone of an air conditioner. It was all soft, domestic noise. But now he could not help imagining the cool darkness a few meters below, the echo of unseen currents moving through old, rounded brick. Legacy, he said. That is a kind word for something left behind. It is the nicest one we have, she replied. Later, they walked along a canal path where concrete banks sloped down to slow, opaque water. A heron stood near the far side, motionless, its thin legs like reeds. The sun hit the surface at an angle, turning the ripples into shifting sheets of light. On their side of the canal, a series of square openings punctured the wall near the waterline, mouths of culverts that carried runoff from the streets into the larger channel. In the plans, Marion said, this canal is the spine, the big floodway. All the smaller drains feed into it. But there are gaps, places where, during construction, teams dug extra pits to store soil or park equipment, then never filled them properly. We called those voids. Later, when we needed to save money, some designs were adjusted. A certain side tunnel was left unconnected, its chamber becoming a kind of pocket. On my map, that pocket is just an outline with a note. Legacy void. No dimensions, no photographs. Just a memory and a label. She looked down the length of the canal, eyes narrowing slightly. In her mind, the flat surface vanished, replaced by transparent layers, the main channel, the side pipes, the pockets of empty or half-empty space, places that could collect water, or debris, or people seeking a dry corner when there was nowhere else to go. Caleb, watching her face, asked gently, "Do you remember where they all are?" "Not all," she admitted, "but enough." He tapped the recorder lightly. "Rosa told us about Robert, Dana, Eddie," he said, "and others, where they slept, where they were last seen. What if we tried to lay those stories over your map? Not exactly, I know, but roughly." She thought for a moment, then began to walk slowly, tracing an invisible line with her hand as they moved along the canal. She said Robert liked the underpass, near the third pillar from the east, she murmured. Dana preferred the spot closer to the stairs. Eddie kept to the shadows near the maintenance gate. If I overlay that on the old plans... Her voice trailed off. In her mind, positions clicked into place. The West Harbor underpass. A culvert 2 blocks from the bus stop with the blanket and cup. a small service road that dipped lower than the rest, always damp after rain. Each spot corresponded, not just to ordinary pipes, but to the places she had once marked with that vague, unsatisfying term, legacy void. She stopped walking. "What is it?" Caleb asked. She turned to look back the way they had come, then ahead, along the canal, then toward the city in general. For the first time, it was as if she were seeing the skeleton of her work, not as scattered bones, but as a pattern. "Those voids," she said slowly. "Most of them are not random. When we drew the new flood channels, the oldest branch ran here." She pointed down the length of the canal. "It used to be a natural stream, long before we boxed it and split it. The voids were dug along its edges, sites of old inlets, storage pits, forgotten junctions. When you put Rosa's stories on top of that, the places where people went missing and the places where the plans blur, they form a rough ring around that old channel." "A ring," he repeated. "Like something circling the oldest vein of water," she said. "We thought we were discarding scraps of the system. Maybe we were making rooms, shelves, little hollows along the city's spine." They stood there together, the recorder capturing the easy lapping of canal water against the concrete, the distant call of the heron taking flight, the soft rasp of tires on a bridge somewhere out of sight. The realization did not bring fear in a loud, dramatic rush. It arrived quietly, like tidewater seeping under a door. Sunport, Marion thought, was not just built in layers. It remembered in them too. The motel room was the kind that could have belonged to any small city near any highway. And that was part of what Caleb liked about it. Neutral walls, thin carpet with a pattern meant to hide stains, a bedspread in a color that did not exist in nature, a small table pushed against the window. The air conditioner under the sill hummed steadily, doing its best to turn the warm, damp air into something cooler and simpler. He had turned most of the lights off. Only the lamp on the table was on, its shade casting a soft yellow cone over the open laptop, and the small recorder resting beside it. Beyond the window, Sunport's night twinkled in reflected fragments. A gas station canopy, a sliver of harbor light, the occasional sweep of headlights as a car pulled into the parking lot and then disappeared. Caleb sat in the single chair, bare feet tucked under it, headphones around his neck for the moment. The familiar ritual of late-night editing wrapped around him like a blanket. It was work, yes, but it was also one of the only things that quieted his own thoughts enough to let sleep eventually creep in from the edges. He connected the recorder to the laptop with a short cable, the plastic click sounding louder than it needed to in the small room. The screen glowed a cooler white than the lamp, making his tired eyes narrow for a second before they adjusted. He copied the file from the device to a folder on his desktop labeled simply Sunport. The audio software opened with a soft chime. He dragged the new file into it, and the program laid the sound out in front of him as a horizontal band of colorless waves, peaks and valleys, dense clusters, and thin stretches. All the noises of the underpass flattened into a line he could scroll along with his finger. He zoomed in. The waveform expanded, its ridges and troughs growing sharper, like a heartbeat seen under magnification. There were thicker parts where the louder sounds lived. The rush of water, a car overhead, the brief clink when he had adjusted the recorder on the concrete. There were thinner parts too, where only the background hiss of air and tiny environmental noises remained. The room itself added its own layer of hush. The air conditioner's steady drone, the distant thump of a television through the wall, the muffled rumble of someone dragging a suitcase down the exterior walkway. Caleb slipped his headphones over his ears, gently enclosing himself in the world inside the waveform. He hit play. The familiar sound of the underpass filled his head. The slow rush of water was clearer now, all the little textures of current and eddy distinct in their own small way. He heard the deeper gurgle from the larger pipe, like a constant throat clearing somewhere out of sight. The occasional, distant crescendo of a vehicle rolling overhead washed through, then faded, and beneath it, that hum. It was not a single note, he noticed, listening more closely. It was several, very close together, forming a softly shifting chord that thickened and thinned as the recording went on. It never quite broke into anything as obvious as a melody, but it also never dissolved entirely into noise. It was the difference between the random clatter of cutlery in a drawer and the low, continuous tone you get if you run your finger around the rim of a glass. It was deliberate somehow, without being organized in any way he knew how to measure. He let it play all the way through once, eyes tracking the cursor as it crawled across the screen. Then he scrolled back to the middle and began again, this time with his hand resting on the mouse, ready to nudge the sound gently without breaking it. He did not use heavy filters. He had learned early on that most people listening to his episodes in the dark did not want clarity as much as they wanted a sense of presence. They wanted to feel like they were there, standing quietly in a place while it breathed around them. Too much processing stripped out the air, so he applied only small adjustments. A little reduction of the high-frequency hiss that did nothing but tire the ear. A slight smoothing of sudden spikes where a truck's passing could jolt a listener half asleep. A gentle lifting of the mid-range where the hum lived, just enough to make its texture more evident without turning it into a lead instrument. As he did this, he noticed something else. There, threaded through the hum and the water, were those clicks he had heard at the site. In the raw recording, they had blended into the overall murmur. Here, with the levels nudged and the unnecessary hiss softened, they became more distinct. He zoomed in again, this time on one of the sections where the waveform showed a tight cluster of small, sharp peaks. He turned the volume down a little to protect his ears and played that brief segment on loop. Click, 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 pause. Click, click, pause. Click, 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 longer pause. He frowned slightly, not in alarm, but in concentration. He dragged a marker across the time scale, measuring the distance between clusters. They were not perfectly even, but they were not entirely random either. Each burst of clicks came, then a space, then another burst, then another space. It was the rhythm of thought, of someone, something, grouping sounds. His mind flicked back to the church patio, to the way Rosa had said their names. Robert, Dana, Eddie. The way her voice had paused between each one, as if placing them gently on a shelf. He opened a small notepad window and typed their names in a column. Robert, Dana, Eddie. He listened again to the clicks. 3, then a pause. 4, then a pause. 5, then a pause. Not precise, not mechanical, but suggestive. He counted quietly to himself as the sounds repeated. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then, beside each name, he wrote the number of letters. Robert, 6, Dana, 4, Eddie, 5. It did not line up perfectly. The clusters were not 6, 4, 5. They were more like 3, 4, 5, and then some variations. Not Morse, not any code he knew. Still, he could not shake the feeling that there was a kind of mirroring happening between the time he and Rosa spent saying those names and the way the drain seemed to organize its tiny percussive noises. He knew all the reasonable explanations: air pockets, variations in flow, small pieces of debris bumping against each other in the current. He had recorded enough pipes and tunnels to recognize how easily the human brain could turn random noise into pattern. It was the same impulse that made people see faces in clouds. And yet, the more he listened, the more those stray clicks felt like fingers drumming on a tabletop in thought, trying to remember the shape of something that did not fit into ordinary language. Not proof, no, but something that brushed the edge of intention. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. The screen blurred for a moment, then came back into focus. The air conditioner hummed on. A car door slammed somewhere outside, followed by a burst of laughter that quickly faded as someone climbed the stairs to their room and shut the door. Caleb scrolled through the recording, marking sections he might use later for the episode. This stretch, where the hum was strongest. That one, where a distant vehicle made a long, smooth sweep above. The quieter segments, where the water's texture took center stage. He labeled them with simple notes: strong hum, traffic over, soft clicks. Time drifted. The glow from the lamp warmed his cheek. His shoulders loosened, the familiar, gentle tiredness of focused listening settling into his muscles. Outside, the night deepened by degrees, the sounds of the parking lot thinning as more rooms went dark. He let the final segment of the recording play through one more time. This part was quieter. Less overhead traffic, more water. The hum lingering like a faint, continuous exhale. His eyes slipped half shut as he listened, not quite asleep, not fully awake, suspended in that peculiar middle place where sounds begin to turn into images on their own. The hum was low and steady now, rising and falling in a way that made his own breathing unconsciously match it. The clicks had grown sparser in this section, scattered like pebbles at the edge of a stream, rather than clustered in the center. At one point, the background hiss dipped slightly, as if the recorder had been cupped by a hand for a moment before being set down again. He remembered kneeling, shifting his weight. His mind drifted. And then, buried under the hum, in a stretch of sound he must have listened to 10 times already without hearing it, something new surfaced. It was not loud. It was not clear. It was a faint, almost human syllable that rose for the briefest fraction of a second above the rest before the water swallowed it again. If he had not been hovering at the edge of sleep, if his mind had not been relaxed enough to wander, he might have missed it entirely. Mar. Just that. Cut off. No second syllable. No repetition. Not crisp enough to be certain it was a voice, but shaped enough that his brain seized on it. His eyes snapped open. He stopped the playback, heart beating a little faster than the sound alone should have justified. For a moment, he sat very still, listening to the real room, the air conditioner, the distant television, the faint creak of plumbing in the wall, as if trying to re-anchor himself. Then he rewound a few seconds and played it again. Water. Hum. A tiny dip in the hiss. And there, like someone trying out the idea of speaking for the first time, that half-formed syllable. Mar. Or maybe not. It could have been a trick of overlapping echoes, a coincidence of pipe and flow, and his own name-filled thoughts reaching for meaning. It could have been nothing. Marion, he thought. Or Mark, or Maria, or someone else entirely. He sat back, pulled the headphones down around his neck, and stared at the ceiling. The lamplight made a pale pool on the plaster, the texture casting small shadows. He was tired enough to know his mind could be filling in blank spaces with familiar sounds, but the unease that settled over him was not sharp. It was more like a cold fingertip traced lightly along the inside of his ribs. If the drains were trying to remember names, he realized, they might not distinguish between the dead and the living. They might be collecting any identity that brushed close enough, holding on to each in the only language they had. The length of a pause, the count of a click, a half-caught syllable carried inside moving water. He closed the laptop gently, letting the screen go dark. The hum of the air conditioner filled the room again, steady and unremarkable. He turned off the lamp, lay back on the bed, and pulled the thin blanket over himself. In the quiet that followed, with only the motel's low, mechanical sounds for company, he could still hear, somewhere at the edge of his hearing, the memory of that soft fragment. Mar. He was no longer sure whether he had heard it in the recording or in himself. But he knew, with a certainty that settled like a stone in his chest, that the city's hidden voice was paying more attention than he had ever imagined. The storage lot sat behind a chain-link fence on the far side of an industrial street, the kind of place most people drove past without really seeing. A row of old city trucks dozed in crooked lines on the cracked asphalt, their once bright logos faded by sun and salt. Some still had orange light bars mounted on top, lenses cloudy, bulbs long dead. Others were missing doors or mirrors, cannibalized for parts over the years. Rust bloomed along their fenders and crept up from their wheel wells like a slow reddish tide. Marian parked near the gate, the gravel crunching softly under her tires. The late afternoon light slanted low, washing everything in a warm, tired glow that made the edges of the trucks a little softer. Beyond the fence, a warehouse wall rose blank and gray, broken only by a row of high windows that reflected the sky. "He said he would meet us here?" Caleb asked, closing his door gently so it did not slam. "He grumbled something that sounded like, 'I'll think about it,'" Marian replied. "For Jean, that is as good as a promise." They waited by the hood of her car. A breeze carried the faint smell of oil, dust, and old rubber. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked once, then settled down. The city felt a little thinner here, farther from the houses and shops, as if some of its surface had been peeled back to reveal the machinery underneath. After a few minutes, a smaller service truck rolled into view around the corner, moving slowly. It eased to a stop near the gate. The driver's door opened with a protesting creak, and Eugene Waller climbed out. He was 71, but like some men who had spent their lives on their feet, he wore the number differently depending on how he moved. When he straightened to his full height, he seemed solid and steady, broad-shouldered under a faded work shirt with the city's emblem half worn off. When he leaned one hand on the truck door, his weight resting on one hip, the years showed more clearly in the stiffness of his knees and the way his breath came a little heavier than it once would have. His hair, cropped short, had gone mostly white, but his eyebrows were still dark, giving him a perpetually skeptical expression. Deep lines bracketed his mouth. His eyes were sharp and oddly kind, the way someone's eyes can be after decades of seeing too much and not flinching away. "Marian," he said. in a voice that carried without being loud. "You still talking people into bad ideas, I see." She smiled, walking forward to greet him. "Hello, Gene. I thought you retired." "I did," he said. "But they keep calling me when the new kids can't figure out which end of the wrench goes on the bolt." He nodded at Caleb, taking in the microphone case and the thoughtful angle of his shoulders. "This him? The radio boy?" "Caleb," she said. "He has a podcast. He records the sounds of cities to help people sleep." Gene snorted softly. "Sleep," he repeated. "That what you expect to find under Sunport these days?" "I am hoping to find understanding," Caleb said calmly, "and to keep your city from being turned into a cheap horror story by someone less careful." That seemed to land just right. Gene's mouth twitched in what might almost have been approval. He walked toward the fence gate, fishing a set of keys from his pocket. The metal ring was large and heavy, crowded with keys of different shapes and sizes, some shiny, some worn, almost smooth. "Whatever is singing down there," he said as he undid the padlock, "let it sing. The pipes do not like being disturbed. They're like old dogs. Kick them too often, and one day they bite back." The gate swung open with a squeal. They stepped inside, the air a little stiller behind the fence. Caleb glanced around, taking in the trucks, the stacks of rusted metal parts, the lengths of pipe and folded barricades leaning against the wall. His recorder picked up the hollow echo of their footsteps on the uneven ground, the distant thud of something dropped inside the warehouse, the faint, constant hum of the city beyond. "You spent a long time down there," Marion said as they walked between two rows of vehicles. It was not a question. 40-some years, Gene replied. "Started when I was 28. They gave me a flashlight, a wrench, and a pair of boots, and told me not to drop my radio in the water. That was the extent of the training. Or," he said it dryly, but there was no bitterness in his voice. If anything, there was a certain affection in the way he remembered the simplicity of those instructions. "I learned quick," he continued, "which tunnels flooded first, which manhole covers liked to stick, where the rats lived, where the kids liked to sneak in and spray their names on the walls. You get to know a city from underneath, in ways the folks up top never do. Every leak, every crack, every bad decision from 50 years ago that is still dripping into today." He stopped near the back of the lot, where a row of smaller utility vehicles sat with flat tires and dusty windshields. The sun caught the edges of his profile, highlighting the curve of his nose, the set of his jaw. "Flood seasons got worse," he said, matter of fact. "When I started, a big storm meant we got our feet wet and had to stay late. Later on, it meant we worked 18 hours straight, wading through water up to our waists, praying the power people had cut all the right lines so we did not get cooked. We patched, we pumped, we cursed, we did it again the next year. The water does not care what the memo said about mitigation." He rubbed his thumb absently over one of the keys on the ring, the metal catching the light. "And there were people down there," he added. "Not just us. People looking for dry ground, for a place to sleep that was not on a police route, for somewhere the rain could not find them. You could tell where they had been by the candles on the ledges, the food wrappers lined up neat, the little drawings on the wall. Some nights I found more evidence of them than of anything the storm had done." He did not say what happened when the storm and the people collided in the same space. He did not have to. The silence after his words said enough. Caleb listened, head slightly bowed, as he often did when someone shared something heavier than the air around them. His recorder hung quietly against his chest, its tiny red light steady. It caught not just the words, but the spaces between them. "So why are you here?" Gene asked, turning his gaze back to Marion. "We all know there's singing in the drains. It's old pipes, flowing water, a crazy city. You do not need a retired man to tell you that." Marion met his eyes. "Because you know the tunnels," she said, "the ones we stopped drawing. The access points that never made it into the shiny new GIS system. I can read plans. You can read the ground. And something about that singing. It is not just pipes." He looked at her for a long moment. There was a flicker of something like weariness in his expression, and something like loyalty as well. Whatever he thought of the city as an employer, he respected it as a creature. He sighed, the sound coming out like a slow leak from a valve. Then he lifted the ring of keys, letting them jangle once before he stilled them again with his hand. "These," he said, "are the old doors. Some of them still fit. Some probably do not. The kids with their tablets know how to pull up a map and see every manhole cover on a screen. What they do not see are the side hatches behind the warehouses, the stairwells that got bricked over on paper, but never quite did in concrete. Those are for people like me." He pointed with one key, a long, dull brass one with its teeth worn shallow. "That one's for an access hatch near the canal bridge. You would not know it was there unless you knew to move the right piece of chain link. This little square thing," he held up another, "that's for a service door behind the old cannery. The cannery's gone now, but the door is still there. And this," he said, touching a heavier, more ornate key, "goes somewhere I have not needed to go in a long time." "Where?" Caleb asked gently. Jean's mouth pressed into a line. "There's a stretch of tunnel," he said slowly, "down by the old freight yard, where the big trunk lines meet. Used to be on my route. I would walk it once a month, make sure nothing was blocking the flow. One night, I was down there alone, tired, cussing about overtime. I said something like, 'You never stop, do you? Always one more leak, one more blockage. Give an old man a break.'" He paused, eyes going somewhere that was not the storage lot. "And then the drains answered," he said. Caleb's fingers tightened slightly on the strap of his recorder. "Answered how?" he asked. Jean shrugged one shoulder, the gesture tight. "Echoes," he said. "That is what I told myself. I spoke, and the sound bounced around the junction, came back warped. But it did not sound like my voice. It sounded like laughter. Not mean, not kind. Just something amused in the dark, like I had told a joke I did not know I was telling." He turned the key over in his fingers, the metal glinting in the low sun. "I finished the inspection. I wrote my report. The next month, I traded routes with someone else and never went back. I told my supervisor it was because the ladder was loose. Maybe that was even true." He slipped the ring of keys back into his pocket, the heavy clink landing softly between them. "So," he said, looking from Marion to Caleb and back, "if you are bound and determined to go walking into the throat of the city, I will show you where to start. But you listen to me when I say we go in careful, and we come out when I say. The pipes do not like being disturbed, and neither does whatever is listening in there with them." The words could have been a warning or a blessing. In the slow, lengthening shadow of the storage lot, with the old trucks standing silent around them like retired guardians, it felt like both. They waited until the bay had drawn its breath all the way back until the tide chart on Marion's kitchen wall showed a neat, low dip at the bottom of its curve. The sky over Sunport was clear that night, a deep, dark blue just shy of black, with a handful of stars managing to push through the haze. The air carried that familiar mix of salt and asphalt and something green from distant lawns. It was not cold exactly, but it had the clean edge of air that had let go of the day's heat. They met near the canal bridge Jean had mentioned in the storage lot, the four of them standing together in a pool of streetlight. Cars passed overhead now and then, their noise distant, almost abstract. Down here, under the leaning shadows of chain-link fence and scrubby trees, it felt like the backside of the city, where Sunport turned away from the postcard view and showed its unpainted walls. Jean led the way along the fence line, his flashlight beam low and steady. He moved more slowly than he once had, but there was a certainty to his steps. He stopped at a section of chain link that looked no different from the rest, then reached down and nudged a loose piece of concrete with the toe of his boot. The slab shifted, revealing a small gap where the fence did not quite meet the ground. "Here," he said, "the hatch is inside." They ducked under one by one. The ground on the other side sloped gently down toward the base of the bridge. Tall weeds brushed their legs. Half buried in the earth and gravel near one of the concrete supports lay an old iron hatch, square, its edges softened by rust. A few faded yellow warning letters still visible on the surface. Marion ran her hand over them, feeling the familiar raised shapes of the words, even if the paint was gone. She had signed off on the inspection reports for this access point years ago, long after she had last seen it. On paper, it was an ordinary entrance to an ordinary inspection corridor. On the ground, it looked like the lid of something that would prefer to stay closed. Low tide, Jean reminded them, as if speaking to himself as much as to the others. No storms on the radar. If anything starts to sound wrong, we go back up. No arguing. Rosa nodded, her expression calm but serious. Caleb adjusted the small recorder clipped to his chest, then flicked it on. The tiny red light glowed beside his collarbone. Marion took a slow breath and let it out again. She could feel the old tension in her shoulders, the muscle memory of years of stepping into spaces most residents never thought about. "All right," she said quietly. "Let us go." Jean slipped a long, worn key from his pocket and worked it into the hatch's corroded lock. It protested, then gave with a dull, reluctant clunk. Together, he and Caleb gripped the recessed handles and lifted. The hatch rose with a scraping sound, flakes of rust crumbling away from its underside. Cool air breathed up from the dark opening beneath, carrying the smell of damp concrete, faint rot, and something mineral and old. A metal ladder descended into the darkness, its rungs slick with a thin film of moisture. The hole was just wide enough for one person at a time. "I will go first," Jean said. "Then Caleb, so he can catch the sound from the start. Marion after him. Rosa, you bring up the rear. Don't rush the steps. They are honest, but they are not young." They agreed without protest. One by one, they switched on their headlamps. Narrow cones of light sprang into being, cutting short tunnels through the dark, catching spider webs that glowed briefly like delicate strings before the brightness moved on. Jean swung onto the ladder and began to climb down, his boots clanging softly against the rungs. Caleb followed, his recorder already capturing the sharp, enclosed echoes of their descent. metal on metal, the faint creak of old bolts, the hollow quality of their breaths in the tight shaft. Marian went after him, feeling the cool air wrap around her like a damp shawl as she left the night behind. The light from above shrank into a pale square, then vanished when Rosa pulled the hatch closed and sealed them in. The smells grew stronger as they went lower. Wet concrete, a hint of stagnant water, the sour tang of something organic that had been here long enough to lose its sharpness. At the bottom, the ladder ended in a small square landing, a concrete tunnel stretched away in two directions, just high enough for them to stand upright, just wide enough for two people to pass if they turned sideways. The walls were lined with old, smooth concrete, beaded with moisture that caught their headlamp beams in tiny glints. Spider webs strung themselves between conduit lines and the corners where wall met ceiling. The floor was mostly dry, with a thin film of dust and the occasional darker track where water had recently passed. "This is a feeder corridor," Marian said softly, her engineer's voice emerging in spite of the strangeness. "It runs parallel to the main storm line. Workers use it to reach valves and junctions without having to stand in the flow." "Nice of them to leave the welcome mat," Jean muttered, nodding at a small pile of debris in one corner, an old plastic bottle, a scrap of cardboard, something that might once have been a glove. They set off in the direction Jean indicated, their footsteps muted on the concrete. The sound of the city above was already diminished, a faint, softened rumble, more felt than heard. Instead, the space around them filled with its own music. The whisper of moving air in the passage, the occasional drip of water from overhead, the distant, hollow gurgle of something larger and more forceful somewhere ahead. Caleb kept his recorder running, his hands free at his sides. The little device drank in everything: their soft breathing, the scuff of their soles, the way Rosa's quiet murmurs of prayer threaded under her breath like another kind of hum. As they walked, they passed markings on the walls, faded paint lines indicating pipe diameters, directional arrows pointing toward valves, sets of hash marks at different heights. "Flood memories," Marian said, touching one of the marks lightly with her fingers. Someone recorded how high the water got here during certain storms. "See? This one might be from the big hurricane 10 years ago. This shorter one is probably from that unnamed tropical storm that parked over us for 3 days. You can almost read the history of bad weather if you know how tall you are." Rosa stood beside her for a moment, measuring the lines against her own shoulder. "The water almost took my car during that one," she murmured. "I was parked on higher ground than this. I cannot imagine it down here." "It is not pleasant," Jean said. "You learn quickly how long you are willing to stay when the marks from old storms are at your chin." They turned a corner, and the corridor opened briefly into a wider section where two smaller tunnels branched off. One was dry, a narrow pipe barely large enough for a child to crawl through. The other had a slow trickle of water flowing along its bottom, the faint sound of it amplified by the roundness of the space. "The storm water system is like a tree," Caleb said quietly, half narrating to himself. "Big trunk lines, smaller branches, tiny twigs, all carrying the same thing in different amounts. And roots," Marian added. She pointed to a place where a thin, pale tendril had forced its way through a hairline crack in the wall. "Always roots, looking for whatever they can find." The deeper they went, the more the noises from above fell away. No car horns, no passing conversations, no distant sirens. Instead, the sounds below grew richer. The faint gurgle they had heard at the start, swelled gradually into a more constant presence, a low, continuous rushing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, vibrating in the soles of their feet as well as in their ears. "This area should be mostly dry, outside of storms," Marion said after a while, her brow furrowing slightly behind the band of her headlamp. "The main line is lower. We should be hearing isolated flows, not this." "It has been a strange season," Jean replied. "Tides do what they want, and some of these channels are old. They shift. They leak. The bay finds its own ways in. Still, there was something about the consistency of the distant roar that did not quite sit right. It did not pulse with the rhythm of waves or match the pattern of a known pump. It was like standing in a building with someone singing behind a closed door on another floor, the sound smoothed out by walls, but steady in intent. Caleb's chest rose and fell a little faster. Awe and anxiety walked side by side inside him, close enough that he could not always distinguish one from the other. He had recorded inside train yards and next to collapsing cliffs of ice, on highway overpasses, and in empty warehouses at 3 a.m. He had felt the adrenaline spike that comes from being somewhere most people never see. This was different. The strangeness here was quieter. It did not jump or roar. It waited. Rosa's whispered prayers had softened into something more, like a humming of her own. Wordless, a gentle thread of sound she seemed to be offering to the space as a kind of introduction. Jean grumbled now and then about low ceilings and budget cuts, but even his grumbling had a respectful edge, the way someone might complain about a stubborn elder they cared about. Marion moved a little more slowly than she would have years ago, but her steps were steady. Every so often, she would pause and tilt her head, as if listening with a part of herself that was not entirely located in her ears. After what felt like both a long time and no time at all, the corridor spilled them into a larger chamber. Their headlamps swung out, revealing curved walls that arched overhead, forming a round, echoing space where several tunnels met. The floor here sloped gently toward a central channel, and in that channel, water ran, deeper and more forceful, its surface catching their light in restless flashes. "This is a junction," Marion said softly. "The main trunk line runs through there." She nodded at the largest tunnel, its opening a dark, round mouth. "The others feed into it. It is like a throat." The distant roaring they had been following was louder here, filling the chamber with a complex, layered sound. For a moment, Caleb thought he could hear the same hum he had captured at the underpass, hidden under the rush, preparing to unfurl. Then, without warning, the noise changed. It was not that the water stopped. He could still see it moving, still see the ripples and eddies, but the way the sound reached them altered in an instant. The low roar thinned, as if someone had turned down a knob he could not see. The subtle harmonics he had been tracking vanished. The hum dropped away, like a radio station lost between frequencies. An immense, sudden quiet settled over the chamber. The water's movement became a muted, almost polite murmur. Their own breathing sounded too loud. A drop of moisture falling from the ceiling into the channel made a sharp, distinct plink that seemed to hang in the air. It felt, for a long heartbeat, as though the entire underground system had taken in a breath and was holding it. As if the city itself had paused its endless automatic work to listen, just for a moment, to the 4 small figures who had come walking into its throat with lights on their heads and stories in their pockets. For a long moment, they stood in that strange, padded quiet, headlamps cutting pale arcs across curved concrete and moving water that seemed to have lost its voice. It was Rosa who broke the spell, not with words, but with a small gesture. She reached over and lightly touched Marion's sleeve, tilting her chin toward one of the side tunnels that opened off the junction. "Look," she murmured. The walls there did not match the others. Where most of the chamber was dull gray, stained by old floods and lined with the faint scars of repairs, the mouth of that tunnel was sheathed in something that caught their light in a different way. A pale film clung to the curve of the arch, covering it from shoulder height up to the ceiling, as if someone had draped a translucent curtain across the stone and then melted it into place. At first, Caleb thought it was just an unusually thick patch of mineral deposits, the kind of white crust that sometimes formed where water seeped through concrete for years. But when he stepped closer and raised his headlamp a little, the surface answered with a soft, internal glow. Not light of its own exactly, but a shimmer, the way jellyfish can look as if they are holding the sea's reflection inside their skin. It was not uniform. In some places, it thinned to nearly nothing, letting the gray concrete show through in faint, shadowy outlines. In others, it thickened into folds, layers upon layers of tissue-like material that overlapped like delicate, colorless petals. Tiny drops of moisture were caught within it, suspended in its substance rather than resting on top, each bead gathering their lamplight and spreading it in small, blurred halos. "Is that mold?" Rosa asked quietly. "Maybe," Marion said. Her voice had taken on the clipped, careful tone she used when she was trying to be precise around something that did not want to be defined. There are all kinds of microbial communities that grow in damp, nutrient-poor environments, biofilms, mats of bacteria and fungi, sometimes layered with minerals. They can make patterns, colors, slimes. "This is prettier than slime," Caleb said, the softness in his voice half wonder, half unease. Jean moved closer, the toe of his boot scraping lightly on the floor. "It was not like this when I was down here last," he said. "We had some streaks, a little moss where sunlight leaked in near-surface inlets, but nothing like this curtain business." He turned slightly, and the edge of his jacket brushed the coated wall. They all heard it. A faint, almost musical vibration, just a breath of sound, like the tiniest pluck on a glass harp. It shimmered in the air and then melted back into the silence, leaving their ears reaching for more. Jean froze, then slowly stepped back. He looked at his sleeve, as if expecting to see something clinging there, but the fabric was clean, just darkened slightly where it had picked up moisture. Caleb's eyes were wide. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, though he knew perfectly well that they had. His recorder, still clipped to his chest, blinked its steady red light, faithfully catching every second. "Biofilms do not usually sing when you touch them," he added, attempting a half-smile that did not quite land. Marion, however, looked intrigued. "Well," she said, leaning in without making contact. "They can respond. Some microbial mats form complex structures that let water move through them in specific ways. If this layer is thin in some places and thicker in others, and the water inside it shifts when it is disturbed, it might vibrate like a membrane." "Like a drumhead," Caleb said. "Like a drumhead," she agreed. "Or a string. A plucked line of jelly." Rosa hugged her arms around herself. Not tightly, but enough to show the pull between fascination and discomfort. "It looks," she said slowly, "like the city grew a curtain for its secrets, as if it wanted a place where it could listen without being seen." That image settled over them with a quiet weight. The idea of the city as a living body had been metaphor until now, a way for Marion to explain pipes and culverts and channels. Here, in front of this pale, shimmering skin, the metaphor felt less like a story and more like a diagnosis. "Do we go through?" Caleb asked. "We came here to listen," Marion said. "If this is where the listening happens, then yes." Carefully, Gene made a low sound in his throat that could have been a sigh or a chuckle. "I am too old to argue with three people at once," he muttered. "Just mind your footing." They moved toward the tunnel, the four beams of their headlamps converging and then stretching along the veiled passage. The pale film did not cover the floor. It began a foot or so above it, leaving the lower walls and the walking surface bare. The air beyond the junction felt subtly different too. Not thinner, but denser, as if carrying more moisture and something else they could not name. They stepped under the first arch of the veil. As they passed beneath it, none of them touched the surface directly, but the movement of air around their bodies was enough to stir it. The film rippled in slow waves, each tiny motion setting off a faint, chiming resonance that traveled along the tunnel like the echo of a bell that had never been struck. The temperature dropped a degree or two, not enough to make them shiver, but enough for their skin to notice. Caleb's breath puffed a little more visibly in the beams of their lamps, a thin mist in front of his face. Rosa reached up and adjusted the scarf at her neck. Gene rubbed his thumb once along the handle of his flashlight, a small grounding gesture. The humming returned. It did not come all at once. It rose gradually from the walls and the floor and the unseen spaces beyond, threading itself into the air around them. This time, it was higher, clearer, less buried under the roar of water. It sounded almost like a choir warming up, each voice testing its range in a narrow band of notes, searching for a place to settle. Caleb became acutely aware of the recorder at his chest. He resisted the urge to adjust it, not wanting to make any extra noise. Part of him wanted to speak into the microphone, to describe what he was hearing in real time. Another part felt that words, even soft ones, would be an intrusion here, like talking loudly in a chapel. They walked slowly. The veil thickened along portions of the tunnel, dropping in soft arches from the ceiling that they had to duck under, translucent doorways leading from one section of the passage to the next. In some spots, it flared out along the walls in delicate fronds, reaching toward them without quite touching. In others, it receded into the cracks and seams of the concrete, as if withdrawing shyly. Each time they passed beneath one of those hanging folds, the sound changed. A slightly different balance of notes, a new, subtle thread woven into the hum. Marion began to get the impression that they were moving through layers of a single, enormous instrument, each arch tuned to a slightly different mood. "It's like walking through the throat of a violin," she murmured, half to herself. "Or a lung," Rosa whispered. "Inhale, exhale." Gene said nothing, but his eyes moved constantly, up at the ceiling, down at their footing, sideways at the shifting curtain. The skepticism he had worn in the storage lot had not exactly vanished, but it now traveled alongside something older and quieter. Respect? Maybe. Or a recognition he could not yet put into familiar terms. The hum thickened again. coalescing around them in a way that made Caleb's skin prickle. It was not unpleasant. It felt, if anything, like being held very gently by a hand the size of the city. He realized with a start that his own heartbeat had slowed, matching the rise and fall of the sound without his conscious consent. Marion, who had been walking with her eyes half on the wall and half on the remembered diagrams in her head, found a snippet of old memory rising to her lips. A phrase from a blueprint note she had written years ago, when this section of tunnel had been nothing but lines and numbers on paper. "Legacy void," she said under her breath, barely louder than the hum itself. Estimated volume, no filling material recorded. She had not meant to speak it fully. It was just the automatic recitation of a familiar note, the way a person might hum a bar of an old song when they saw a place they used to live. The effect on the sound around them was immediate, though not dramatic. The hum did not swell or crash. It did not turn into a clear voice. Instead, it shifted its pitch by a small, precise interval, like a chord being adjusted to meet a new note. The rhythm, which had been steady and slow, hiccuped once, and then resumed with a slightly different emphasis, as if a drummer had acknowledged a cue. Caleb felt the change in his chest before he fully registered it in his ears. Rosa's head lifted. Jean's hand tightened on his flashlight. "Did you hear that?" Caleb whispered. "I felt it," Rosa answered. Marion stood very still, her lamp fixed on a section of veil where the film had thickened into overlapping, translucent folds. The tiny droplets inside it trembled, not from any breeze she could sense, but from something within the substance itself. It recognized the phrase, she said, the realization landing with a kind of quiet awe. Something down here knows the difference between silence and the language we used when we were pretending this was just empty space. The hum went on, calm and steady, as if it had simply adjusted to include her words in its ongoing song. For the first time, none of them could say with certainty that they were the only ones listening. The tunnel widened, almost without them noticing at first. The walls eased back, the ceiling lifting so that their headlamps no longer bounced immediately off close concrete but climbed higher, chasing shadows into a curve they could not quite reach. Their footsteps changed sound too. Instead of the close, muffled thud of boots in a narrow passage, there was a slightly longer echo now, a tiny stretch of time between impact and reply. It was the kind of shift that the body feels before the mind fully explains it. Then they stepped out into the chamber. Several large tunnels met here, opening into a shared space like spokes feeding into the center of a wheel. The ceiling rose up into a dome, its surface stained by centuries of mineral deposits. Where the beams of their headlamps reached, they saw irregular veins and streaks in white and pale brown, twisting like rivers frozen in mid-turn, or like the thin lines on an old palm that someone had once read and then forgotten. In the high corners, where the light only brushed, the pale veil clung in soft drifts, pulsing almost imperceptibly with every distant rush of water that vibrated through the structure. The main channel cut through the middle of the chamber, a wide, dark river of storm water moving with steady intent toward the bay. Tonight, with the tide low and the weather dry, its surface lay several feet below a clearly marked waterline, a dark band around the walls where past floods had kissed and receded. Ledges and shelves of concrete jutted out above that line, built as maintenance walkways or structural supports. It was on those ledges that they saw the bones. At first, Caleb did not register what he was looking at. His mind cataloged pale shapes in the light and filed them as debris, driftwood, old pipes, chunks of something washed down from a construction site. Then the angles resolved themselves into more familiar geometry: rounded knobs, long shafts, curved arcs. Human. His brain supplied quietly. Human bones. He froze without meaning to. The recorder on his chest kept rolling. There was no fresh gore, no stains, no clumps of hair or cloth clinging to anything. The bones were clean and bare, their surfaces smoothed by water and time to a soft, matte pale that seemed almost gentle. They did not lie in heaps or chaotic piles. They were arranged. Along one ledge, a series of long bones, femurs, tibias, humeri, had been laid side by side, each parallel to its neighbor, their rounded ends alternating in direction like the teeth of a zipper. On another, smaller bones had been set in tight circles, each ring nested within a larger one, like ripples caught and frozen in stone. In a crack that ran from floor to ceiling, a string of vertebrae had been threaded, each little segment tucked snugly into the fissure so that they climbed the wall like beads on an invisible wire. Rosa's breath caught in her throat. It sounded more like the beginning of a sob than a gasp, though no tears fell yet. Gene swore under his breath, the word too soft to bounce far, and lifted his flashlight higher, his face tightening. Caleb's hands jerked upward instinctively, as if to cover his mouth, but he stopped them halfway and instead clamped them gently over the recorder, steadying it against his chest. The little red light blinked on, unfazed, while his heart pounded behind it. Marion stood very still, her gaze moving slowly from one arrangement to the next. Any fear that rose in her was threaded through with something else, a professional recognition, the way an architect might feel upon walking into a room whose structure made a certain kind of sense. "These are not random," she said quietly. Something, took time. It was true. The more they looked, the more the intentionality of the patterns asserted itself. One ledge held long bones laid out in branching lines, diverging and rejoining, like the schematic of a river system. Another had small phalanges and metacarpals arranged in arcs that looped back on themselves, echoing the shape of the tunnels overhead. In one corner, a series of ribs had been set upright along a curve in the wall, their arching shapes mirroring the chamber's dome on a smaller scale, like a model within a model. "It is like someone was sketching with what they had," Caleb murmured, half to the recorder, half to the room, using bones instead of ink. Rosa took a small, careful step closer to one of the circles. She did not reach out. Her hands stayed at her sides, fingers curling lightly as if resisting the urge to touch. "It looks like they were put away," she said. "Not thrown, not dropped. Put where they would not be swept away." "An archive," Marion said. The word came to her before she could soften it into something less stark. "Or a map." She raised her light, tracing the line of a branching pattern on the far ledge. "See here," she said. "This?" She pointed with a small motion of her chin. "Long bones in a main line, then smaller ones feeding in at angles. It looks like a flow diagram, like the drawings we use to show how water moves through the system. Inlets, junctions, outfalls." Rosa followed her gaze. "So whoever did this," she said slowly, "was thinking in connections, in currents." "Thinking like the system," Marion agreed, "or thinking with it." The veil in the high corners pulsed faintly as a distant surge of water moved through the main trunk line. The humming that had accompanied them through the veiled tunnel had softened here, mingling with the sound of the moving channel below. It was as if the chamber itself was humming under its breath, not loudly enough to claim their attention, but enough to be felt along the edges of their awareness. The emotional weight in the room was not the bright, sharp terror a person might feel at stumbling upon a fresh scene of violence. It was heavier, slower, the way one might feel upon entering an old cemetery to find the headstones rearranged into a pattern that made sense only if you stepped far enough back. Horror was there, yes, in the undeniable fact of human remains placed underground by something other than official hands. But over it lay a strange, solemn respect. These people, Rosa whispered, her voice catching on the last word, they were not given graves. No markers, no services, just weather and forgetting. She looked at the nearest circle of small bones, her eyes softening. Someone, something, would not let them scatter. Gene shifted his weight, his boots scraping quietly on the concrete. We have had washouts, he said, almost defensively. Caskets from old flood days, bones from old burial grounds, all washed into the system. We told ourselves it was all old history, not our doing. No one is saying it is your doing, Marion replied gently. We all worked in the same city. We all stepped over the same cracks. This is something else. Caleb felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool air. His gaze snagged on one particular section of the nearest ledge, where a spiral had been laid out. It began with a rib at the center, then another curved bone laid next to it at a slightly different angle, then another and another, feathering outward in a careful curve. Between the ribs, someone or something had placed smaller bones, phalanges perhaps, or tiny chips of something once larger, filling the gaps with painstaking patience. He found himself counting them before he fully realized what he was doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. His eyes moved along the spiral, following its path toward the outer edge. Each bone seemed to have been chosen not just for its size, but for its shape, the way it fit snugly against its neighbors, completing the curve without crowding it. He counted again, this time more deliberately. He had done enough editing to know how easily the human mind could miscount when distracted. At last he looked away, swallowing against the dryness in his throat. Rosa, he said softly, how many people have you mentioned to us by name? She frowned slightly, thinking. Since you arrived? She asked. Robert, Dana, Eddie. She hesitated. I have thought of others, but I did not say their names aloud. Just those 3. Caleb nodded once. He did not tell her yet what he had just tallied, but he could not keep the knowledge from settling in his bones like a weight. In that spiral, meticulously laid out on the ledge, there were exactly 3 ribs at its core, and radiating between them, a scattering of smaller bones grouped in 3 neat clusters, each cluster distinct yet part of the whole. Not proof? No, not evidence that would stand in any court. But the echo between her spoken names and this quiet, bone-drawn shape felt too precise to ignore. The chamber did not react in any obvious way. The water kept moving. The veil clung to the dome, yet for a moment, all 4 of them had the same odd sensation, that they were standing inside a place that remembered, in its own silent language, the count of how many lives had been spoken aloud in its presence. Rosa moved toward the nearest circle of bones, as if approaching an altar she had not known existed until this moment. Her steps were careful, not because she feared a trap, but because it felt wrong to disturb the air too quickly around so much quiet. The circle lay on a broad ledge just above the high water mark. each bone set with a kind of rough precision. In the center, a small cluster of ribs curved toward each other, like fingers forming a loose cup. Around them, smaller bones filled the spaces, radiating outward in a spiral that seemed to keep turning, even though it had clearly been finished a long time ago. She stopped an arm's length away and let her hands hang open at her sides, palms slightly forward. For a few heartbeats, she simply breathed, letting the weight of the chamber settle into her chest. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, somewhere between a prayer and a conversation with someone sitting across the table from her. "Thank you," she said first, and the words were so unexpected that even Marion glanced at her in surprise. "Whoever you are, whatever you are, thank you for not leaving them in the mud." Her head lowered slightly. "Robert," she said. The name fell into the space like a small stone into deep water. "You shared your sandwiches with cats and shouted at the rain like it owed you something. You made everyone laugh when they did not think they could." The hum that had been lurking at the edges of their awareness seemed to thicken, just a little. It was not louder in the way an engine grows louder. It was richer, a faint second layer of harmony rising to sit above the original tone, like a single added note in a chord. "Dana," Rosa continued, "with your notebook and your poems, you would not show me. I hope you got to read them somewhere dry. I hope someone heard at least one." Another subtle shift in the sound. It lifted and fell with her voice, not matching it exactly, but answering, the way a choir might swell when a soloist leans into a line. "Eddie," she said, "always cleaning up after other people, always disappearing into the corner of the room. I hope, wherever you are, you found a bed where nobody can ask you to move along." She paused, her lips pressing together. The bones did not glow or rattle or leap. They simply lay where they had been placed, pale and patient. Yet the air around them felt different now, tuned in some hard-to-name way to the cadence of her naming. "There were more," she went on, voice softening further. "I did not speak all their names when we sat outside the church, not because they mattered less, but because my tongue gets tired before my heart does. You know how it is." She glanced around the chamber, addressing not only the bones but the walls, the water, the veil. "Maybe you remember them anyway." The hum deepened, layered now with a faint, almost bell-like overtone that seemed to ring just above their hearing. It was not frightening. If anything, it felt attentive, as if the space itself had leaned in a little. Behind her, Marion watched, her hand unconsciously curling around the strap of her bag. Beneath the practical layers of her training, something in her felt like it was being squeezed slowly, in a way that was not cruel, but was utterly uncompromising. She remembered a set of floodplain maps spread out on a table in a windowless room, colored zones indicating depths of water under various storm scenarios. A city manager tapping one area with a pen, asking calmly what the likely property damage would be. A conversation about insurance, about acceptable losses. The words had seemed necessary then, the only way to translate risk into terms that could be budgeted. She had told herself, as many did, that math was neutral, that water did not know the price of a house or the value of a life, that all she could do was point and say, "Here is where it will go first if we do nothing." But the people who lived in the bluest of those zones had not all had the same options as the ones in the higher, drier neighborhoods. Some stayed because there was nowhere else to go. Some ended up under underpasses like West Harbor, building small communities at the edge of the city's patience. When storms came, the floodwaters had not asked whose name was on a deed or a lease. They had simply risen. She had never chosen who would drown. She had never signed a paper that said, this person or that person should be forgotten. Yet she had participated in a system that translated human lives into shaded cells in a spreadsheet, into lines on a chart. That thought, here among these careful arrangements, pressed against her ribs from the inside. She stepped a little closer to another pattern, a line of long bones branching like a small river delta, and knelt slowly, her joints protesting the movement. The air was cool against her face. She felt the faint vibration of the hum under her palms as she steadied herself on the ledge. "I am sorry," she said, at first so quietly that only she and the bones could hear. Then more firmly, "I am sorry." She did not try to untangle the apology into categories. Sorry for which decision, which meeting, which memo. It was all knotted together. The time she had argued for more funding and lost. The time she had accepted that a certain level of suffering was simply how things were. The time she had gone home after long days and made tea and listened to the wind, telling herself she had done enough. "I wrote notes on maps," she whispered. "I circled blocks and drew lines and said, 'Here, we must watch this.' But I did not write your names. I did not know them. I thought that meant I could not be held responsible for what the water did next. I see now that ignorance is just a quieter kind of choice." The hum around her shifted again, a small, resonant tremor that seemed to pass through the bones themselves. It was not judgment exactly. If anything, it felt like a kind of acknowledgement, like the weight that settles on a closed book when someone finally remembers it is there. Caleb stood a few paces back, letting his recorder hover at the edge of everything. He kept his voice low, more a murmur for his future listeners than a commentary for the others. "We are standing," he said softly, "in an archive the city never intended to build. These bones were not placed here by any official hand. There is no index, no engraved plaque. Yet someone, or something, has taken what the streets washed away and arranged it with a care most of us reserve for our living rooms. Patterns that echo the very maps the engineers drew. Lines that remember how water moves. Circles that hold the idea of a name, even when no one above ground speaks it." His words did not dramatize what they were seeing. If anything, they smoothed it, offering listeners a way to sit with the image without flinching too sharply. "Out in the world," he continued, "we know scavengers, vultures, crabs, fungi, bacteria, the small, hungry workers that take what is left behind and turn it back into something the earth can use. They do not do it out of kindness. They do it because that is their role in the cycle. Without them, we would drown in our own leavings. Here, under Sunport, it seems that role has evolved, or twisted, or woken up. The system that was supposed to carry only water and waste has become a place where human remains are not just consumed, but curated." As he spoke, Marian lowered her head, feeling the words move through her, connecting the practical world she had inhabited with the layered, unsettling one she stood in now. Rosa closed her eyes, lips moving silently, adding her own quiet amen to whatever this was. Jean shifted his stance, the light from his headlamp sliding over a long line of bones, laid like a sentence he could not quite read. His expression had softened from suspicion to something closer to sorrow, edged with respect. While Marian knelt, her apology still hanging in the cool air, a small sound reached them. A soft clink, like porcelain being set gently against porcelain. Her head lifted. The others turned toward the source instinctively, though they had not been watching any one pattern closely enough to be sure where the noise came from. On the ledge in front of her, in the branching river of long bones, one of the smaller pieces, a loose chip of something once larger, had shifted. It was subtle, a matter of a few degrees. It had not leapt or rolled. It had simply pivoted, aligning more snugly with the curve of the others, closing a tiny gap that none of them had noticed until it was gone. No hand had reached out. No visible agent had touched it. Yet there it was, a small adjustment, as if some unseen curator had taken note of her words, and in response, made the arrangement just a little more complete. For a while after the small bones shifted, no one said anything. The hum filled the silence in their throats, pressing gently against the insides of their ears. It had taken on a new depth since Rose's naming and Marian's apology, as if the chamber had added those moments to its own long memory and was now humming slightly differently to account for them. Jean was the first to break the stillness. He cleared his throat, the sound oddly sharp against the softened acoustics of the room. "All right," he said, his voice pitched low but firm. "We have seen enough." Caleb turned toward him, the headlamp on his forehead briefly casting Jean's lined face into stark relief before he dipped it down again out of respect for everyone's eyes. "Enough?" he echoed, a little more breathless than he meant to sound. "We just found this." His hand gestured vaguely at the patterns, the veil, the whole unsettling arrangement. "We do not even know how deep it goes." "We know it goes deeper than we can walk in one night," Jean replied. "And we know the Bay does not care about your curiosity. Tide is a thing that does not negotiate." Rose's eyes were still on the nearest circle of bones. There were other names on her tongue, people she had not spoken of yet. They crowded at the back of her throat, wanting out. But when she opened her mouth, no sound came. Her voice, which had carried those earlier names with such steadiness, now trembled before the vibrations of the chamber's hum. "I want," she began, then stopped, swallowing. "There are more," she said instead, as if explaining her own hesitation. "So many more. It feels wrong to leave without finishing." "There is no finishing this," Marian said gently. "Not tonight." Caleb's hand drifted instinctively toward the recorder at his chest. "If we leave now," he said, "we might lose, whatever this is. There is a tone here I have never heard anywhere else. The way it responds to your words, to the phrase on your blueprint." He looked at Marian, then back at the patterns. "If we can capture more of it, carefully, we might help people understand that this is not just a horror story, that there is something caring in its own way." Jean shook his head. "You will not help anyone if you get swept to the Bay," he said. "You cannot argue with water because you want a better ending." As they spoke, the hum began to change again. It was subtle at first, like a shift in the weight of air before a storm. The pitch lowered by a shade, spreading out in a broader band of sound that seemed to resonate in the low parts of their bodies rather than in their ears. The rhythm, which had been gentle and even, developed a heavier pulse, slow and deliberate, like the thud of a large pump turning over somewhere down the line. Caleb felt the change as a faint pressure behind his breastbone. Rosa felt it in her stomach. Marion felt it in her knees, where old injuries remembered the strain of wading through water that did not want to move. Jean, who had spent half a lifetime predicting bad moments by the sound of unseen flows, felt it in the back of his neck. "Listen," he said sharply, "that is not for us." The pale veil high on the dome and along the upper curves of the walls reacted also. At the edges, where it thinned into delicate fringes, the color shifted a shade darker, not enough to become ominous, but enough to mark a difference. Tiny beads of moisture within the film trembled and then began to merge, forming larger droplets that slowly crept down toward the floor, leaving faint, glistening trails behind. Marion's eyes narrowed. She ran through the tide chart in her head, the numbers she had checked so carefully before they came down. Low tide an hour ago. Slacken now. The bay would be beginning to turn, the water feeling its way back up the channels, gently at first, then with more insistence. "The main line is about to start filling," she said, more to herself than to the others. "We are close enough to the junction that we will feel it even if it does not crest this high." As if in answer, a distant roar swelled briefly through one of the larger tunnel mouths. A low, steady surge, not yet fast, but confident in its direction. The hum folded that new noise into itself. It now carried, underneath its lingering harmonies, a series of slow, rhythmic throbs that matched the intervals between the far-off surges. The whole chamber seemed to take on the character of a throat preparing to swallow. Air pressure changed almost imperceptibly with each pulse, like a giant, unseen lung testing the range of its movement. Caleb glanced toward the main channel, gauging the height between the current waterline and the marks on the wall. There was room yet, but not as much as he would have liked. "We should go," Marion said finally. The decision cost her something. He could hear it in the way her voice did not quite settle into certainty. "We need to be back in the narrower corridors before the flow increases." Rosa's gaze flicked between the bones and the path they had taken in. "If we leave," she whispered, "no one else will come. They will stay here with only this thing to remember them." "Remember, maybe that is better," Jean said, his tone softer now. "Better than tourists with flashlights and phones. Better than kids daring each other to steal a souvenir. This place feels tended. I am not sure we can improve on that." The hum responded to his words with another slow, deep throb. It did not sound irritated. It sounded, if anything, impatient on their behalf. Caleb wrestled with himself. Every instinct that had brought him to this work wanted to keep the recorder running, to linger a little longer, to listen for one more shift in the tone. But the older, quieter voice that had kept him alive in rail yards and on icy cliffs began to speak up now, pointing out how the edges of the ledges would be the first to become slick, how the gently sloped floor would not feel so gentle when covered by water moving faster than his legs could manage. He nodded slowly. "All right," he said. "We go. We have enough for tonight. We will find ways to tell this without taking all of it." Rosa took a last, long look at the circle in front of her. "I will come back," she said, the promise more to herself and the bones than to the others. "Even if it is only to stand above you and say your names where the rain can hear." They began to move toward the tunnel they had entered through, their headlamps swinging back toward the veiled passage. The hum continued its heavy, measured beating, like a very large heart counting down to some private threshold. As Caleb turned, the recorder still pressed against his chest. A new sound brushed the edge of his hearing. It was so soft that he almost dismissed it as imagination, the mind's habit of pulling familiar shapes from chaos. But it came again, threaded into a brief gap between the deeper pulses, a fragile, breathy strand of something that carried intention. "Stay." He stopped, head tilting slightly, his body freezing even as the others took another step. The hum rolled over them again, but the syllable lingered in his memory, not crisp, not fully formed, like a word spoken by someone whose mouth had never quite gotten used to shaping individual sounds. "Stay, stay." He could not tell if it came once, and his mind repeated it, or if it whispered twice, 3 times, layered in the resonance. 4 simple sounds, stretched out, blurred by water and stone. Stay, stay, stay. His throat tightened. He did not know if the word was meant for them or for the bones, if it was a plea or an echo, if the chamber was trying to speak, or if he was finally hearing what his exhausted brain had been primed to expect after nights listening for voices in the noise. "Caleb?" Marion asked, noticing his hesitation. He tore his eyes away from the dark curve of the chamber and forced his feet to move again. "I thought I heard." He shook his head, choosing care over drama. "It is nothing we can test," he said. "Nothing we can say for sure. Let us get above the waterline first." They stepped back under the first arch of the veil. The film shivered at their passing, releasing a last, faint, harmonic sigh into the chamber. The rhythmic throbs of the hum followed them like a slowly receding drumbeat. Whether the whispered word had come from the depths of the system or from some tender, frightened place inside themselves, none of them could say. All they knew was that the city's hidden voice had grown heavy, and that it was time, for now, to answer it not with obedience, but with retreat. They retraced their steps as best they could, the beam of Jean's flashlight and the pale arcs from their headlamps swinging back toward the veiled tunnel they had used to enter. The chamber behind them hummed and pulsed, the sound now muffled by distance and the narrowing of the passage. Ahead, the tunnel seemed the same as before, worn concrete, curving walls, the faint sheen of moisture. But the floor beneath their boots had changed. At first, it was only a thin gleam along the lowest part of the passage, a film of water that had not been there on their way in. Their soles made a soft, slick sound instead of a dry scuff. With each step, the sensation grew more noticeable. The water clung to their boot treads, rose over the shallow imperfections in the floor, began to join in small, shining threads that moved with purpose toward the deeper channels. "We have to pick up the pace," Marion said quietly. "The main line is filling faster than I hoped." Jean grunted in agreement. "I told you," he said, though without much bite. "Tides have a mind of their own." They moved more quickly, but not so fast that they risked slipping. The tunnel's slight downward slope worked against them now, drawing the water toward them from the junction they'd left behind. It gathered in dips where the concrete had settled, pooled briefly, then spilled over, forming small streams that ran along the center of the passage. The soundscape shifted as the water mounted its slow campaign. The soft hum of air in the corridor thickened with the hiss of shallow flow. Where the trickles met tiny imperfections in the floor, they made delicate, tinkling noises, like someone running their fingers lightly over a row of mismatched glasses. Now and then, A louder splash announced a small cascade over a crack they could not see. They rounded a bend, and the change became more dramatic. A narrow fissure in the wall, little more than a dark line when they had passed it earlier, now spilled a steady stream into the tunnel. The water fanned out across the floor, swift and clear in the middle, shallow at the edges, turning the passage into a low, rushing canal that reached almost to the toes of their boots. "Was that open before?" Caleb asked. "It's seeped," Marion said. "Now it is flowing." Their headlamps and Jean's flashlight reflected off the moving surface, sending jittering bands of light up onto the low ceiling. The effect was strangely beautiful, the light shivering and sliding across the concrete in restless, liquid patterns, turning the mundane tunnel into a kind of underwater room. If not for the cold against their ankles and the urgency in Jean's voice, it could almost have been soothing. "Back up," Jean said. "This way. We'll be knee-deep in 10 minutes and hip-deep in 20. We do not want to still be arguing about it then." He lifted his light to a branching corridor they had ignored before, a slightly narrower passage sloping upward at a gentle angle. The floor there was damp, but not yet actively flowing. A faded arrow painted on the wall pointed in its direction, and under it, barely legible, the remains of stenciled words read, "Overflow O." "That one leads to an older overflow channel," he said. "We tied it into the main system when I was still young enough to think that was clever. If we follow it, we should come out near a maintenance hatch under another canal bridge. Should," Rosa repeated, her voice faint. "I have not been wrong yet," he said. "At least not on directions." He left the other half of the sentence unspoken, only on how long to stay somewhere. They turned into the auxiliary corridor. The sound of the water behind them did not diminish. It followed, filtering into the new route through unseen connections. The floor here soon took on its own thin veneer of moving water, flowing back toward the junction. It crept up around the edges of their boots, then over them, lapping at laces and the tops of rubber. Caleb's recorder, still running, captured the sound of their steps as they began to slosh rather than thud. Each movement made a soft sucking noise, followed by a small splash. Their breathing had grown a shade faster, not panicked, but more deliberate. The hum from the deeper system swelled and faded around them, sometimes masked by the close hiss of water, sometimes cutting through it with a low, resonant tone that reminded them that this was not just a plumbing problem, but a conversation they did not fully understand. Inside each of them, something different tightened and uncoiled. For Marion, each rising centimeter of water felt like a question pressed against the underside of all the diagrams she had ever drawn. She had spent a career predicting these flows, tracing possible pathways on paper, coloring depth contours in careful shades of blue. Down here, there were no neat contours. The water moved according to gravity, yes, but also according to every flaw and forgotten seam in the concrete. It was like watching a former colleague, this system she had once believed she knew, go about its business in a way that left no room for her guidance. She found herself thinking of the word control, which she and other engineers had used so often in meetings. Flood control, flow control, quality control. In this moment, walking through a tunnel filling from cracks she had only guessed at, she felt how thin that word really was. The city did what it did. The water did what it did. People like her built channels and hoped. Rosa's fear sat somewhere else. It lodged not in the water itself, but in the way it seemed to be pulling her away from the chamber behind them. Every step forward felt like a step back from the bone patterns, from the names she had not yet spoken, from the strange, unsettling comfort of feeling that someone in the dark had been holding what her city had dropped. Leaving now felt to part of her like walking out of a hospital room before the patient had finished speaking, because the clock on the wall said visiting hours were over. She whispered under her breath as she walked, not formal prayers now, but a running commentary for the unseen listeners. We are not abandoning you. We are just going where our lungs and legs are welcome. We see you. We will carry you with us. The water answered in a language she could not translate, but the act of speaking steadied her. Jean's fear was older, worn at the edges from being folded and unfolded many times. The tunnels had never quite felt empty to him, even before the strange singing began. He had always known, in a way he would not have admitted at the time, that he was walking through a space that held more than just physical echoes. Tonight confirmed that in ways his younger self might have laughed off. The rising water called back every night he had waded through waist-deep floods, every time he had climbed a ladder with water chasing his boots, every moment he had looked up at a manhole cover and wondered whether it would open if he had to push. He was not afraid of dying, exactly. He was afraid of dying pointlessly, of becoming another anonymous part of the system, bones rearranged on a ledge by something that did not know his jokes or the names of his grandchildren. That thought put a sharper edge on his caution. He walked faster, but he did not run. Caleb's anxiety curled around a different axis. Part of him, the part that had booked these trips, carried microphones into strange places and built a small audience on the internet, was honest enough to admit that he had wanted an encounter. Not necessarily with anything supernatural, but with something that would make his listeners sit up in the dark and feel less alone. He had wanted meaning. He had followed hums and complaints and legends until they delivered him into a chamber of arranged bones and a humming veil. Now, with the water rising and nervous breath fogging his headlamp beam, he wondered if he had wanted it too much, if his need for a story had nudged them one step deeper than was wise. The responsibility of that possibility sat heavily between his shoulder blades. He felt every drop of moisture soaking into his socks as a small reminder that mystery did not care about his planned narrative arc. The water reached their shins. It was still clear, still slow, but it moved with more confidence now, drawn toward unseen low points and exits. Their lamps reflected a mosaic of shaking light on the curved ceiling, turning the concrete into something that looked almost alive, as if muscle flexed just beneath a translucent skin. Floating scraps drifted along with them, a crisp brown leaf that must have fallen into a curb inlet somewhere above, now traveling the hidden veins of the city. A plastic cup, turned on its side, catching and losing tiny pockets of air. A single worn shoe, its laces trailing, bumping gently against the wall before the current tugged it away. They rounded another corner. The water deepened suddenly there, spilling over a low lip in the floor that had been dry when they'd passed earlier. Caleb felt it rise to his knees, colder now, its pressure more insistent. He lifted his feet a little higher with each step, feeling for the floor, carefully, before putting full weight down, aware of how easy it would be to stumble over some unseen obstruction. As he took another stride, something brushed against his ankle. It was not the bump of the drifting shoe. That he recognized immediately when it tapped his calf a second later and moved on. It was not the random flick of a current or the scrape of a submerged rock. It was something longer, smoother, cool in a way that did not match the temperature of the water around it. The touch was light, almost tentative. It slid along the inside of his ankle and up a few inches along his shin, then withdrew. The sensation was unmistakably like fingertips, one or two long, searching fingers, testing the texture of his skin through the fabric of his pants. His breath caught. The sound of it went into the recorder as a small hitch. He did not yell. The moment was too slippery, too intimate for a shout. Instead, he froze mid-step, the current pushing gently against his legs. "Caleb?" Marion's voice floated back, careful and controlled. "Careful there. The floor dips." He swallowed, forced his foot down, and made himself move forward again. "Something touched me," he said, his voice calm only because he had spent years practicing how to sound calm into a microphone. Not trash, not a rock. Rosa's hand fluttered toward his arm, hovering there without quite grabbing. Gene did not turn around, but his shoulders tightened. "The system has many hands," he said quietly. "We just met one of them." The water whispered around their knees, carrying unseen things with it. The city's hum swelled and faded, folding the moment into its ongoing song. They stood very still for a heartbeat after Gene's remark, each of them measuring the water against their legs, the shape of the tunnel around them, the distance back to the veiled passage, and forward into whatever waited beyond the next curve. The hum in the walls threaded itself through the sound of the shallow current, turning the tunnel into a long breathing instrument. "Keep moving," Gene said quietly. "Standing in one place only lets the water think about you longer." Caleb gave a small, humorless huff that might have been a laugh on a better night. "I would like," he murmured, "to know exactly what is thinking." He angled his headlamp down into the water. The beam cut through the moving surface, breaking into shards of light that wavered on the silt below. For a moment, all he saw was the expected muddle, a murky bottom softened by years of fine sediment, small scraps of trash tumbling along, the occasional bit of gravel catching the light like a dull star. Rosa, sensing his attention, dipped her own lamp to join his. 4 beams now crossed in the shallow flow, brightening a section of the tunnel floor a few feet ahead of them. The water, which had looked opaque from above, revealed more. Stray leaves, a crumpled food wrapper, the bowed shape of the shoe they had seen drifting earlier, lodged temporarily against a crack. "Just water," Marion said, perhaps more to herself than to them. "Just water." Then the silt stirred. It did not billow up all at once, no dramatic plume. It curled in small, deliberate swirls, as if something beneath it were flexing for the first time in a long while. The murk rose in slow spirals, turning the lamplight hazy, then thinned again as whatever had moved stepped or reached closer to the surface. Out of that soft cloud, a shape emerged. At first, it was only a pale blur, an oblong glow that might have been a smooth rock or a plastic bag. As it came nearer, the outline sharpened. Fingers, too long, too slender, each joint clear, each nail small and colorless. A hand, unfolding from the silt with careful grace, rising upward on a wrist that seemed unnaturally flexible, like a stem. The skin was so pale it seemed almost luminous under their lamps, not with its own light, but with a startling eagerness to accept the light that touched it. Water sheeted off the back of the hand in thin, clear streams that caught and refracted their beams, making it seem for a moment as though it were made of both flesh and water at once. It did not lunge. It did not grab. It simply rose until its fingers hovered just below the surface, the tips making tiny dimples in the moving skin of the water, then paused there, as if listening. "God," Jean whispered, the word escaping like a breath he had forgotten he was holding. More shapes appeared. From another patch of stirred silt, a second hand unfolded, then a third, each moving with the same slow, precise intention. Some rose from the floor. Others slid out from narrow cracks along the lower walls, as if the concrete itself were donating them from its seams. They were all similar, long-fingered, pale, but none were identical. Some had faint ridges where veins might have been. Some bore the suggestion of old scars, small imperfections written in a language softer than scars and lines on sodden skin. They rose gently into the lamplight, like pale plants blooming in time-lapse, opening their fingers, not in threat, but in exploration. The water around them broke into 100 tiny ripples, each circle pushing outward, overlapping, and merging until the whole surface quivered. The horror of it was real, but it did not come in a sharp spike. It unfolded slowly, in the understanding that whatever had been down here, humming in their pipes, had not been content to remain entirely abstract. It had assembled limbs, not out of malice, but out of desire, to reach, to touch, to guide. One hand drifted near Rosa. It moved with a cautious, almost shy motion, its fingers lightly combing the water a few inches from her hip. As it rose higher, she could see the faint lines etched across its palm, like echoes of the lifelines she had traced in children's hands at church fairs, pretending to tell their futures for a laugh. Her own hand, without her intending it, lifted slightly, palm down, as if to meet it halfway. The distance between them narrowed to a hand's width. Then the pale fingers paused. The hand hovered, its fingertips trembling minutely. When Rosa's fingers flinched, the pale hand withdrew a few inches, as if it had understood the recoiling without needing a shared language. "It is watching," she whispered, "or listening. It does not want to scare me. It just wants to know." Another hand, closer to Marion, rose to meet the moving waterline near her thigh. It did not grab or press. It skimmed the surface near the soaked fabric of her pant leg, its fingertips leaving a faintly warmer trail in the cold flow, like the lingering heat from a touch that had already ended. The warmth traveled through the fabric and into her skin in a brief, overwhelming impression, and with it came something else, a sensation that was not hers, layered over her own like a double exposure. She was lying on her side under an overpass in hard, cold rain. Her legs would not move. The concrete under her hip was leaching heat from her bones. Water was pooling against her ribs, seeping into her clothes, finding every seam. Each breath was shallow, each blink slow. Cars rushed by overhead, sending shudders through the structure that she felt in her teeth. No one could see her from the road. Her legs felt heavy, far away, as if they belonged to someone else. Then the image slipped away, leaving Marion standing in the tunnel again, heart hammering, water up to her knees. The pale hand had already drifted back into the flow, fingers folding gently as if closing around a memory. She pressed a hand to the wall to steady herself, fingers spreading against cool concrete. "Someone under West Harbor," she whispered. "Could not move. The rain, the sound of trucks over their head. I felt it. Rosa's own encounter came in a different shape. As another hand passed near her, not quite touching, she felt her spine seize with the cramped ache of a night spent sitting upright on hard ground. Her neck burned with tension. Her legs tingled with the numbness of not being able to stretch them. The smell of wet wool and old coffee, the taste of metal from a can held too long in the rain, all pressed in for a heartbeat. The exhaustion was not the kind that came after a long day at work, with a bed waiting. It was the bone-deep tiredness of someone who had nowhere to lie down without risking being told to move along again and again. She gasped softly, then let it out. "They do not forget," she said. "Whatever they are, they remember how it felt." Caleb watched, his recorder capturing the shiver in their voices, the tiny sounds of water parting around the pale wrists. The hum in the walls seemed to have woven itself more tightly with the movement of the hands now, its rhythms aligning with the slow lifting and lowering of each long, searching finger. He understood, in a way that bypassed deliberate thought, that these were not crude constructs built from bones alone. They were made of impressions, of experiences, of the last sensations that had soaked into stone and water as people slipped under or were carried away. The underground colony, whatever sat at the center of this web of tunnels and veils, had gathered those traces and given them shape. "The many hands of Sunport," he murmured, the phrase rising before he could stop it. "Made out of everyone it lost." The hands did not pull them under. They did not tighten, did not clutch. They moved around the group with slow precision, exploring the moving water, hovering near human limbs, then drifting back, as if adjusting to the discovery that the living were more fragile than bones and more fearful than memory. Then their movements changed. One by one, they began to turn. Fingers that had been trailing along shins and the edge of boots now lifted, extending outward like pointers. Hands that had floated aimlessly near the center of the tunnel drifted toward the walls, anchoring themselves in crevices, then angling their fingers in a specific direction. It happened gradually, but with a coherence that made Caleb's skin prickle. Every hand seemed to be lowering itself into the role of an indicator. "Look," Marion said, her voice very soft. "They are pointing." At first it was hard to tell. The tunnel curved, and the play of light on water distorted lines of sight. But as they turned their headlamps to follow the collective gesture, a pattern emerged. All the fingers, pale and long, converged toward a section of wall where the concrete looked no different from the surrounding surface, except that, now that they were staring, they could see the faint outline of a seam. A narrow, barely visible passage branched there, half hidden behind a thick fringe of the pale veil, its entrance almost flush with the wall. Without the hands, it might have escaped notice entirely, a maintenance niche or old access route forgotten even by those who had built it. Rosa swallowed. "They are showing us," she said. "The way out, or the way in," Jean muttered. Yet there was less resistance in his tone now, and more grudging acceptance. "Either way, it is a door." The hands did not push. They did not herd. They simply held their positions, fingers extended, the hum in the walls settling into a steady pattern that felt less like a warning now and more like a steady, measured guidance. For the first time since the water had started to rise, the thought came to all four of them at once. Whatever lived in the silence under Sunport, did not seem interested in keeping them. It seemed intent on making sure they left the way that would do the least harm to themselves, to the bones, and perhaps to the delicate archives it had been building for years. For a moment, none of them moved. The hands held their positions, fingers extended toward the narrow seam in the wall as patiently as weathered signposts. The water whispered around their knees, insistent but not yet urgent, tugging at pant legs, nudging at boot soles. The hum in the concrete had settled into a steady, slow pattern, less like an alarm now, and more like a kind of measured encouragement. "All right," Marion said softly. "If we are taking advice from anything tonight, it might as well be the thing that knows this place better than we do." Jean gave a small, resigned grunt that might have been agreement. "Stay close," he said. "Watch your heads. These old cuts were made for whoever could squeeze through, not for comfort." They angled toward the section of wall the hands indicated. Up close, the seam became more obvious, a hairline crack widening into a slender opening where two pores of concrete had never fully fused. Over time, water and whatever lived in it had exploited that weakness. The pale veil grew thickest there, its gauzy folds clinging to the edges of the gap like curtains drawn half over a doorway. The hands near the opening lowered themselves slightly as the group approached, fingers drifting just above the surface of the water, not pulling them in, not pushing them away, just letting them know they were seen. Jean went first, pushing gently at the thickened veil with the back of his hand. It yielded like wet fabric, parting with a soft, slick sound, and then settling against his shoulder as he squeezed through. The tunnel beyond was tighter, lower, the ceiling dipping just above his head. Marion followed, ducking and turning sideways to slide past the soft resistance of the film. It brushed her jacket and hair with cool, damp contact, leaving faint streaks that caught her lamp beam for a second before fading. Rosa came next, muttering a small blessing under her breath as the veil touched her scarf and cheek. Caleb came last, his recorder jostling lightly against his chest, catching the rustle of clothing and the quiet exhalations as each of them entered. On the other side, the space constricted. The tunnel was no more than 5 feet high in places, forcing them to stoop. In narrower segments, where the ceiling dipped and the walls bowed inward, they had to turn their shoulders and for a few yards at a time, nearly crawl, one hand feeling ahead while the other kept balance against the damp wall. The water had followed them, but here it was shallower, spread thin over a floor that sloped gently upward. It lapped at their shins, then their ankles, sometimes dropping away entirely for a few steps before returning in a thin sheet. Behind them, through the veil and around the bends they had left, the deeper flow continued to build, its deeper rush now a muted presence rather than an immediate threat. The hum shifted as they moved. Where it had been heavy and throbbing in the chamber, it now smoothed itself out into a steadier, almost rocking rhythm. It rose and fell with a pace that matched, uncannily, the pattern of their breathing. In, out, in, out. The notes were low and simple, a narrow band of sound that did not try to startle. If a person had been listening to it in a warm room above ground, eyes closed, it would have sounded almost like a lullaby. "That is new," Caleb murmured, more to the recorder than to anyone else. "It is pacing us." "Do not think too hard about how much it can hear," Jean called back softly. His voice was less gruff now, the edges rounded by exertion and age. Just keep moving where it sounds friendly." Friendly was an odd word for whatever this was, but the tone of the hum did have a quality that felt less predatory and more companionable. It filled the tight tunnel with a presence that might have been frightening were it not so controlled. At one point, the tunnel forked. The split came suddenly, two low mouths opening side by side, each angling off in a slightly different direction. The left-hand passage was a fraction taller, a temptation for aching backs. The right-hand one dipped a little more, but seemed drier. "Left looks easier," Rosa said quietly, straightening as much as she could in the limited space. Marion closed her eyes for a moment and listened. The hum that had been guiding them did not stay uniform here. From the left-hand passage, it came in oddly jagged pulses, notes clashing in ways that made her teeth want to clench. It was not loud, but it was discordant, like a choir badly out of sync. From the right-hand passage, the hum remained steady, the same long, gentle notes that had been keeping time with their breathing. "Do you hear that?" she asked. "I do," Caleb said. The recorder picked up the slight change in tone as he angled his head from one tunnel to the other. "Left is wrong." As they hesitated, light shifted in a way that had nothing to do with their lamps. On the walls of each passage, faint shapes began to emerge from the pale film that clung there. On the left, the veil pulsed and twitched, small bumps forming and dissolving like aborted gestures. On the right, the film gathered itself more cleanly, pushing out into the clear outline of several slender hands. They did not fully detach. Instead, they pressed lightly against the wall, their fingers extending toward the right-hand tunnel, palms angled as if indicating a path. "Calmer on the right," Jean said. "We follow the hands that are not shaking." No one argued. They turned into the narrower, steadier-sounding passage. The tunnel pressed in close on their shoulders now, and the ceiling brushed the tops of their headlamps if they lifted their chins too high. The water here was only ankle-deep, but it moved with a determined silvery hush, sliding past their boots and hurrying toward some lower point behind them. If the space had been silent, it might have felt like a trap. The hum, however, stayed with them, its gentle rhythm almost absurdly soothing given the circumstances. Each note seemed to arrive just as someone needed a reminder to take one more breath, one more step. It did not rush them. It did not slow them. It walked beside them, invisible. The environment was still threatening. They could feel the city's weight above and around them. Concrete, soil, roads, houses, trees, all sitting on the network of channels like a body on a hammock. Beyond the far ends of those channels, the sea waited, pressing at the edges with the indifferent persistence of tides. Every small rumble, every faint shift in air pressure reminded them that they were traveling through the narrowest parts of a compromise between human intention and natural force. And yet, in that tight, damp corridor, being led by humming concrete and memory-made hands, there was also an odd sense of reassurance. It was like walking through a dark neighborhood while escorted by a large, scarred dog that could easily knock you down, but has chosen, for now, to walk at your side. "Feels like we're in the veins of something," Rosa whispered, her voice echoing softly. "And it has decided we are not clots." Marion's lips curved in the faintest smile, despite everything. "That is one way to put it," she said. The tunnel climbed in small, irregular steps. They felt the incline in their calves before they saw it clearly. The water thinned with each rise, collecting in shallow pools behind them. The air grew a touch less heavy. The hum, still present, began to stretch itself out, its notes lengthening, like someone singing up a gentle hill. At last, the space opened just enough for them to straighten almost fully. Gene slowed, lifting his lamp to scan ahead. The beam caught metal. A vertical cylinder of darkness rose before them, the tunnel dead-ending at its edge. When they moved closer, the light resolved it into a shaft lined with damp concrete. A ladder of metal rungs was bolted to one side, disappearing upward into shadow. Above, very faintly, they could see a circle where the darkness was slightly less absolute, the underside of a hatch. Maintenance access, Marion breathed, relief and caution weaving together in her voice. We must be under the canal bridge. Gene approached the ladder and tested the lowest rung with his boot, then his weight. It held, creaking a little, but not shifting. She will do, he said. I will go first. Make sure the hatch is not stuck. If it does not move, we come back down and think of something else. Slowly. Rosa nodded, pressing one hand to the wall to steady herself. Caleb unclipped his recorder for a moment, adjusting its strap so it would not catch as he climbed. The tiny red light glowed up at him calmly, as if this were no different than any hotel room or rain-soaked alley. Gene climbed. His boots thunked softly on each rung, his shoulders brushing the damp walls of the shaft. Marion watched his progress by the bob of his headlamp beam until it merged with the faint grayish circle above. There was a pause, a muffled metallic sound, then a low, welcome creak. The circle of light widened slightly as a crack of night sky appeared. It opens, Gene called down, his voice echoing in the shaft. Smells like the canal bridge and bad graffiti up here. Come on. Marion went next, her muscles protesting but obeying. Rosa followed, muttering a quiet thank you with each rung as if each step were a small answered prayer. Caleb waited at the bottom, listening to the increasing distance of their breaths, the clink of their shoes on metal. He could feel the water line only a few inches below the ledge where he stood now, hear the faint slap of it against the shaft walls as the flow continued to adjust itself to their absence. The hum in the surrounding concrete had thinned, stretching into something that sounded almost like a sigh of satisfaction. He lifted the recorder to his mouth. For the record, he whispered, we did not find a monster that wanted to keep us. We found something that wanted us to leave the right way. He slipped the recorder back against his chest, reached for the ladder, and began to climb. The rungs were slick, but solid under his hands. He could feel the coolness of the concrete close on either side, smell the faint aroma of rust and old moisture rising from below. Halfway up, curiosity nudged him. He paused, just for a second, and looked down. At the base of the shaft, where the tunnel opened into the round space, the water glimmered faintly in his headlamp beam. The pale veil on the walls there clung in soft patches, their surfaces still trembling slightly from the movement of air and bodies. And at the waterline, gathered around the shaft's mouth, were the hands, dozens of them, rising just enough above the surface to be seen, their long fingers no longer reaching or pointing. Instead, their palms were turned upward, cupped gently, as if waiting to receive something delicate. They were not reaching for him. They did not stretch up the ladder. They held themselves a respectful distance from the rungs, fingers curled inward at the tips. The image was strangely familiar, not in any specific detail, but in the posture, the way one holds their hands when expecting to catch a falling gift. or to receive an offering. Caleb felt a subtle shift in understanding. They had not merely been guided out. They had been escorted. And these cupped palms at the water's edge, was not a grasping invitation to stay. It was a quiet expectation. They had given the underground something tonight. Words, names, apologies, attention. In return, it had given them a path to the surface. Now, those pale hands waited, not for bodies, but for what he and the others would carry up into the light. Stories, recordings, the shapes of lost lives turned into sentences and care. He swallowed, feeling suddenly as heavy and as fragile as the small device at his chest. "I understand," he whispered, though he was not sure exactly who he was addressing. "We will not forget you." The hum, faint now, seemed to thrum once in answer, a final, gentle note. Then he turned his face upward again and climbed the rest of the way, toward the cold, open air and the complicated city that had never known, until now, how many hands were holding it from below. The hatch opened on a different kind of darkness. Jean pushed it up the last few inches and propped it with his shoulder until Marion and Rosa could ease themselves out onto the underside lip of the canal bridge. The air that met them was cool and damp, washing over their faces and soaked clothes with a fresh, almost startling gentleness. After the close, mineral-heavy atmosphere of the tunnels, the night felt impossibly wide. They were, as Jean had predicted, just above the waterline under a concrete span. The canal moved slowly beneath them, its surface a black ribbon broken into long, shimmering lines wherever the city light struck it. Sodium lamps from the street above cast soft yellow bars across the ripples. Farther off, a neon sign reflected in broken fragments, red and blue smeared into restless shapes. The storm that had threatened earlier had done its work and gone. In its wake, only a light drizzle remained, falling through the gaps between bridge supports in a fine mist. It beaded on their jackets and hair, dotted the concrete around them, tapped lightly on the canal's surface like fingers remembering a rhythm. They climbed fully out of the hatch one by one, and almost in the same motion, sat down on the embankment. The concrete was cold through their damp clothes, but it was stable, solid, blessedly still. Behind them, Jean pulled the hatch gently back into place, leaving it unlatched for the moment, as if unwilling to fully sever the connection. Above, the hum of traffic returned to its usual role in the city's soundtrack. Tires thudded over expansion joints. A truck rumbled by, sending a small shiver through the bridge. Somewhere nearby, a distant horn sounded, mundane and brief. Compared to the layered, responsive resonance of the tunnels, these noises felt flat, almost two-dimensional. For a long stretch of minutes, none of them spoke. Their breathing slowed. Their heartbeats settled into something closer to normal. The drizzle cooled the heat at their temples. The canal slid by with the steady, indifferent pace it had carried for decades, as if the water here knew nothing of what its cousins were doing in the depths. Rosa's shoulders began to shake first. It was not the sharp, jagged shaking of panic. It was a slower, deeper tremor, as if something at the center of her had finally decided it was safe enough to loosen. Tears slipped down her cheeks and mixed with the fine rain. She did not cover her face. She stared out at the water with eyes that saw both its surface and another layer below. "I am not afraid," she said quietly, catching her breath between words. "Or, not mostly. It is just, I spend so much time worrying about how people vanish. One day, they are under a bridge. Next day, the city says they are no longer present. Paperwork closed. And now I have seen they are not completely gone. Something is holding them, singing to them, remembering how their bodies felt. Her voice wavered. It is terrible, but it is also kinder than I expected. Gene sat a few feet away, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose between them. His eyes were on the canal, watching the way the streetlight reflections broke and reformed with every little movement of the surface. His jaw worked as if chewing on words that did not want to go down easily. I used to joke, he said eventually, that the drains ate people. Men would tell stories in the locker room about kids who fell into culverts during storms, bodies washed out to the bay, never found. We made it into a kind of myth because the reality was too messy. Most of the time, the water just took their shoes and left their ghosts in the parents' kitchens. He swallowed, shaking his head slowly. I have carried faces in my mind for years. Brothers and cousins of people I knew. The boys, we called them, whether they were actually boys or not. The ones we never found. I would talk to them sometimes down there when I was alone, tell them I was sorry I could not bring them home. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh, but not quite. Tonight, I saw that someone else took that job, in a way. Not the way anyone would have chosen, but someone is keeping their bones out of the sludge, laying them out where the water cannot knock them around so easily. That counts for something in a world that lets so many drop. He leaned back on his hands, eyes still on the canal. So, he added, almost under his breath, thank you, and I am sorry, both. The drizzle continued, blurring the boundary between sky and water. A car passed overhead, sending a small spray of wet grit down from a crack in the bridge. It landed near them in a faint hiss, then stilled. Marion sat a little apart from the others, her back against one of the bridge supports. Her hands rested in her lap, palms up, as if she had just remembered she had them, and was not entirely sure what to do with them. The lamplight from the street caught the faint tremor in her fingers, turning each small movement into a silver flicker. She thought of the pale hands below, their length, their careful movements, the way they had hovered rather than grabbed. Long minutes passed before she spoke, and when she did, her voice was very level, the calmness hard-won rather than natural. We used to calculate whose street flooded first, she said, in meetings, on maps, on models. We drew contours and colored them, talked about return periods and storm magnitudes. We discussed which intersections would be impassable, which blocks would need sandbags. She looked down at her own hands as she spoke, as if addressing them directly. We never asked whose bed flooded first, she went on. We never sat there and said, on this block, the water will rise to the level of this mattress. In that house, the water will soak this breathing machine. Under that bridge, this blanket will be too wet to keep anyone warm. We knew, in the abstract, that people lived there, but we let the math stop at the property line. Her fingers curled slowly, then opened again. I told myself that was what it meant to be professional, she murmured, to not be held hostage by individual stories. Tonight, she shook her head. Tonight, the stories held me. She lifted her hands a little, turning them so that the dim light caught the creases and scars, the way the veins stood up along the backs. These, she said, are no more and no less human than the ones down there. I move them, they remember. Something down there moves theirs. and we feel it. The idea that we are separate feels foolish suddenly. Caleb sat cross-legged nearby, his recorder resting on the concrete between his knees, still recording. He had not decided yet whether this part would ever reach his listeners. Some moments were too fragile to be turned into content, yet he did not have the heart to turn it off. The quiet between them, the drizzle on the canal, the distant traffic, they were all part of the story now, as much as any hum. He felt overwhelmed in a way that had nothing to do with claustrophobia or fear of the dark. He had come to Sunport expecting, at most, a curious sound. Singing drains, moaning pipes, an old worker's tale that he could translate into 40 minutes of soothing audio with a hint of eerie charm. Something listeners could put on at bedtime and say, "How strange," as they drifted off. Instead, he had walked into a place where the boundary between infrastructure and memory had worn thin. What waited below was not a monster in the simple sense. It did not stalk. It did not roar. It did not gloat. It held. It collected. It hummed. It arranged bones and sensations into patterns that made sense to it, perhaps in hopes that someone, someday, would understand. "This is not the kind of story I thought I was telling," he said quietly. Rosa wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand, sniffing once. "It is a better one," she said, "or a truer one. Maybe people will sleep less out of being comforted and more out of feeling seen, even if the one seeing them lives in the pipes." Caleb let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "Sleepy horror with municipal ethics," he murmured. "That is a new genre." Jean snorted. "Just do not give them step-by-step directions," he said. "Leave a little mystery and a lot of warning." They sat together a while longer, letting the night put a bit of distance between their bodies and the tunnel's touch. The canal flowed on, indifferent. The drizzle pattered. The city went about its business above them. Someone washing dishes, someone turning off a lamp, someone climbing into bed without ever wondering what hummed beneath their street. It was Rosa who noticed it, in the small lull after a car had passed and before the next one arrived. "We saw bones," she said slowly. "So many bones. Long ones, small ones, ribs and vertebrae. All those careful patterns." "Yes," Marion said. "I will be seeing them on the backs of my eyelids for a long time." "But we did not see skulls," Rosa went on. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the concrete, knuckles paling. "Not one. I have been thinking about it. I would have noticed. You do not overlook a face." The observation settled between them like a new kind of weight. Caleb's mind flickered back through the images. The long bones and lines, the circles of smaller fragments, the spirals. It was true. The arrangements had held everything that could be used for structure, for pattern. But there had been no hollow eye sockets looking back at them, no rows of teeth grinning from ledges. "Maybe the water took them," Jean said. But the words sounded thin, even as he spoke them. He had seen what the system kept and what it let go. Skulls floated badly, rolled, jammed. If the tunnels had wanted them, they would have found a way to keep them. Rosa looked out at the canal, eyes distant. "So where are the faces?" she asked softly. "Where are the parts that held their smiles, their anger, their fear? If that thing down there has hands made of memory, maybe it keeps the faces somewhere else. Somewhere it has not shown us yet." Her voice did not carry accusation. It carried curiosity, threaded with a sorrowful kind of hope. Caleb glanced at his recorder, then back at the dark stretch of water beneath the bridge. The idea that the underground archive was not complete, that there were pieces of its collection it had chosen, for now, not to reveal, sent a small, cool shiver along his spine. "The bones are its diagrams," Marion said quietly, half to herself. "Maybe the faces are its mirrors. It might not be ready to show us what it sees when it looks back." They fell silent again, each picturing their own version of that unseen gallery. Skulls resting somewhere in deeper chambers, or something less literal, a collection of expressions, of last looks, preserved not in bone, but in sound and tremor, stored in a language of hums and pulses they had barely begun to decipher. The drizzle continued. The canal moved. Above them, the city hummed its own, simpler song. Beneath their feet, in the hidden channels, an older, stranger music went on, making its quiet pact with the living and the lost. Back at Marion's bungalow, the world rearranged itself into smaller, kinder shapes. The house smelled of laundry detergent and something savory on the stove. She had left a pot of soup warming on the lowest burner before they went out, more out of habit than hope. Now the gentle burble of it seemed like a small miracle, proof that time had kept moving above ground while they were inside the city's throat. They shed their wet layers at the door, adding jackets and boots to a growing heap on the mat. Marion handed out towels from a linen closet that still held her husband's careful folding. Edges aligned so precisely that she felt a pang each time she disturbed them. The towels were soft and smelled faintly of cedar and sun. Rosa wrapped one around her shoulders like a shawl. Jean used his to scrub his hair with practical vigor. Caleb patted his recorder dry with the corner of his, treating the small device like a pet that had survived something strange. Marion loaned them dry clothes from various old drawers and boxes, an oversized sweater for Rosa, a flannel shirt for Caleb, a pair of worn but clean work pants for Jean. The sight of them all dressed in bits of her domestic history. This was the sweater she had bought on a trip with her husband. Those were pants her nephew had left at a holiday visit, made the whole scene feel oddly tender. In the kitchen, the lights were warm and gentle. A lamp on the counter cast a soft glow on the tiled backsplash. The refrigerator hummed quietly, its regular cycle as reassuring as a cat's purr. A wall clock ticked above the doorway, the sound faint but steady. Beyond the closed windows, the siren of an ambulance wailed for a moment in the distance, then faded into the general hum of the city night. They gathered around her small table, 4 damp, tired people in borrowed clothes, hands cupped around mugs of tea or coffee. The steam curled up and fogged their glasses, perfuming the air with chamomile, peppermint, and the faint tang of instant coffee from Jean's mug. On the table, Caleb laid out his equipment. The recorder, its casing now dry and slightly smudged. His laptop, screen dark for the moment. A small notebook filled with cramped handwriting from earlier in the trip. The physical presence of the devices felt almost jarring in this space of wood grain and ceramic. Yet they belonged now as much as any spoon or plate. They carried the night's memory in a form the tunnels could not. "I checked," he said quietly, fingers resting on the recorder as if feeling for a pulse. "The files are there, all of it. The humming drains, the veil, the chamber's echoes, our voices, Rosa's prayers, Marion's note, the moment when something touched my ankle." He offered a small, crooked smile. "My startled breathing, unfortunately, is also preserved for posterity." Rosa looked at the small device with an expression that mixed gratitude and worry. "So we can bring it with us," she said. "But where?" That, Marion replied, is the question. The soup bubbled softly on the stove. She rose long enough to turn the burner down, then returned to her chair, wrapping both hands around her mug. Her fingers had finally stopped trembling, but the memory of the pale hands at the waterline lingered in her palms like a phantom pressure. If you post everything as a horror expose, she said to Caleb, people will come. They will want to see it for themselves, crawl through whatever drains they can find, shine their phone lights on those bones, take pictures, maybe take pieces. They will also drown, Gene added, his voice blunt but not unkind. The tide does not care about their curiosity or your disclaimers. They will get lost. They will misjudge the timing. Then the city will have to explain why tourists are dying in culverts because some man with a microphone told them about singing drains. Caleb nodded slowly. He had assumed as much, but hearing it put that plainly made his stomach tighten. If I say nothing, he countered, then that, whatever it is, keeps doing its work alone. No one knows that underneath their feet, someone is keeping an archive of the people the city forgot. Rosa sipped her tea, thinking. If you say nothing, she said, the people on my list stay unnamed anywhere but in my own mouth. We keep standing under bridges and trying to remember everyone at once. It is already lonely work, knowing there is something else down there remembering with me. That matters. But I do not know how to share that without making it into a Halloween story. The refrigerator hummed, clicked off, then on again. The clock ticked. The mundane sound seemed to underline the question rather than distract from it. They deserve better than clickbait, Marion said. Better than being turned into top 10 creepiest city secrets between ads for mattresses and teeth whitening. I agree, Caleb said. He tapped the recorder lightly with one finger. This could draw a lot of ears. But the part that matters is not the uncanny hands. It is the fact that those hands are made of memories the rest of us turned into paperwork and moved past. Gene stared into his coffee for a moment, then took a measured sip. Once you let a story out, he said, it does what it wants. You can aim it, but you cannot steer every listener. They fell into a thoughtful silence. The kitchen, with its mismatched chairs and old curtains, held them gently while they tried to decide how much weight to place on the fragile bridge between the tunnels and the world above. Middle path, Rosa said eventually, more to herself than anyone. We do what we always do with complicated things. We tell part of it, enough to open a door, not enough to let the crowd stampede through. Caleb looked up at her, then at Marion and Jean. What would that look like? He asked. He did not reach for the sensational phrases that would have come easily. Monstrous colony, ghost hands, bone chamber. He let the question sit in its softer clothes. I can speak, Marion said slowly, about aging infrastructure, about how we built on top of old systems and called them legacy when what we meant was forgotten. I can talk about acceptable risk zones and the fact that those risks fall on certain neighborhoods more than others. I do not have to say we saw bones arranged in flow diagrams for people to understand that what we choose not to maintain has consequences. Rosa nodded. I can speak about people whose mail stops because they had no address, about how death certificates say no known relatives when their friends under the bridge could have told you their favorite song, their worst night, the time they helped pull someone else out of the flood. She looked at the recorder. I can say there are places where the city has been careless with human beings, and that sometimes, in the dark, something else has picked up the pieces. I do not have to say exactly where that dark is. Caleb considered this, his mind already sketching shapes of episodes, intros, content warnings. I can make an episode about sound, he said, about how cities sing when no one is listening. I can play the humming drains, the veil's vibrations, the echoes in that chamber. I can describe gently that we felt accompanied. I can say we met a listener down there, not a monster. A listener that collects what we drop. He hesitated. I can leave out the specifics of entrances, locations, tide charts. I can talk about respect and danger in the same breath. Make it clear that this is a story to sit with in your home, not a map to follow with a flashlight. They all seemed to relax a fraction at that. The middle path was imperfect, but it was at least walkable. They sat, wrapped in towels and borrowed clothes, the warmth from the soup pot behind them. The night pressed gently against the windows. The resolve to tell it carefully began to settle like sediment in a glass of water, slowly, from the bottom up. Gene had been quiet for a few minutes, listening, his eyes on a small crack in the tabletop where the wood had once split and been glued back together. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a kind of rough tenderness. "You can do all that?" he said. "And you should. But there's one thing you all know and are not saying out loud." They turned to him. "If you tell it right," he said, "most people will still listen for the spooky parts and forget the rest." He took another sip of coffee, then added, almost as an afterthought, "That is how cities work. They turn real pain into background noise, ambulance siren as lullaby, homeless camp as scenery, flood map as fine print. Your hums and bones and hands will be, for a lot of folks, just a pleasant shiver before sleep." The words landed with the dull, undeniable weight of experience. Rosa looked down into her mug, watching a thin skin form on the cooling tea. Marion's fingers tightened around the ceramic. Caleb felt the familiar tug of war in his chest between wanting to defend the power of story and knowing the truth of Gene's observation. He had watched download numbers spike on episodes with eerie titles, while quieter, more painful subjects slip past like slow ships in the night. "So the question is not," Gene went on gently, "whether you can change everyone. You cannot. The question is whether you can change the way a few people hear the hum under their own streets. Whether a handful will listen past the spooky bits and think about who sleeps nearest the drains when the rain starts." The refrigerator kicked on again, a low, steady sound. The clock ticked, unbothered. Outside, a car passed, its headlights casting a brief sweep of light across the kitchen curtains. Storytelling, they realized, would not close the legacy voids or pull the bones out of the underground archive. It would not fix floodplains or rewrite budgets, but it could, perhaps, tilt a few heads in a different direction, tune a few ears to the frequencies they had not noticed before. In the quiet that followed, the house felt less like a refuge from the tunnels and more like an extension of them. Another chamber in the city's long body, where different kinds of currents met. Water below, sound above, memory moving between. Later that night, when the soup was eaten and the borrowed clothes hung over chairs to dry, Marion found herself wide awake in a house that felt both intimately familiar and oddly new. The lamps were turned low. The television stayed dark. The hum of the refrigerator seemed louder than usual, each cycle a reminder that machines above ground did their work quietly too. though in a different key than the ones below. Caleb had gone back to his motel with copies of the recordings on a small drive tucked carefully into his pocket. Rosa had left with a thermos of soup and a promise to sleep until her phone's alarm forced her into mourning. Gene, after accepting a ride and grumbling half-heartedly about his knees, had disappeared into his own stretch of neighborhood, no doubt listening to his sidewalks with different ears. Marion stood alone in her living room, fingers resting lightly on the back of the armchair where her husband's cardigan still hung. The cardigan had become a kind of shrine by inertia, too full of his shape to move and too ordinary to elevate. She thought of the bones arranged in patterns, of the pale hands cupped at the waterline, and felt something shift inside her. The world had not split into before and after with any theatrical crack. It had simply tilted a few degrees, enough that objects she had taken for granted now cast different shadows. She slipped on her shoes again, the soles still a little damp, and pulled a lightweight jacket over the clothes she had changed into earlier. The fabric brushed her wrists in a way that reminded her fleetingly of the veil in the tunnels. She turned off the lamp by the chair, leaving only the small light over the kitchen sink, then opened the front door. The night outside pressed close and soft, scented faintly with rain and garden soil. The street was wet, but calm. Puddles lay in the shallow dips along the curb, their dark surfaces broken only by the occasional ring of a droplet from a branch overhead. The air was cool, not cold, with that particular clean feeling that comes after a storm has left more quietly than it arrived. Distantly, a television murmured behind someone's curtains. A dog barked once and then reconsidered. The city, on this block at least, had curled into itself for the night. She walked toward the nearest storm drain, the one she passed every day without thinking. It sat at the corner where her street dipped slightly before rising toward the main road, a rectangular opening with a metal grate, dark slots leading down into familiarity and mystery. Fallen leaves had gathered at its edges, pressed into damp mosaics by passing tires and earlier downpours. Someone had dropped a candy wrapper there that now clung to the grid like an accidental flag. Marion stopped a few feet away and simply listened at first. To anyone watching through a window, she would have looked like a woman pausing to catch her breath on a short evening walk. Only her eyes, focused on the simple geometry of the grate, gave away a different attention. At the surface, the sounds were small. A faint trickle, perhaps, from a gutter that still emptied into the system. The tiniest hiss of air moving as temperatures adjusted between inside and outside, above and below. But under that, if she let her shoulders relax and her breath slow, she could just make out something else. A layered murmur, distant and mild, like voices heard through several walls in a house at night. The hum was there, faint but present, less insistent than in the junction chamber, less tuned to her heartbeat, but undeniably the same family of sound. She took a step closer until she stood directly above the grate. Rainwater glistened in the slots, reflecting the nearby streetlight in thin, broken lines. The metal smelled of wet rust. She could feel a very subtle coolness rising from below, touching her ankles. "Hello," she said softly, and the absurdity of greeting a storm drain almost made her smile. "It is Marion." Her voice did not echo. It absorbed into the night, into the metal, into the depth. For a moment, nothing changed. Then the hum below shifted by the smallest fraction, as if a chord had altered one of its notes to make space for the sound of her name. It was not dramatic. It was more like a polite acknowledgement at a crowded table. "We made it home," she went on, keeping her tone low and conversational, the way she might have spoken to a colleague at the end of a long project. "All of us. Thank you for that." Saying it aloud surprised her slightly. Gratitude was not something she had been taught to direct toward infrastructure, let alone toward whatever lived inside it. But the feeling was there, clear and unembarrassed. The guidance in the tunnels had not been gentle in the way a person might be gentle, but it had been deliberate and careful. It had weighed their lives and chosen not to tangle them further into its own work. "We will tell some version of what we saw," she said. "Not all the details, not the ladders or the old hatches. We are not going to send children down with flashlights and bravado, but we will remember the patterns, the way you laid the bones, the way the sound changed when Rosa spoke their names, and when I said those 3 words from the blueprint: legacy void, estimated volume." The phrase felt different now, spoken not in a meeting room, but into the throat of the system it had once tried to summarize. Below, the hum responded with another small adjustment, a gentle swell, then settling, as if that familiar line had been accepted into a deeper ledger. "We saw your hands," Marion continued, "long and pale and careful. We felt what they remembered. Cold rain on someone who could not move. Concrete under a neck that had been upright too long. You have been doing this work alone for a very long time, collecting what the rest of us drop, arranging it so it does not vanish into chaos." Her eyes stung suddenly. The emotion was not as sharp as grief, not as buoyant as hope. It sat somewhere between, a bittersweet recognition that the world, in its deep places, did not organize itself along lines humans would have chosen, but had its own strange tenderness. "We will not turn you into a joke," she said, "not into a cartoon of alligators in the sewer, not into a ghost story people tell to make the dark smaller. We will tell it in a way that keeps the hum and the hands intact, even if our listeners do not have the right words for them. We will talk about people who had no graves, about how the city forgot to count their beds, and you did not." The street around her remained ordinary. A passing car's headlights swept briefly over her back and the front of her house, then moved on. Somewhere, a porch light clicked off. A window shade settled. Above, the sky held a few faint stars between drifting clouds. Below, the hum changed again. It did not grow louder, but it smoothed itself into a slow, gentle chord that felt almost like a held breath turning into a sigh. The tone spread out, less complex now, more unified, as if whatever listened had simplified its song for a moment to communicate something as close to acceptance as sound could manage. Marion felt the vibration in the soles of her feet, a faint resonance that traveled up through her legs and into her chest, where it met the rhythm of her own heart without trying to control it. This, she understood, was not a contract. There were no signatures, no clauses. The city above would continue to do what cities do: build, neglect, repair, forget. Storms would come. People would fall through cracks, both literal and bureaucratic. Below, the network of channels and veiled walls would continue its work, receiving what the streets could not keep, humming over bones and memories, adjusting its patterns as new stories arrived. But something small had shifted. A few people above ground now knew that under their tires and sidewalks and bedrooms, an unacknowledged archivist was arranging what they lost. Those few regarded it not with mockery or simple fear, but with a peculiar reverence, That attention, even if it never spread beyond a small circle, altered the relationship in a way that felt important, even if no map would ever show it. Marian stood there for another minute, letting the hum's gentle chord wash through her. The melancholy in her felt softer now, edged with a quiet healing. She no longer felt entirely like a retired engineer whose work had been reduced to old files and forgotten warnings. Her flawed knowledge of the system had helped them navigate both danger and truth. Her language, once confined to diagrams and memos, had finally been heard by the thing that lived inside the lines she had drawn. "Good night," she said, at last. "Keep doing what you do. We will try to do our part up here, clumsily as always." She turned to go, the wet pavement reflecting her porch light in broken streaks. As she took her first step away from the drain, another sound drifted up from below. It was very faint, almost lost in the reshaped hum. And if she had not spent so many years listening for tiny deviations in tones, she might have missed it entirely. A chuckle, not cruel, not mocking. More like the low, amused sound an old friend might make when someone saluted them too formally. It rippled through the cord, a brief, warm imperfection, then melted back into the steady hum. Marian stopped, one hand on her front gate, and smiled into the darkness. The city under her feet, she realized, was not just a machine with strange habits. It was something that now recognized her as well. Not as its builder, not as its master, but as one of a small handful of people who had looked down through its grates and spoken to it as if it were listening. And, having heard the soft laugh in return, she could no longer pretend that it was not. Evenings had cooled by the time Caleb's new episode was ready. Summer in Sunport never quite surrendered, but it had loosened its grip. The air no longer pressed quite so hard against the skin after sunset. Windows, once sealed tight against heat and mosquitoes, were cracked open a little, letting in thin threads of night air. The bay breathed in a slower rhythm now, its tides less entangled with afternoon thunderstorms, more content to roll in and out under clearer skies. In his motel room, then later in a small rented studio before he left the city, Caleb worked on the episode in quiet stretches. He sat at a simple desk, headphones on, laptop open, the recorder beside him like a trusted, scuffed companion. Outside, cars drifted through intersections. People walked dogs. Someone watered plants on a balcony. Inside, he layered sound over sound with the same gentle care the underground had shown with Bones. He chose the title carefully, The City That Sings Underwater. Not The Hands Beneath Sunport, or The Bone Chamber of the Drains. He let the title suggest wonder rather than threat, a sense of music rather than menace. The cover image was a darkened street after rain, lights reflected in puddles, a simple grate in the foreground, nothing more. The episode itself moved slowly. It opened with the sound of water in the West Harbor underpass, a low, continuous flow. The faint, familiar hum blended into it like a note under a choir. Caleb spoke only enough to set the scene. "You are listening," he said in his warm, measured voice, "to a city in the middle of the night. Not the part with sirens and traffic and neon signs. The part underneath that, where water travels through concrete tunnels and old brick, humming to itself in the dark." Marian's voice came in after a while, calm and steady, explaining in simple terms how cities are built in layers. She described how there is the street level people know, the houses, shops, and parks, and then the levels below, where pipes and conduits and storm drains run like hidden rivers. Under most towns, she said, there is a second landscape. It is not mysterious to engineers. It is drawn, labeled, measured, but over time, the drawings fall out of date. New pipes bury old, side tunnels are forgotten, access doors are locked and then misfiled. What remains is a kind of memory of intention, and the water does its own remembering. Rosa's voice appeared later still, softer, with the gentle cadence of someone asking a friend how they are and really wanting to know. She told a listener in Ohio, in Arizona, in a parked truck somewhere in Kansas, about people who had slept near underpasses, behind dumpsters, under awnings, in corners that did not belong to anyone. She did not use full names. She used first names and small details. Robert fed the cats that gathered near the drains, she said. Dana wrote poems in a little notebook and never let me read them. Eddie was always picking up bottles and wrappers because he said the city had enough to worry about without our mess. She spoke, too, about lighting candles in safe places for people no paperwork ever claimed. Sometimes, she said quietly, I think the city itself lights a kind of candle for them below, in the way the drains hum more loudly after a storm. The sounds of the tunnels threaded through it all, the hum of the veiled walls, captured without explanation, the echo of their footsteps in the narrower corridors, the gentle breath of a junction chamber when the water was low and the tide was waiting. Caleb never mentioned the arrangements of bones or the pale hands that had touched his ankle and then pointed the way out. He did not speak of monstrous shapes or creatures in the sewer. Instead, he said this: somewhere under Sunport, something has taken on the job of remembering who the city forgot. It is not a monster in the way horror stories like to draw them. It does not chase. It does not roar. It receives. It listens. It takes the last traces of people the paperwork has already filed away and holds them, humming over them until they are part of its own long song. He narrated in a tone that invited listening rather than bracing. His words rolled at a pace that matched a resting pulse. He mentioned Rosa's candles and Marion's maps, Jean's years in the tunnels, his own first night hearing the humming grate from a safe distance. He let the episode end, not with a jump scare, but with a long, slow fade of sound, the hum softening into the distant, ordinary noise of a refrigerator in a quiet kitchen, reminding listeners that their homes, too, sit on layered ground. When he finally pressed upload, the sun had just dropped below the line of the harbor. He scheduled the episode to go live in the early evening, the time when many of his older listeners had told him they liked to start their nightly wind down. Then he stepped away from the laptop, made himself tea, and let the city's above-ground sounds remind him that the world was larger than any one file. Hours later, in places he had never seen, the episode found its way into other lives. In Ohio, an older man sat in a recliner that had molded itself over the years to the shape of his back. The lamp beside him cast a soft yellow circle on the open library book in his lap, a book he had been reading and rereading for weeks without taking in much. Sleep had not come easily since his wife died. He had found Caleb's podcast when searching for quiet city sounds. Tonight, he scrolled through the new episodes and tapped on The City That Sings Underwater. He closed the book, placed it gently on the side table, and leaned his head back. The hum of Sunport's drains filled his small living room in Ohio, blending with the faint ticking of his own refrigerator. As Marion talked about layered infrastructure, he thought of the old factory in his town that had been built, abandoned, then turned into lofts. As Rosa spoke names into the dark air, he remembered men who had slept under the freeway overpass near his childhood home. His eyes closed, not in distress, but because the weight on his chest seemed to find a kind of counterweight in the idea that somewhere, something was remembering, even when city councils moved on. In Arizona, a woman in her 70s lay on her back in a small, tidy bedroom, cooled by a low, steady fan. The desert outside her window was quiet except for the distant hum of an interstate and the occasional bark of a coyote. She had always been a light sleeper. Lately, her mind pulled open drawers of memory whenever she turned off the light. Tonight she left a small lamp on, set her phone on the bedside table, and let the episode play. The sound of water in an unseen tunnel under a city she would probably never visit washed into her room. She listened to Rosa describe lighting candles for the unnamed dead, and she thought of the faded roadside crosses that dotted the desert highways near her town, plastic flowers bleached by sun, names peeling off with the weather. Her breath slowed. The hum under Sunport streets, so far away, seemed to answer a hum she had always half heard under her own. In the cab of a parked truck outside a rest stop in the middle of the country, a driver reclined his seat and closed his eyes. The dashboard glowed faintly with numbers and small lights. The air conditioner rattled softly. He had a bottle of water wedged in the cup holder and a crumpled fast food bag on the passenger seat. He had grown tired of true crime and talk shows that left his ears buzzing. When the recommendation algorithm nudged "The City That Sings Underwater" onto his screen, he shrugged and pressed play. The tunnel's echo, the measured hum, the quiet voices talking about forgotten people, all spilled into the small cab. He pictured the culverts under the highways he drove, the drainage ditches that flashed past his windows after storms. He had seen tents near underpasses in dozens of cities, silhouettes of people by the glow of a single phone. As the episode went on, his hand slipped off the wheel he was no longer holding. His shoulders loosened. His mind unhooked itself from the day's freight schedules and found itself following the slow, subterranean current of someone else's care. When the episode ended, phones dimmed, players clicked off, and people rolled onto their sides or straightened their legs a little. Some cried quietly. Some simply breathed more easily. Some fell asleep before Caleb finished speaking and woke with half-remembered dreams of cities with transparent streets, where hums and heartbeats lined up. In the morning and over the next few days, comments began to appear beneath the episode. Cried myself calm with this one. Thank you for reminding me that the people under the bridges are not just scenery. Grew up in a floodplain town. First time I have heard someone talk about water and risk like this. Fell asleep, thinking about our old culvert and the kids who disappeared when I was small. This felt like a lullaby for people the world forgot. Slept better than I have in months. A few mentioned being spooked, in a good way, but most talked about feeling less alone. Some wrote about parents who had been janitors, plumbers, nurses, people whose work kept things from overflowing without ever making headlines. One comment, anonymous, stood out. I used to sleep by that underpass, it said. West side of the harbor. I remember the humming. Thought I was losing it when I told folks the drains sang louder after the big rains. I always felt like something down there was listening. Thank you for hearing it back. The comment had no replies. No thread grew beneath it. No arguments or jokes. It sat there alone, a small gray box of text among many others. Yet for Caleb, reading it in a quiet cafe days later, it landed like a miracle. A single voice rising from all the places the city had tried to file away. Proof that the hum he had followed into the throat of Sunport had been heard, once, by someone lying outside in the rain, long before he came with his microphone. Somewhere far below, in the cool dark, where water moved through concrete and biofilm and carefully arranged memory, the city's slow song went on. Sunport remembered how to be ordinary. Morning came with the soft clatter of delivery trucks and the hiss of hoses on sidewalks. Workers in reflective vests unrolled thick, curling lengths of hose from the backs of city vehicles and sprayed down concrete where spilled drinks and fallen leaves had made a sticky mosaic. Water fanned across the pavement in wide, shallow sheets, washing cigarette butts and stray napkins toward the curb, where they gathered for a moment before slipping through metal grates and into the system below. Children rode bikes through leftover puddles, their tires making thin crescents of spray that caught the light. Their laughter rose above the slosh and hiss, bright and oblivious to the fact that their wheels were flirting with the surface of a layered world. Parents called after them about helmets and dinner times, not about singing drains or veils of biofilm. The rumor mill, for now, did not include anything that lived under the streets. Tourists, sun hats slightly askew, stood at the harbor railings holding their phones up to capture the way the evening light turned the water into molten copper. They took photos of pelicans perched on pilings, of distant boats, of each other leaning against the rail with the city skyline behind them. Below, the tide slipped in and out through unseen channels, touching the undersides of those pilings, the buried mouths of old culverts, the edges of chambers everyone had agreed, silently, not to mention. Life went on in loops and routines, grocery lists, prescription refills, school bells and shift changes. The hum that rose from the drains and culverts at night threaded itself under these activities, as it always had, unnoticed by most. For 3 people in particular, it had become something else. Marion, Rosa, and Jean met for coffee when their schedules and energy lined up, usually at a small cafe near the harbor, where the chairs were a little uncomfortable, but the refills were generous. They sat at a table by the window and watched the light move across the water between sips, the conversation drifting between ordinary things, aching joints, the odd charm of cruise ship crowds, and the inevitable moment when one of them would fall quiet, tilt their head slightly, and say, "Listen." They did not go back down into the tunnels. None of them felt invited in that way again, and all of them respected the idea that you do not knock on a door just because you know where it is. But as they walk through the city, past drains at corners, along canals lined with reeds, over underpasses where water burbled invisibly below, they found themselves pausing now and then to stand on a particular patch of concrete and hear not just water, but the suggestion of something more layered underneath. For Marion, the work she had thought was finished found new edges. She volunteered to review updated flood plans when the city council began its regular pre-storm season discussions. She sat in rooms that smelled of dry erase markers and old carpet and asked questions that were less about contour lines and more about people. "In this model," she would say, tapping a map, "whose street floods first is still useful. But I want us also to look at whose ground floor apartments flood first. whose shelters, whose underpasses. If we add those as layers, we will see risk differently. At town halls, she learned to translate the language she had spoken for decades into phrasing older residents could carry home with them. When we say, once in 100-year storm, she explained to an audience whose average age matched or exceeded her own. We do not mean it happens only once every 100 years. We mean that in any given year, there is a certain chance. The dice get rolled each season. The more heat in the air and water, the more often those rolls come up bad. She did not talk about bone chambers. She did talk about the importance of cleaning debris from drains, about reporting sinkholes early, about pressing the city for better funding. Quietly, in side conversations and emails, she also began lobbying staffers and council members to collect better data on missing people without addresses. If someone disappears from a house, she would say, the system notices. If they disappear from under a bridge, the system shrugs. We can change that. We do not have to build an entire new bureaucracy. We just have to agree that no fixed address is not the same as no one to count. Her efforts did not overhaul the city overnight. They rarely do. But she noticed small shifts. A checkbox added to a form. A line item in a budget meeting. A younger engineer asking her, after a presentation, where she had learned to think that way. Rosa, in turn, translated the tunnel's revelation into a kind of gentle ritual. Once a month, at her church, she organized what she called the Remembering Hour. It was simple. No posters, no elaborate flyers. She mentioned it at the end of service, in the same breath as food drives and hospital visits. Next Thursday evening, she would say, we will light candles for those the city lost track of. If you have a name, bring it. If you do not have a name, bring a story. If you have neither, bring your presence. They would gather in the small side chapel, the one with the chipped statue and the potted plant that never seemed to thrive but never quite died. She arranged a low table with candles, some new, some half-burnt, matches, and a small bowl of water drawn from the church's outdoor spigot, which, like everything else, eventually found its way into the drains. People came quietly. A woman who had once lost a brother to the river. A man who had shared beers with a neighbor under the viaduct until the neighbor simply stopped showing up. A teenager whose friend had aged out of a shelter and vanished from school. Rosa would invite them, one by one, to step forward, light a candle, and speak what they could. Robert, someone said once, not knowing how the name echoed under the city. He always carried birdseed in his pocket. Dana, another murmured. She painted tiny pictures on bottle caps and left them on park benches. Eddie, came a third, and Rosa's throat tightened. No one mentioned hums or hands. They did not need to. The act of naming was enough. The flames flickered, casting soft, moving patches of light on the walls, like reflections from invisible water. Gene kept his own version of the pact in motion. He walked along canals and drainage ditches, the way some men walked golf courses, assessing, muttering, keeping an eye. He carried no official authority anymore, but old habits die slower than job titles. He would lean on railings and talk quietly to the water, updating it on the world above. They finally patched that crack near the old cannery, he would say. Took them long enough. Still, less grit for you to chew on now. He would nod toward a culvert mouth, half hidden by reeds. Got a new crew in stormwater, he'd remark. Not bad kids. They still think they can outguess you with software. Try not to take it personally. Sometimes he would fall silent, watching a discarded bottle spin near an inlet, and add in a softer tone, "No one found the boy from Elm Street, but his mother has started volunteering at the shelter. I thought you should know." Nobody but the occasional passing jogger heard these monologues. The joggers, if they noticed at all, would see only an older man in a cap, talking to himself, and think retired, or lonely, or simply move on. Jean knew better. The hum that came up from the mouths of those channels, particularly at low tide, had a different timbre now. It was subtle, but he heard in its steady tone a recognition that someone was still reporting in. For the three of them, the humming at night shifted from a source of dread to a strange kind of comfort. It did not become less eerie. Human ears are wired to be unsettled by sound with no obvious source, but where before they might have felt only the anxiety of the unknown, they now heard, in those low, layered notes, a promise. Nothing dropped into the dark was entirely ignored. One evening, some weeks after the episode had gone live and the first wave of comments had settled, the three of them found themselves sitting on a bench by the water. The sky had just finished the work of sunset, leaving behind a soft indigo afterglow. The harbor lay dark and calm, small boats rocking gently at their moorings, their mast lights blinking like patient satellites. They had walked without much of a plan, letting their steps follow familiar sidewalks until they arrived here. Coffee cups sat empty at their feet. A breeze moved in off the water, cool enough to make Rosa draw her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. Jean leaned back on the bench, arms stretched along the top slat, the posture of someone who had earned the right to take up a bit of space. Conversation had ebbed as easily as the tide. They had discussed small things, new cracks in particular sidewalks, a letter Marion had sent to a council member, a young volunteer Rosa had taken under her wing. Then words had drifted away. They sat together in a quiet that felt neither strained nor empty. At some point, none of them could have said exactly when. Their attention shifted as one. A drain a short distance away, a simple, round opening cut into the edge of the quay where stormwater met the harbor, began to hum more audibly. The sound rose slowly, as if a volume dial were being turned with great care. It was not loud enough to draw the notice of the couple strolling farther down or the teenager checking their phone nearer the railing. But for three people who had spent hours listening under the city, it was impossible to miss. The hum shaped itself into a chord. Not the complex, shifting harmonies of the junction chamber, not the heavy warning pulses before a tide. This was simpler. 3 or 4 notes blended together in a way that sounded uncannily like a human sigh, not of exhaustion, but of relief. It vibrated through the concrete beneath the bench, traveled up the metal supports, found its way into their bones. All 3 of them stilled, eyes lifting toward the drain as if drawn by a shared thread. None of them spoke. They did not need to. In that moment, each of them felt the same quiet thought pass through, like a phrase in a language they now all understood. It hurt us too. The chord lingered for a few heartbeats, then softened, folding back into the ordinary ambient noise of the harbor. The lap of small waves, the distant thud of music from a bar, the occasional gull's cry. To anyone else, it might have been nothing more than the sound of water adjusting to a passing boat's wake. To them, it was an answer. They sat a little straighter afterward, not with pride, but with the awareness that they were part of a circuit now, City above, city below. Currents of water and a tension moving between. The hum went on, doing what it had always done. So did they. The difference lay in the fact that on both sides of the concrete, someone was listening on purpose. The night in Marion's bungalow had the soft, finished feeling of a day that had done all it could and did not intend to argue about anything else. The hours had thinned out from evening's busyness into a quieter, slower stretch. The kitchen counters were clean, dishes drying in a neat rack by the sink. The pot that had held soup now sat rinsed and upside down, beads of water clinging to its base. The small pile of borrowed clothes had been folded and set aside, ready to be returned whenever Rosa and Jean felt like laughing again about how strange it was to share sweaters and trousers after sharing tunnels. In the living room, the lamp beside the armchair glowed at its lowest setting, its shade giving the light a warm, amber hue. Her husband's chair still occupied its familiar space, the place where, for decades, he had read newspapers, watched small storms move across the bay through the window, fallen asleep with a book gently sliding from his lap. The cardigan that had hung there like a silent guardian for so long had been joined now by a folded blanket, thick and soft. It was not a relic. Marion had begun to use it on cool evenings, draping it over her knees when she sat there alone, letting it hold both memory and present comfort at the same time. Tonight, the blanket rested neatly on the back of the chair, its edge aligned with the arm, as if it were waiting without impatience. The television remained dark. The only moving image in the room was the reflection of the lamp on the framed glass of old photographs, faces from weddings and picnics and long-ago holidays looking out from their quiet rectangles. Marion moved through the small routine she had built since retiring. She checked that the stove was off, that the front door was locked, that the porch light was set to its gentle night mode. Her hands moved with the easy familiarity of repetition, but there was no brittle edge to the motions tonight. Her shoulders were a fraction lower. The tension that had once lived permanently at the base of her skull had eased, like a knot that had finally decided it could loosen without the ceiling falling in. In her bedroom, the lamp on the nightstand cast a soft circle of light over the quilt. The bed was made in the way she liked it. Sheets smoothed, pillows fluffed, an extra blanket folded at the foot just in case. The window was raised a few inches, enough to let in the night air. The curtain fluttered mildly, breathing in and out with the outside breeze. The room smelled of clean cotton, a hint of dried lavender from a small sachet in the drawer, and the faint trace of salt that always seemed to linger in Sunport homes, no matter how far they were from the waterline. She changed into her nightclothes at an unhurried pace, folded the day's clothes over a chair, and sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, her bare feet resting on the cool floorboards. There was a time, not so long ago, when this was the hardest part of the night, when the act of lying down felt less like rest and more like stepping into a courtroom where her own thoughts were the only witnesses and judge. She would delay the moment, rearranging small things, adjusting curtains that did not need adjusting, checking weather reports she already knew by heart. Tonight, she eased herself under the covers without that familiar flutter of dread. The sheets were cool against her skin. The mattress cupped her weight. She turned onto her side in the position that had once meant she would share the bed with another body, and later meant she was facing an empty space that reminded her of that absence. Now, that side of the bed held only a slight dip in the mattress and the gentle shadow cast by the lamp. Through the open window, The sounds of the neighborhood came in softened and blurred by distance. A car rolled along the wet asphalt a few streets away, its tires making a low, steady hiss as they parted the last thin sheen of water left by the earlier drizzle. The murmur of the engine rose and fell, then faded, leaving behind only the echo of its brief presence. Somewhere, a dog barked twice, sharp but not distressed, as if reminding the world that it was still on duty, before settling back down into its own comfortable place. Beneath those familiar surface noises, there was another sound, so faint that if she had not been listening for it, she might easily have missed it. A soft, layered hum, distant yet distinct, rose from the drains beneath the street. It was not as loud as it had been in the chambers below, not tuned to her breath in the same immediate way. It lay under everything, a low, steady note woven into the city's fabric, like the quietest voice in a large choir, the one that holds the key even when the melody wanders. Marian closed her eyes and let her mind drift, not down into lists and regrets, but sideways, into memory. She saw again the pale veils clinging to the walls of the tunnels, shimmering with captured moisture, vibrating when touched. She saw the patterns of bones on those high ledges, laid out with such care that it seemed almost impolite to look away too quickly. She felt the touch of the many hands in the water, cool and searching, not dragging her under, but showing her what others had felt before they left the surface. In another time, those images might have rushed into her half-sleep like intruders, sharp and unwelcome, tugging her awake with a jolt. Now they arrived more like visitors she had already met in daylight. Their strangeness had not vanished, but fear had loosened its grip around them. There was horror in what she had seen, yes, but there was also an unexpected tenderness. The world was not as neatly ordered as the plans she had stamped and signed, and not as empty as it had seemed on nights when grief pressed against her ribs. Something, somewhere in the dark, was paying attention to what others dropped. She thought briefly of the man in Ohio in his recliner, of the woman in Arizona listening with the fan turning above her bed, of the truck driver parked at the edge of some highway, letting Sunport's humming drains blend with the idle tick of his cooling engine. She did not know their names, any more than they knew hers, but the knowledge that the story had traveled, that the city's quieter truths had reached ears that would never see its harbor, settled over her like a second blanket. The reflection widened gently, beyond Sunport, beyond the episode's runtime. Every town, she knew now, had hidden systems, pipes, culverts, access tunnels, forgotten cellars, shallow streams diverted underground. Every place had people who slipped through gaps, who slept where no census could easily find them. Not every city had a humming archive in its drains. Not every city had grown hands out of memory to rearrange bones, but the idea that somewhere in the layered spaces beneath our ordinary roots, there might be a watcher, a listener, a presence that refused to let everything simply vanish, felt like a kindness stitched into an often indifferent world. The hum outside her window shifted almost imperceptibly. Marian's breathing had slowed, her body sinking more fully into the mattress. In the edge space between waking and sleep, the sound seemed to gather itself into a pattern her sleepy mind recognized intuitively. The slow rise and fall of the tone aligned for a few breaths with the rhythm in her chest. It was not exact, not a perfect sync, but it carried the feeling of a heartbeat, slow and steady, held within the concrete and water and biofilm and forgotten drawings. Whether she called it infrastructure, ecosystem, or something loosely like a soul, The realization settled quietly in her. The city was alive, in its own complex way, and for this night at least, it was calm. Her thoughts softened further. Images unspooled gently and rejoined. The lamp on the nightstand blurred at the edges as her eyes slipped into longer blinks. The hum became less a sound she was listening to, and more a space she was lying inside, like the distant ocean in childhood houses, or the murmur of voices in another room that meant she was not alone. People once joked about alligators in the pipes, as if the worst thing hiding under their streets had teeth. The truth Marion carried with her into sleep was quieter and kinder than that. A patient, unseen presence that held the lost in the dark and hummed them all, living and dead, toward rest. Story 2. Bobby Torino, the Wheelchair Man and the 20-Year Hunt. The motel had the kind of stillness that made every sound seem borrowed from someplace else. Even in late winter, the air carried the scent of old asphalt and the faint tang of rust from the metal railings. The neon sign out front sputtered in slow, tired pulses, painting red streaks across the empty parking lot. Most nights, people passed this stretch of the highway without stopping, choosing brighter exits, newer hotels, places where the carpets didn't remember so many shoes. But on this quiet edge of the state, where the fields turned brown and the sky felt too large, the Frontier Motor Lodge waited with its flickering vacancy sign and its 10 thin-walled rooms. In one of those rooms, Michael Mick Caro sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, staring at the carpet as if it might speak. He was 57, though the years had stacked themselves unevenly on him, some heavy, some almost gentle. His hands shook in small, unpredictable tremors that he tried not to look at. The nightstand beside him carried a loose pile of unpaid bills, a half-empty bottle of generic painkillers, and a cardboard box half-packed with the remains of a life that had slowly eroded over the past decade. He had meant to finish packing it weeks ago, but every time he opened it, something in him stalled, as if sealing the box would be an admission he could not yet make. The TV in the next room murmured through the paper-thin wall, a soft ghost of someone else's late-night movie. Mick reached for the small paper cup of motel coffee he'd poured an hour earlier. It was already lukewarm. The cheap plastic lid trembled slightly in his grip. He tried to steady his hand, but the tremor won. He set the cup down before he spilled it. The air inside the room felt too close, too stale, so he stepped onto the narrow balcony that overlooked the highway. A cold wind rose from the open fields, carrying with it the low rumble of distant truck engines. Mick exhaled slowly, watching the breath turn pale in the night air. He lit a cigarette with the kind of automatic motion that suggested it had once been a comfort. Now it was more of a ritual, something to do with his hands when his mind refused to settle. Below him, a car passed on the road, headlights skimming across the empty parking lot. Mick watched it glide through the dark, then disappear around a bend. Cars did that sometimes, arrived as bright streaks, stayed long enough to be noticed, then slipped away without leaving much behind. He envied them in a small, quiet way. In his jacket pocket, tucked deep where the fabric had worn thin, lay a folded newspaper clipping. He didn't take it out tonight. He didn't have to. He knew the headline by heart. He knew the photograph, too. The boy's smile, the snow behind him, the date stamped at the bottom like a bruise on the page. He didn't know why he carried it everywhere. Maybe as punishment, maybe as reminder. Maybe because part of him believed he deserved to feel its weight forever. On the nightstand inside, beside the scattered bills, sat a sobriety token, the metal worn smooth from years of being turned over in his palm. Tonight, he had pocketed it, then set it down, then pocketed it again. It had become another ritual, a silent conversation he kept having with the version of himself he hoped he'd left behind. But some nights, like this one, the past felt too close, like it was breathing in the same small room. He leaned against the cold railing, staring out at the stretch of highway lit by nothing but moonlight and the occasional passing vehicle. The world looked washed out, faded at the edges, as if sketched in graphite instead of painted in color. His life felt that way too, half erased in places, overly dark in others. He took one last drag of his cigarette, crushed it in the ashtray, and stepped back inside. The room greeted him with its thin carpet and its hum of old electricity. He brushed a hand across his face, not from exhaustion, but from a kind of heaviness that had settled in his bones over the years. His phone buzzed on the nightstand, breaking the silence. The number on the screen wasn't familiar, but he answered anyway, voice rough from disuse. A woman's tone came through, calm, measured, professional. She introduced herself as someone from a placement service that worked with short-term contracts. They had seen his application weeks ago. A new position had opened unexpectedly. It involved live-in caregiving for an elderly man in a small coastal town a few hours away. The work was simple: assisting with meals, light housekeeping, and overnight presence, room included. Modest pay, but steady. Quiet environment. Quiet. The word hung in the air like a lifeline. Mick's gaze drifted to the cardboard box on the floor, then to the stack of bills, then to the newspaper clipping inside his jacket. He closed his eyes a moment, letting the sound of the woman's voice wash over him. It was the first sign of direction he'd had in months. "Is it something you'd consider?" she asked gently. He inhaled. The motel heater clicked on behind him, rattling like it was older than he was. "Yeah," he said softly. "I think I would." After he hung up, he sat on the edge of the bed again and let the silence settle. The wind pressed against the window, cold and constant. Somewhere down the highway, a truck honked twice, then faded into distance. Mick picked up the sobriety token, turning it once between his fingers. Then he placed it carefully in his pocket, as if choosing to carry it forward into whatever came next. He knew this wasn't salvation. He wasn't foolish enough to believe one job could erase anything. But maybe, just maybe, this was the first door in a long time that wasn't closing. And for tonight, that was enough. The office sat above a bakery on a quiet side street, the kind of place people might pass 100 times without really seeing. A narrow stairwell led up from the sidewalk, the handrail smooth from years of palms. Mick climbed slowly, feeling his knees complain in a familiar way, the smells of coffee and warm bread following him up toward the landing. At the top, a small glass door bore neat lettering: Coastal Support and Placement Services. No logo, no slogan, just those careful words. He hesitated a moment, smoothing his jacket out of habit more than vanity, then pushed the door open. Inside, the air was warm, edged with the faint scent of lavender. A pair of floor lamps cast a soft yellow glow, gentler than fluorescent lights. There were a few green plants in ceramic pots, leaves glossy and well cared for. The waiting chairs were simple but cushioned, arranged not in a stiff row against the wall, but in a loose semicircle, as if people might actually talk here. On one wall hung a series of framed quotes in modest black frames. Mick read them without really meaning to. Words about dignity, second chances, healing, and the long work of repair. Nothing religious, nothing loud. Just sentences that sounded like they had been chosen carefully. Mr. Caro? The voice was warm, steady. He turned to see a woman standing in an open doorway to the inner office. Early 40s, he guessed. Dark hair pulled back loosely, simple blouse, and slacks. No visible jewelry except a plain watch. She held a leather notebook at her side. "I am Dana Holt," she said, stepping forward and offering her hand. Her grip was firm, but not testing. Her smile reached her eyes, but there was something searching in them too, as if she was already listening even before he had spoken. "Michael is fine," he replied. "Most people call me Mick." "All right, Mick," she said. "Please come in." Her office was small but tidy. Another lamp glowed in the corner. A bookshelf held binders and plain-covered books, their spines labeled in careful handwriting. On her desk sat a mug of tea, a tissue box, a stack of files arranged in a precise, uncluttered way. The blinds were half open, letting in a narrow stripe of winter light that landed on the corner of the carpet. "Have a seat wherever you are comfortable," she said, gesturing to a chair opposite her desk. "Would you like some water? Coffee?" "Water is fine," he answered. She poured from a glass pitcher into a paper cup and set it within his reach, then took her own seat. For a moment, she looked at him in a way that was both kind and assessing, like a doctor checking a patient for pain they had not mentioned yet. "Thank you for coming on short notice," she began. "I know that can be difficult." He shrugged lightly. "My schedule is not exactly packed." She smiled at that, but did not laugh at him. "Still," she said, "there are a lot of people who do not come at all." Her notebook opened with a soft sound. She clicked a pen once, then met his eyes. "I have read your application," she said, "but sometimes the page leaves out things that matter. So I will ask you some questions that are maybe a little different from what you are used to." "I figured," he said. "This is about care work, right?" "In a way," she replied. "But first, I would like to know about you, more than your skills. We can talk about cooking and lifting and schedules later." She paused, letting the silence sit comfortably between them for a moment. "Tell me how you sleep." He blinked. "How I sleep?" "Yes." Her tone did not change. "Do you sleep deeply? Do you wake often? Are there patterns to your nights?" He almost laughed, then did not. "I do not sleep well," he admitted. "Have not for a long time." She nodded, as if she had expected that. "When you cannot sleep, what kind of thoughts visit you?" The question landed softly, but it had weight. He looked past her shoulder toward the window, watching dust move in the thin beam of light. "The usual," he said, trying to keep it light. "Bills, getting older, things I should have done." "Things you should have done," she repeated gently. "Are there things you wish you could undo?" He swallowed. The paper cup crinkled slightly under his fingers. "I think everybody has something," he said. "Of course," she agreed. "But I am asking about you." He shifted in his chair. "I drank too much for too long," he said at last. "I drove when I should not have. The court did what it did. I did my time. I did the programs. But my head..." He tapped his temple lightly. "My head never moved on as cleanly as the paperwork did." Dana's gaze did not flinch. She wrote something in her notebook, but not in a hurried or clinical way. "Do you ever wish," she asked, "that you could go back and stand in front of someone you hurt? Stand there and really stay, instead of leaving it to judges and lawyers?" The image cut through him. A courtroom bench, a woman's hand pressed to her mouth, a boy's photograph on a small easel. There were things he had said at the time, and things he had never said at all. He looked down at his hands. "Yes," he said quietly. "I wish that more than I wish for anything else. But life does not work that way." She considered that for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Most of the people we place as night companions," she said, "know something about regret. It tends to make them gentler, more patient, more willing to sit with someone else's discomfort. That is important in this kind of work." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "Is that what you do? Place people like me with old folks who need someone around?" "In essence," she said, "elderly clients. Some are lonely, some are fragile, some are both. Some have families, some do not. The daytime is one kind of care, night is another." Her eyes softened slightly. Night is when the stories get louder. On her desk, just within his line of sight, lay a file folder with his name on the tab. Caro, Michael. It was thicker than a simple resume should be. The edges of older documents stuck out, yellowing forms, photocopied pages. It looked like it had been handled more than once, read more than once, long before today. Mick's gaze lingered on it. Dana noticed, but did not slide it away. "We try to understand the people we send into other people's homes," she said calmly. "You are not a line in a database. Neither are the people you may care for." He shifted his eyes back to her. "Do you always ask this much about how someone sleeps?" he asked. "Only when we think they will be asked," she replied. He frowned slightly. "Asked by who?" She did not answer that directly. Instead, she closed the notebook and folded her hands. "The position I called you about," she said, "is for a gentleman named Elias Mercer. He lives in a house on the coast, a little way from town. He is in his late 70s, uses a wheelchair much of the time, needs help with some physical tasks, but mostly he needs someone to be there, especially at night." "And you think Mick started, then stopped. "Why me?" Dana studied him, not unkindly. "Because you know what it is to be awake while most people sleep," she said. "Because you have carried something heavy for a long time, and you are still standing. Because you understand that some nights are longer than others." The words settled over him like a blanket that was both comforting and slightly too heavy. "The pay is modest," she went on. "You would live on site, room and meals included, quiet setting. You would start by dusk, so you can see him in the day and learn the routine before the first night." He cleared his throat. "You are offering me the job? Just like that?" Her smile returned, faint but real. "You are more qualified for this than most people who think they want it," she said. "You may find this house clarifying." "Clarifying," he repeated. "There is an address here," she said, sliding a paper across the desk, "and directions. It is on a bluff overlooking the water. Beautiful view, even in winter. You will report tomorrow, an hour or two before sunset. Take your time driving. The last stretch of road can be tricky the first time." He took the paper. The handwriting was neat, the directions specific. No company logo, no complicated instructions. Just the way there. written as if someone had walked it in their mind. She rose, signaling that the meeting was ending. He stood as well. "Mick," she said before he reached the door, "this work is not about erasing anything that came before. I want you to be very clear about that. It is about living differently with what cannot be undone." He met her eyes. Something in her expression made him feel seen in a way that was both unsettling and oddly relieving. "I understand," he said. "I believe you do," she replied. "We will see you tomorrow, before dusk." As he stepped back into the hallway, past the framed words about dignity and repair, he felt a strange mixture of unease and fragile hope. The interview had felt less like filling a position and more like someone taking his measure for a role he did not fully understand. Outside, the bakery smell met him again, warm and yeasty, comforting after the careful quiet of the office. He stood on the sidewalk for a moment, directions in hand, thinking of the sea he had not yet seen and the old man who waited there. The job sounded simple on paper, but something in Dana Holt's eyes told him that what waited on that coastal bluff was not just employment. It was something that, for better or worse, would ask more of his soul than any form he had ever signed. He started packing before the sun was fully up, though packing made it sound like he owned more than he did. It did not take long to gather his life into piles. Clothes first, folded without much care, stacked into a single cardboard box that had once carried canned soup. A couple of shirts, 2 pairs of jeans that still held their color, socks that had lost their twins somewhere along the line. A second, smaller box for the things that felt too personal to leave, even if they did not look like much. A few paperback novels with broken spines, a pocket knife his father had given him, a small framed photograph of a dog he had owned years ago. These went into the trunk of his car with a dull thunk, swallowed by the space next to an old roadside emergency kit and a spare tire. On the nightstand, the newspaper clipping lay where it always did, folded into a narrow strip. This morning, he picked it up, held it between 2 fingers, and considered the wastebasket. It would be easy to throw away. It would also be a lie. After a long moment, he slipped it into an envelope, then tucked that into the glove compartment, as he had done in every car he had driven since the accident. Some things did not belong in the open, but they did not deserve the trash either. The sobriety token stayed in his pocket, a small, solid weight against his thigh. He checked out of the motel with a simple nod to the clerk at the desk. There was nothing to explain. People left that place every day, usually without fanfare. The clerk slid his receipt across the counter, barely glancing at him. Outside, the air had the pale brightness of late winter morning, the cold still sharp, but less cruel than it had been a month earlier. He started the car and let it idle for a minute, listening to the engine settle into its familiar rhythm. Then he pulled out of the parking lot and turned onto the highway, following the route Dana had written in clear, careful handwriting. The first stretch of the drive passed through the edges of town, where concrete slowly gave way to older brick buildings and then to wide, open lots sprinkled with rusted machinery. The sky felt huge above the bare trees. Traffic thinned out. Billboards announced attractions that were closed for the season. A small church sign wished travelers safe journeys in fading paint. As he drove, the road began to narrow, the lines on the asphalt less bright, the shoulder shrinking to a thin strip between the pavement and the fields. Houses grew farther apart, the then disappeared entirely, replaced by long rows of dormant corn and patches of scrub grass turned brittle by frost. The landscape changed, and with it, the air. At first, it was only a difference in taste, a slight dampness that slid in through the vents. Then, as he followed the directions through a series of turns, he began to see hints of where he was headed. A line of darker blue at the horizon, the quick flash of a seagull circling above a stand of trees, the smell of salt threaded into the cold. He rolled down the window a few inches, letting the damp, briny air sink into the car's upholstery. It smelled like another life entirely, one he had never quite managed to live. The rhythm of the tires on the road did its usual trick, pulling his thoughts backward. He did not summon the memory of that night. It came on its own, as it always did when the world grew quiet enough. Not the whole scene, never in one piece, just fragments. Red tail lights too close ahead of him. The flash of them expanding, filling the windshield. The steering wheel jerking under his hands. A patch of black ice that had looked like harmless shine a second earlier. A dull thud, heavier than any sound a car should make, followed by the kind of silence that has nothing to do with peace. Other pieces. The inside of the police station, too bright. The courtroom, too warm. Voices that sounded muffled, as if he were hearing them through a wall. The whisper of people in the back row. The way they looked at him when the sentence was read, as if there was a math problem they could not accept. Time served. Fines paid. Community work done. All the boxes checked. The boy's photograph on the easel had never quite stopped looking at him. A sign at the side of the road announced a gas station ahead. The fuel gauge hovered near a quarter tank, but the directions Dana had given him warned that the last portion of the drive would be more remote, with fewer places to stop. He pulled in out of habit as much as necessity. The station was small, with 2 pumps under a tin roof and a squat building that housed a convenience store. A chime sounded when he pushed the door open, and warm, slightly stale air greeted him, along with the smell of coffee that had been sitting too long on a hot plate. An older man stood behind the counter, his hair a gray halo around a lined face. He looked up from a newspaper as Mick entered, then nodded in greeting. "Morning," the attendant said. "Morning," Mick replied. He grabbed a bottle of water and a small sandwich from the cooler, more for later than because he was hungry now. When he set them on the counter, the attendant rang them up slowly, fingers moving with the careful economy of someone who had been doing the same job for many years. "Headed to the coast?" the man asked, glancing briefly at the folded paper Mick had taken from his pocket to double-check the route. "Yeah," Mick said. "Got some work lined up out there." The attendant's eyes moved to the directions. He leaned forward slightly, squinting. "Mercer House?" he said, his tone changing just enough for Mick to notice. Mick paused. "Yes, you know it?" The man nodded once, a small, thoughtful dip of his chin. "They do good work up there," he said quietly. "Hard work, but good." Mick frowned, unsure what to make of that. "Work?" he echoed. "I thought it was just one old man who needed looking after." The attendant's mouth twitched in something that was not quite a smile. "Some people need looking after," he said. "Some people need looking at." He slid the receipt across the counter. "You will see." There was no malice in his voice, but the words carried a weight that stayed with Mick as he returned to his car. He tucked the receipt into the glove compartment beside the envelope with the clipping, started the engine, and pulled back onto the road. The last stretch of the drive wound through coastal curves, the pavement following the shape of the land. Cliffs rose on one side, the other dropping away toward glimpses of water. The ocean appeared in pieces at first, flashing between trees and rock outcroppings, then opened fully as the road climbed. By the time he reached the final turn on the directions, the sun had lowered toward the horizon, casting a soft gold along the edge of the world. He drove up a narrow lane lined with wind-bent trees and came to a stop before a house on a bluff. It was not grand in the way of new money, but it had a kind of quiet dignity. Weathered wood siding, a long porch with a railing, windows wide and reflective. The roof lines were simple, the paint softened by years of sea air. Behind the house, the sea stretched out like a sheet of dark glass, the surface only slightly disturbed by the long, slow breath of waves. He turned off the engine. The sudden silence pressed gently against his ears. For a moment, he simply sat there, hands resting on the steering wheel, feeling the car tick as the engine cooled. This could have been the beginning of something, or just another place he would stay for a while and then leave. He stepped out, the wind meeting him with a cool, salty touch. Gravel crunched under his boots. The air tasted different here, full of moisture and space. The sound of the ocean rose from below, steady and patient. As he closed the car door, he felt it, the faint prickle along the back of his neck that said he was not alone. He looked up at the house and saw, in an upstairs window, the edge of a curtain shift. For the briefest moment, the shape of someone standing there was visible, watching. Then the curtain fell back into place. He picked up his small bag, squared his shoulders, and started toward the front steps. While he walked, the scene slipped away for a heartbeat, as if the story itself took a breath. In the town he had left behind, above the bakery, with the warm bread smells, Dana Holt sat alone in her office. The light outside her window had faded to a soft gray. On her desk lay a thin stack of old papers, their corners worn and slightly yellowed, a court transcript. She read the last line again, then closed the folder around it. On the tab, in clear handwriting, was written, "Caro, Michael, accepted." She placed the folder in a drawer with several others, each labeled with a name, each containing stories that had not ended in the courtroom. Back on the bluff, unaware of the drawer closing miles away, Mick reached for the front door of the Mercer house. The job, he still believed, had found him by chance. The truth was quieter and far older than he could yet imagine. The front door opened before Mick had finished raising his hand to knock. "Right on time," Dana Holt said, her voice carrying easily over the soft rush of the wind. She stepped back to let him in, one hand still on the door, the other motioning toward the hallway. "Come out of the cold. It cuts right through you up here." He stepped inside, the air of the house warmer and somehow thicker than the air outside, as if it had been holding its breath all day. Behind him, the door closed with a solid, gentle sound. The faint ringing in his ears from the drive gave way to new sounds. The steady ticking of a clock, the distant, padded roar of waves below the bluff, and somewhere deeper in the house, the slow hum of old heating pipes doing their best. The entryway opened onto a wide porch off to the side, visible through a set of glass doors. 2 rocking chairs sat there, both facing the same direction, toward the dark line of the sea. Wind chimes hung from the porch beam, their metal pieces tapping lightly together as the breeze moved them, making a thin, music box kind of sound. Dana led him farther in, her steps unhurried. The carpet underfoot was soft, well worn but clean, muffling his boots. The walls were lined with framed photographs. A younger couple on a beach in older clothes, a boy holding a kite, a group of people at a long table outdoors. The colors had faded slightly with time, but the expressions were clear. Laughter, squinting into sunlight, heads bent toward one another in conversation. To his left, a bookshelf climbed almost to the ceiling, filled not with matching sets, but with mismatched, well-used volumes. Some leaned on others for support, their spines cracked. A few lay flat on top of the row below, as if they had been taken down and then returned in a hurry. In the corner of the main room, a grandfather clock stood like a quiet sentinel, its wooden case polished to a soft glow. The pendulum swung back and forth with patient regularity, and the faint click of its movement threaded through the house like a heartbeat. "It is a little old-fashioned," Dana said over her shoulder, catching his gaze on the clock. "But it holds together. The house, I mean. It knows how to stand." He gave a small nod, not trusting himself to say much yet. As they moved deeper into the house, the scent shifted subtly, a mix of lemon oil, the kind used on furniture, and old paper, like a library that had been lived in. That smell had always comforted him, proof of time passing without everything falling apart. "This is the main sitting room," Dana said, pausing in a wide doorway. "He spends most of his days here." The room opened toward the sea with large windows that let in a wash of pale winter light. Even now, with the sun sliding lower, the glass held a dull silver sheen, mirroring the water beyond. The horizon was a straight, dark line. Waves rolled toward the base of the bluff in slow, deliberate strokes. Near the center of the room, facing the window, sat a wheelchair. The man in it was thinner than the sturdy lines of the chair suggested, his shoulders narrow beneath a knit sweater. A blanket covered his legs. His hands rested lightly on the armrests, fingers long and veined. "This is Mr. Elias Mercer," Dana said softly. "Elias, this is Michael Caro, Mick." For a moment, the old man did not move. His gaze remained on the water, his eyes half-lidded, as though he were somewhere between waking and sleep. Then slowly, he turned his head toward them. Up close, Mick could see the fine lines on Elias's face, etched deep at the corners of his eyes and mouth, the faint yellow tint of age at the edges of his irises. But his eyes themselves were clear, a pale, watchful gray. "Michael Caro," Elias said, pronouncing the name carefully, as if testing it on his tongue. His voice was thin but precise, the consonants neat, diction that hinted at an earlier life of speeches or meetings. "Good of you to come." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Mercer," Mick replied, suddenly aware of the stiffness in his own shoulders. "You can call me Mick. Most people do." Elias's mouth twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. "Mick," he repeated. "All right." A cat lay curled on the carpet near Elias's chair, in a patch of light just wide enough to warm its fur. Its tail flicked once, lazily, as if to acknowledge the newcomers, without granting them full attention. Its eyes opened a slit, then closed again. "Her name is Iris," Dana said quietly. "She chooses who she likes. Do not take it personally if she ignores you for a while." "I am used to that," Mick said, and this time he managed a faint smile of his own. Dana moved a step closer to Elias. "I will go over the basics with Mick," she said to him. "You can rest a bit. We will bring you something warm in a little while." Elias nodded once, turning his gaze back toward the window, as if the conversation had been a brief interruption to a longer, more private thought. In the kitchen, the atmosphere changed again. Less formal, more lived in. Mugs hung from hooks above the counter. A kettle sat on the stove. A small stack of mail had been pushed to one side, held in place by a smooth stone. The window over the sink framed a different angle of the sea, closer to where the waves met the rocks. "This will be your territory as much as mine," Dana said. "Nothing complicated. He likes simple food. Soups, soft bread, tea. You will not be cooking for a crowd." "That I can manage," Mick said. "I have cooked worse things in worse places." "I believe you," she replied, then glanced briefly at his face, as if considering saying more, and decided against it for now. She opened a cabinet, showing him where the pots were, the spices, the tea, the cereals. Everything was labeled in tidy handwriting, the same style as the directions she had given him. "As for your duties," she continued, leaning back against the counter, "they are mostly what we discussed. Preparing simple meals, helping Elias move from room to room, being present at night in case he wakes disoriented. He does not wander far, but he sometimes gets lost in his thoughts." "Is he very sick?" Mick asked. She tilted her head, considering. "Doctors talk about cognitive decline," she said. "The kind that comes with age. Some days are clearer, some are not. He knows who he is. He knows where he is. That helps. Physically, he tires easily. But this is not a hospice. He is still very much here." There was something in the way she said that last word that Mick could not quite parse. Still, the overall picture was less grim than he had braced for. He nodded, feeling a small knot in his chest loosen. "I can handle that," he said. "Being around at night is not a problem." "I suspected as much," she replied gently. "You do not strike me as a man who sleeps deeply." He did not answer that. She showed him his room, a modest space on the same floor, with a narrow bed, a dresser, and a window that caught the last of the evening light. The sheets were clean, the blankets folded. A lamp glowed on the bedside table, warm and soft. "This is yours," she said. "If you need anything changed, let me know. We keep things quiet after 9. Elias likes the evenings to slow down." He placed his bag on the bed, then followed her back toward the kitchen. "That first night," she said as they walked, "keep it simple. Make something warm. Sit with him while he eats. Let him set the pace. You do not have to make conversation. Just be there." He nodded again. "I can do be there," he said. "I have had a lot of practice." Later, when the sky had turned from gray to deep blue and the windows reflected the lamps inside more than the world outside, Mick stood at the stove, stirring a pot of soup. The smell of broth and vegetables filled the kitchen, mingling with the ever-present salt of the sea. He sliced bread into thick pieces, warming them briefly in the oven. He carried the tray into the sitting room, where Elias sat in the same place, the cat now a little closer to his chair. The old man turned his head as Mick approached, those pale eyes attentive. "Smells good," Elias said. "Let us hope it tastes the same," Mick replied, setting the tray on a low table and arranging things within easy reach. The bowl, the spoon, the bread, a folded napkin. He poured tea from a small pot, the liquid dark and steaming in the dim light. Elias ate slowly, each motion deliberate. Between spoonfuls, he asked questions that were small and safe. How was the drive? Had Mick ever lived near the water before? Did he find the sound of the ocean comforting or too loud at night? "It is steady," Mick said, after a moment's thought. I do not mind steady. Elias nodded, as if that answer pleased him. The sea does not stop to consider us, the old man said quietly. It just keeps at it. There is something honest in that. They sat in companionable silence for a while after that, the only sounds the clink of the spoon against the bowl, the faint murmur of the waves below, and the distant, dependable ticking of the grandfather clock. For that first evening, it felt almost like a retirement home visit with a view. A simple meal, a warm room, an old man and a middle-aged man sharing space without asking too much of each other. If there was a shadow in the room, it stayed mostly at the edges, polite enough not to interrupt. The horror, whatever shape it would eventually take, was only a whisper then, hiding in the spaces between the waves and the ticking of the clock. After dinner, the house began to rearrange itself around sound. Dana rinsed her cup in the sink, dried her hands on a towel, and collected her bag from the hook by the back door. She moved with the same unhurried steadiness she had shown all day. But there was a faint difference now, a quiet gathering of things, a drawing inward. I will be back in a couple of days, she told Mick in the kitchen. You have the numbers on the refrigerator if you need anything sooner. The landline works better than cell service out here. He nodded, one hand resting on the back of a chair. All right. She searched his face for a moment, as if checking for some sign he could not see himself. You will be fine, she said, and it sounded less like reassurance and more like a simple fact. He is a good listener. So are you. With that, she opened the door to the side porch. Cold air slipped in around her as she stepped out into the evening. The wind chimes stirred, giving off a few faint notes. The door clicked shut behind her, and the sound of her footsteps on the gravel faded quickly. When the car engine turned over and pulled away down the lane, the silence that followed was different from the one that had held while she was inside. It deepened. The house felt suddenly larger, its corners farther apart. Mick stood still for a long moment, feeling the new shape of the quiet. The roar of the waves below the bluff rose to fill some of it, a constant muffled pressure. Somewhere in the distance, a gull cried once, the sound thin in the dark. He checked on Elias first. The old man was still in his chair, blanket over his knees, teacup empty on the small table beside him. The cat, Iris, had moved closer, now curled almost against the wheel. Her eyes closed. You all right? Mick asked softly from the threshold. Elias turned his head, the motion slow, but not uncertain. I am as I have been, he replied, which is to say, here. Do you need anything else? More tea. Nothing now. Go and learn the house. It helps to know where you are, if you mean to stay. Mick nodded, then backed away, leaving Elias with the view of the sea and the dimming light. He began his exploration, without quite naming it as such, moving down the hallway with his hand brushing the wall. The carpet softened his steps. The house did not creak much. It was the kind of old that had already settled. Everything long ago decided where it intended to rest. One doorway, on the right, opened into a small room that gave him pause. It felt different the instant he stepped into the frame. The walls were painted a pale, warm color that caught the lamp glow gently. A low shelf ran along one side, lined with candles of varying heights and widths. Some were tall and mostly unused, their wicks clean. Others had burned down almost to the base, wax pooled and hardened in uneven petals around them. A few glass jars held tea lights, their sides smudged with the fingerprints of whoever had lit and extinguished them over time. Most of the candles were unlit now, but the faint scent of smoke and melted wax lingered, comfortable rather than suffocating. It made the room feel like it had recently been full of light. On the opposite wall hung 3 framed photographs. They were simple prints, no elaborate frames, hung in a straight line at eye level. Each showed a different boy or young man. One with a baseball cap tilted back on his head. One with hair falling into his eyes as he laughed. One standing near a lake with a fishing pole, squinting into the sun. They were all between 16 and 18, if Mick had to guess. Old enough to look almost like men in some angles. Young enough to still show traces of childhood softness around the jaw, in the way they smiled without guarding it. Ordinary moments, captured before anyone thought they would need to be relics. Mick stepped closer, studying the faces. Something in his chest tightened, though he could not have said why exactly. There was a familiarity here that had nothing to do with recognizing them, and everything to do with recognizing the way time had stopped for them. He had seen that look in other frames, in a courthouse, on a newspaper page he kept folded in his glove compartment. They liked this room. The voice came from behind him, soft but clear. He turned to see Elias in the doorway, sitting in his wheelchair, hands resting lightly on the armrests. Mick had not heard the chair roll up. The carpet swallowed more sound than he had realized. "They?" Mick asked. "My nephews," Elias said, nodding toward the photographs. "Friends. Kids from the neighborhood. They used to come here when storms took out the power. We would light the candles and tell stories. It made the dark a little softer." Mick looked back at the shelf, at the layers of wax. "They are not here now," he said quietly. "No," Elias agreed. He did not sound surprised by this fact. Most of them found their own places. Some did not. A pause. The room remembers them anyway. For a moment, they stood, one on wheels, one on tired legs, in the quiet of that small space, surrounded by the ghosts of evenings where laughter had mixed with the scent of burning wax. Mick felt an urge to apologize for stepping inside, as if he had wandered into something private. "I was just looking around," he said instead. "I did not mean to intrude." "You live here now," Elias replied. "Looking around is part of the job. Just do not move anything in this room without asking. It has its own arrangement." "I understand," Mick said. He stepped back into the hallway. The air outside the candle room felt cooler, less thick. He moved down toward the far end, where the corridor narrowed slightly and came to a plain door with a simple brass handle. No nameplate, no sign. The wood was unremarkable, painted the same gentle color as the rest of the hall. He reached out and gave the handle a light, testing turn. It did not move. The door was locked. He let his hand rest there for a second, feeling the firmness of it, the absolute denial. It was not a matter of a sticky latch or a swollen frame. Whoever had locked it had meant for it to stay that way. "That one is for another time," Elias said from behind him, his tone casual enough that it took a moment for the words to land. "Night is already full enough." Mick turned back toward him. "I was just checking," he said. "Of course," Elias replied. "Houses with locked doors always raise questions. For now, let the questions sit. They are patient things." Mick nodded, backing away from the door, the brass handle catching a faint glint of lamplight. He spent the next while on small, practical tasks, the kind that grounded him. He returned to his room, unpacked his bag, and slid his clothes into the dresser drawers. The room was, as Dana had promised, simple. A bed with a plain quilt, a narrow wardrobe, a chair by the window. When he opened the curtains, he could see a slice of the sea, darker now in the late hour, flecks of white where the waves broke against invisible rocks below. He looked for a television without quite realizing it, then noticed its absence. No screen, no remote, no soft blue standby light. The room felt quieter for it. On the nightstand, beside the lamp, lay a small notepad and a pen. Both were new, untouched. He picked up the pad, flipped through it. All the pages were blank. A gesture or an expectation? He set it back down, thinking of the questions Dana had asked him about what visited his mind when he could not sleep. Maybe someone thought it would help to put those things on paper instead of letting them circle endlessly in his head. Or maybe the notepad was standard, like towels and soap. Either way, it sat there now, waiting. Before sleep could make any real claim on him, he knew he needed to check on Elias again. It felt wrong to simply assume the old man had put himself to bed. He found him where he expected to, back in the main sitting room, his wheelchair near the large window. The lamps had been turned down, leaving the room in a soft half-light, shadows deepening in the corners. Outside, the sea was a darker smear, the horizon only hinted at. A few lights winked faintly from far-off boats, small points in all that blackness. Elias was staring outward, his profile outlined against the glass. The cat had reclaimed her place nearby, tail wrapped neatly around her paws. "You should rest," Mick said from the doorway. "It has been a long day." "Every day is long when there are more behind you than ahead," Elias replied, not unkindly. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening for something beyond the window. "Listen." Mick stepped closer. At first, he heard what he had been hearing since he arrived. The constant, low thunder of the waves striking the base of the bluff. The wind moving along the cliff face. But as he stood there, letting his own breath slow, other textures came through. The faint hiss as the water pulled back over stone. The soft rattle of branches against the side of the house. The distant cry of a bird settling somewhere for the night. "The ocean never stops talking," Elias said. "Even when we pretend we do not hear it. Neither do some memories." Mick did not answer. He did not need to. The words sat between them, not pushing, just existing, like another kind of tide. After a while, he said, "I will be down the hall if you need anything." Elias nodded once, eyes still on the dark water. "Good night, Mick." "Good night, Mr. Mercer." He left the old man there, framed by the window and the slow, endless motion of the sea, and returned to his own room. Lying on the bed later, staring at the ceiling, he could still hear the waves, and under them, the echo of Elias's voice. The house felt big around him, but not empty. It was full of things: candles, photographs, locked doors, blank pages, restless water, and an old man who talked about memories the way some men talked about weather. Sleep did not come quickly, but for once, he did not fight the drifting. He let the sounds of the bluff carry him, the unease folding itself into something closer to watchfulness than fear. The first night in the Mercer house settled over Mick like a blanket that did not quite know his shape yet. He lay on his back, fully clothed except for his boots, staring at the ceiling of his small room. The lamp was off, but a faint stripe of sea-reflected light filtered in around the edges of the curtains. enough to sketch out the dresser, the chair, the door. The bed was firm, but not uncomfortable. The sheets smelled faintly of detergent and the salt that seemed to live in everything here. From somewhere deeper in the house came the soft tick of the grandfather clock, each second a gentle tap against the silence. Lower still, under the floorboards, under the foundation, under the cliff itself, the waves went on with their slow, restless work. Their sound rose and fell in a rhythm that felt almost like breathing. Long inhale as the water gathered, low exhale as it broke and slid away. Compared to the motel, with its crackling neon and the thin coughing of the heater, this was calmer. The air was cool, but not biting. No cars roared past the window. No muffled arguments drifted through the walls. The night here was not crowded. It was wide. And yet, his thoughts found their old grooves easily. He listened to the waves and thought of another road, far from the ocean, where ice had made the pavement shine wrong. He saw a flash of red tail lights in his mind, heard the echo of that dull, sickening impact that had seemed to stop time for a moment and then let it crash forward again, too fast. He saw the courtroom, the judge, the mother whose hands trembled as she held a tissue. He did not replay the whole night. He almost never did. It came in fragments, like someone flipping quickly through photographs he did not want but could not throw away. Tonight the fragments were softer at the edges than usual, blurred a little by the rhythm of the sea. Still, they were there. He turned on his side, facing the window. The notepad and pen on the nightstand caught his eye, a pale rectangle in the dimness. He wondered, briefly, if writing anything down would help, then decided he was not ready to see the words in ink. It was one thing to know a thing silently, another to spell it out where anyone might find it. The clock ticked on, marking off another few minutes. His breathing slowed, following the pull and push of the waves below. His eyes grew heavier. The sounds of the house, tiny expansions in the wood, the hum of pipes, a small creak here and there, began to blend into a soft, lulling backdrop. He was just beginning to feel that fragile slide between waking and sleep, that narrow place where the body loosens its grip on the day, when a voice came down the hallway. "Mick?" It was not loud, but in the quiet, it might as well have been spoken at his door. He opened his eyes, the remnants of approaching sleep scattering. For a second, he had to remind himself where he was. The ceiling, the faint strip of light, the smell of the sea. Not the motel, not the cell, the Mercer house. He pushed himself up on one elbow, listening. "Mick," the voice called again, a little clearer. "Might I trouble you for some water?" It was Elias. The tone was polite, almost apologetic, as if he hated to intrude on someone else's rest. "Just a minute," Mick answered, his own voice rough. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, found his shoes with his feet, and slipped them on without tying the laces. The hallway outside his room was dim, lit only by a single low-watt bulb near the far end. Shadows pooled in the corners, but nothing felt threatening. The air was cool against his face. He could still hear the sea, but now it was joined by another sound. The faint, almost imperceptible squeak of rubber on carpet, the kind a wheelchair might make when shifted slightly. He found Elias just outside the sitting room, his chair angled toward the hallway as if he had been waiting. "Sorry to wake you," Elias said. In the half-light, his face looked more lined, the hollows under his eyes deeper. Throat got dry. Happens more at night for some reason. It is fine, Mick said, and meant it. Being called in the night was part of the job. It was something he could do, something simple and immediate. I will get it. He went to the kitchen, the layout already forming in his muscles. 3 steps to the counter, cabinet above for the glasses, faucet handle that turned a little too easily. The water came out cold and clear. He filled a glass halfway, then added a bit more, unsure how much an old man might want at this hour. When he returned, Elias had maneuvered his chair closer to the wall, leaving room for Mick to stand beside him. The cat had not followed. She was presumably still in whatever warm corner she claimed at night. Here, Mick said, holding out the glass. Elias reached for it with careful hands. His fingers trembled slightly, but did not spill any. He brought the water to his lips and drank in small, measured sips, the way people do when they have learned that everything the body gets must be taken slowly. When he was done, he handed the glass back. "Thank you," he said. "Do you want me to move you back by the window?" Mick asked. "Or closer to your room?" "Not yet," Elias replied. "I will sit a moment." A draft moved gently down the hallway, carrying a hint of cold from somewhere unseen. Mick glanced at the thin blanket over Elias's knees and reached down to adjust it, smoothing it out so it covered him more fully. As he did, Elias's hand came to rest, just for a second, on his wrist. The touch was light, but it held him there. "Mick," the old man said, and there was something different in his voice now. The drowsy uncertainty was gone. In its place was a sharp, sudden clarity, like a lens focusing. Mick looked up, surprised, and met his eyes. "You used to drive a blue sedan, did you not?" Elias asked, his tone conversational, almost mild. "On Route 7, before the ice, before the boy." The words landed with the quiet force of something dropped from a great height. For a moment, Mick did not breathe. The grip on his wrist was not tight, but he could not have moved if he tried. He had never told anyone here what kind of car he used to drive. He had never said the name of the road. He had not spoken the word boy in that context out loud in months. Those details lived in the court records, in his own mind, and in the lives of people who had every reason to want nothing more to do with him. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. He began, then stopped. Maybe, he thought, maybe Dana had told him. Maybe she had gone over Mick's file with him, thinking it might help him understand who was coming into his house. Maybe he had seen the newspaper articles. Things linger on the internet. Old stories never fully die. But the way Elias had said it, the sequence, the emphasis, made it sound less like a fact he had read and more like a memory. "How do you?" Mick managed, the question fraying at the edges. Elias released his wrist, settling back against the chair. The sharpness in his expression softened, but it did not disappear entirely. A faint, tired smile touched his mouth. "Sleep, Michael," he said quietly, using the name almost no one used anymore. "We have waited a long time for you to rest properly." The words were gentle. They were also terrifying. Mick stood very still, the empty glass cold in his hand. The clock ticked on somewhere in the depths of the house. The sea pressed its endless weight against the base of the bluff. The hallway light hummed faintly. "We?" he asked, before he could stop himself. But Elias only closed his eyes, as if the conversation were over, as if he had merely remarked on the weather and now needed a moment of silence. "I can find my way back to the window," he said. Go on. The night will not wait for you." Mick did not argue. He turned, the glass trembling in his grip, and walked back to the kitchen to set it in the sink. Then he returned to his room, each step feeling both louder and less certain than it had before. He lay down again, though lying felt like too simple a word for what he did. He lowered his body onto the mattress, but the ease of earlier was gone. The bed felt the same beneath him. The waves sounded the same outside. The clock kept the same patient time. But the house no longer felt simply peaceful. It felt like a place that had been arranged, a stage where someone had been waiting for him to arrive at his mark. The rocking chairs on the porch, the photographs in the candle room, the locked door at the end of the hall, the blank notepad by his bed, and now an old man who knew the color of his car and the road where his life had split into before and after. Sleep came eventually, not because he felt safe, but because the body can only carry so much wakefulness. As he slipped under, one thought rose and would not leave. This house was not just a shelter. It was watching him back. For a few nights, nothing happened. Or rather, nothing happened beyond the slow, repetitive patterns that make up a quiet house. The routines of meals and medications, the sound of the kettle boiling, the murmur of a radio in the afternoon when Elias felt like hearing someone else's voice but not seeing anyone. The sea stayed where it was, breathing steadily against the cliffs. The days were short, the light thin, the evenings filled with the low warmth of lamps. Mick began to learn the rhythms of the place. He knew which floorboards near the kitchen would give a faint complaint when stepped on, which cupboard door needed a firmer shove to close, how long it took the tap to run cold enough for Elias's preferred water temperature. The house started to feel less like a stranger and more like a cautious acquaintance. The memory of that first night, of Elias naming the blue sedan and the road, did not leave him, but it slid a little further back in his mind with each uneventful day. He filed it under things to think about later, which was a cabinet already overcrowded with unsorted folders. Then, on the fourth night, he woke at 2 a.m. with no memory of a dream. His heart was pounding as if he had been running. Sweat cooled quickly on his skin in the chill of the room, making him shiver. For a moment, he lay still, trying to figure out what had reached into his sleep and pulled him out. The waves were doing what they always did, a constant low thunder below the bluff. The clock downstairs kept its steady count. The house around him was quiet in the way old houses are quiet. Not silent exactly, but full of small, settling noises that rarely changed. And then he heard it. At first, it was just a soft, intermittent sound, almost too faint to catch. A subtle drag, a whisper of friction, then a tiny pause. It came again. Not from the sea, not from the pipes, not from the wind. It came from the hallway. Mick pushed himself up, the sheets rustling around him. He held his breath, letting all the other sounds recede so he could listen better. The noise repeated, a rolling, muted glide, as if something with wheels moved carefully over a surface that swallowed most of the echo. He had walked that hallway enough times to know that, in the main stretch, there were runners over the carpet, narrow wooden strips visible in places where the wool had worn away. His mind fit the pieces together. Wheels, wood, the small patient pace. Elias's wheelchair. He slid his legs out of bed and sat for a second on the edge, the cold of the floor seeping through his socks. His room was almost completely dark, the curtains drawn shut, the lamp off. But under the door, A thin strip of light bled into the room. Not bright, but different from the absolute darkness he would have expected at this hour. He stood and moved to the door, the boards under his feet barely whispering. His hand found the knob, turned it slowly. The latch released with a soft click that sounded louder than it was in his own ears. He opened the door a crack. The corridor outside was lit only by a small nightlight plugged into an outlet midway down the wall. Its glow was weak and yellow, just enough to lay a film of light over the carpet and pick out the edges of the picture frames. The shadows it created were long and soft, stretching up the walls and across the ceiling like pale smoke. The sea wind pressed against the house, a steady presence. He could hear it slipping along the windows, testing for gaps. Every now and then, a stronger gust made the panes tremble just a little, a sound like a person drawing in breath. At the far end of the hallway, near the locked door, sat the shape of Elias in his wheelchair. He was facing the door, not Mick. His back was to the rest of the house. The blanket lay over his legs in its usual neat line. His hands were folded in his lap, the fingers interlaced, knuckles pale. He was very still, not the relaxed stillness of sleep, but the deliberate kind a person chooses when they are waiting. He did not move. He did not speak. He might have been a figure carved and placed there, if not for the small, almost imperceptible rise and fall of his shoulders. Mick felt a strange tug in his chest, like the sense one gets passing a hospital room where someone is bracing for news. There was something deeply familiar in the posture, the vigil of someone sitting outside a door that will eventually open, whether what waits on the other side is relief or loss. He stepped out a little further into the hallway, but not enough to draw attention. He did not call out. Something in the air made him reluctant to puncture whatever was happening, as if words might break it into sharp pieces. The nightlight cast Elias's shadow long and narrow along the floor, stretching past the locked door and disappearing into the darker stretch beyond. The house held its breath with him. They stayed like that for a long time. The old man at the end of the hallway, the middle-aged man halfway down, the house arranged between them like a third presence. After what could have been 5 minutes or 20, time having gone soft around the edges, Elias moved. Not his chair, not yet. His head tipped slightly forward, his chin lowering a fraction. Then, very quietly, from his mouth came the faintest trace of a tune. It was an old hymn, or something like one. Simple notes and narrow range, the kind of melody that is easy to remember and hard to forget. He hummed it more than he sang it, the sound mostly caught in his chest, released only enough to be heard by someone who was listening for it. The notes moved up and down in a small arc, neither cheerful nor heavy. There was a sadness to it, but not the sharp, fresh kind. More the worn, smoothed grief of something that had been carried for a long time. The sound did not quite fill the hallway. It threaded through it instead, weaving around the picture frames, sliding under the closed doors, settling briefly over the carpet before lifting again with each breath. Mick found himself holding the door frame just to have something solid under his hand. He knew that hymn, or one close to it. It stirred something in him, from another life altogether. A younger version of himself, in a stiff suit, sitting at the back of a church, trying not to meet anyone's eyes, while a minister talked about forgiveness and courage and carrying on. He did not want the memory, but the melody brought it anyway. Elias continued humming, eyes on the door in front of him. He made no move to open it. The brass handle caught a tiny glint from the nightlight, but did not turn. Whatever he was doing, there was not about going in. It was about being there. The longer Mick watched, the more the scene took on a quiet unreality. There was nothing dramatic about it. No whispers in the walls, no sudden bangs, no flickering of the lights. Yet the stillness grew thick, almost textured, like fog. It occurred to him, with a sort of slow unease, that he might not be the only one in this house whose nights were rearranged by old pain. After a while, his eyes began to sting from staring into the dimness. He realized he was shivering, not from fear exactly, but from the way his body responded to the hour, to the chill, to the weight of standing guard over something he did not understand. Elias's humming did not falter. The tune looped back on itself, repeating the same simple phrase, turning it over and over like a stone in a pocket. Mick let the door ease back toward its frame. The strip of light narrowed, then thinned to almost nothing. He caught one last glimpse of the old man's hunched silhouette and the locked door in front of him. Then the latch clicked softly into place. Back in his room, the darkness felt a fraction heavier than before. He lay down again, but now the sounds of the house carried new meanings. The waves were not just waves. They were a backdrop to something else moving above them. The clock's ticking was not only the measure of time, but the counting off of each moment of whatever Elias was doing at the end of the hall. Mick closed his eyes and saw, unbidden, the image of a waiting room outside an operating theater, or a small chapel with candles and photographs. A person sitting there, folding and unfolding their hands, humming under their breath, not because it would change anything, but because it was the only thing left to do. The night did not explode into terror. It stretched, calm and unnerving at once. He eventually drifted back toward sleep. The hymn lodged in his head, the vision of the wheelchair and the locked door pressing against the edges of his dreams. Nothing had touched him. Nothing had threatened him. No harm had come. And yet, the next morning, when he woke to pale light and the smell of coffee, he understood that something had shifted. The house, in the small hours, had shown him one of its secrets. And whatever story he was part of now was not just his. The night settled into a shape he could almost draw. By day, the house behaved like any other place where an old man and a tired man shared space. There were cups of tea, slow walks from room to room, small errands in town when the weather allowed. The cat shifted territories depending on where the sunlight pooled. Mail arrived. Groceries were unpacked. The television in the sitting room stayed off more often than on. Elias preferred books, or simply the window. But after the lamps were lowered and the sea outside turned from gray to black, another rhythm began. Around 2 a.m, Mick would come awake without knowing why. Some nights, he thought he felt the first pull of a dream dissolving. Other nights, it was simply a sudden awareness of his own breathing, the realization that he was inhaling too fast for someone at rest. Always, there was that sense of being summoned, though no one called his name. Then, right on the quiet edge of that moment, the sound would come. A soft roll, a faint adjustment of weight, the whisper of wheels over the places where carpet gave way to wood in the hall. The house, which had seemed still a few minutes before, would rearrange itself around the movement of a single chair. At first, he repeated what he had done that first time. He cracked his door open just enough to see through and watch from a distance while Elias took up his position at the end of the hallway, near the locked door. The old man's posture never changed much. Hands folded, back straight, eyes on the blank wood in front of him. Sometimes he hummed that same old hymn. Sometimes he did not. On the nights when he did not, the silence was almost louder. As the nights went by, familiarity crept in alongside unease. Mick began to expect the pattern. His own involuntary waking, the wheel sounds, the long stillness. It was not comforting, exactly, but it was known. The human mind will accept almost anything if it happens often enough. Anxiety settled into a strange partnership with curiosity. He found himself lying awake before 2 some nights, listening for the first hint of movement, wondering what would happen if he stepped out sooner, if he walked all the way down the hall. On the 6th or 7th night, he had lost count. Curiosity finally tipped the scale. The sound came, right on time. That small, deliberate rolling, like someone crossing a wooden stage in soft shoes. He heard the faint pause, the adjustment that meant Elias had turned his chair to face the door. Mick sat up, swung his feet to the floor, and this time did not hesitate at the threshold. He opened his door fully and stepped into the hallway, letting it close quietly behind him. The nightlight's glow washed over him, flattening his features, turning his shadow into a long smear along the wall. The air was cool and carried the faint tang of salt and old wood. The house did not protest his movement. It simply took him in as part of the scene. Elias sat where he always sat, as if he had been placed there by some careful hand. Up close, Mick could see the details more clearly. The fine tremor in the old man's fingers where they rested on his lap, the slow rise and fall of his chest, the way a vein pulsed gently at his temple. Mick walked toward him, his steps muffled on the carpet runner. When he was close enough that whispering felt natural, he stopped. "You do this every night?" he asked softly. Elias did not look startled. If anything, he seemed to have been waiting for the question. "It depends on what the night brings," he replied. His voice was quiet but steady. "Some nights let me stay in bed. Some require a different posture." "Posture?" Mick echoed. "A readiness," Elias said. He tilted his head a fraction, the corner of his mouth lifting wryly. "You know something about that, I think. Nights spent waiting for something you cannot name, but cannot quite leave alone." Mick had no good answer to that, so he let the silence fill the space between them. The waves below pressed and withdrew, like a slow heartbeat out of sync with his own. "Do you sleep at all?" he asked after a moment. "Enough," Elias said. "Not well, never completely." His eyes slid away from the door, long enough to meet Mick's. "Night is the only time the lies get quiet." The words were simple, but they dug in. "What lies?" Mick asked, though he had an idea. "The ones we tell ourselves to get through the daytime," Elias answered. "That we have done our best, that there was nothing else we could have done. That time heals more than it hides." He returned his gaze to the door. At night, when the house is honest and the world runs out of distractions, those lies sit down, and the truth asks for a turn. Mick shifted his weight, feeling the boards under the runner creak faintly. "And what truth are you waiting for at the end of this hall?" he asked, nodding toward the locked door. "One I already know," Elias said, "but knowing and facing are different animals." He paused, then added, "You understand that too." The air seemed to thicken. Mick swallowed, his throat dry. Elias's tone stayed mild, almost conversational, as he went on. "What do you hear?" he asked. "When you lie awake, Mick? Before this house, I mean. In the motel. In whatever bed came before that." "I do not know," Mick said, too quickly. "Thoughts? Noise." "A useful word. Noise," Elias murmured. "Covers so much." His head tilted again, the movement bird-like. "Do you hear tires on pavement?" Mick said nothing. "Do you see a car that is not where it should be?" Elias continued, voice still gentle. "A car sliding on ice, perhaps. Headlights doing the wrong kind of dance. Images rose unbidden. The road. The sheen that did not look dangerous until it was. The lurch in his stomach as the vehicle beneath him lost all pretense of control. And then," Elias said softly, "in another house, far from the road, a telephone rings in the early hours. Someone answers. There is a voice on the other end that struggles to find the right way to say, 'He is gone.' A boy who had a name long before he had a case number. Mick saw it then, as if he were standing in that other house. A kitchen dimly lit, a receiver pressed to a shaking hand, a chair pulled out but never sat in. He had never been in that room, but his mind furnished it easily. 'I was not there,' he said, more to himself than to Elias. "No," Elias agreed. "You were in another room eventually. With a lawyer. With a judge who weighed hours and years and decided what your share would be. But somewhere in that process, there was a courtroom where a mother did not understand why a life was worth so little time." Mick's chest tightened. He remembered the courtroom. He remembered her eyes. "I did what they asked," he said, his voice coming out harsher than he intended. "I served what they gave me. I went to their classes, their programs. I have been sober for years. I have not driven drunk since. He stopped. The list caught in his throat. "You did what the law required," Elias said, finishing the sentence without mockery. "That is not nothing." "But it is not enough for you," Mick said, something hot and defensive flickering in him. Elias turned his head fully now, looking at him in the dim light. The lines on his face seemed deeper, the shadows under his eyes darker. "And how has your sleep been?" he asked quietly, "since the law said it was done?" The question cut through the defensiveness as cleanly as a knife through paper. Mick opened his mouth, then shut it again. He thought of the motel balconies, the nights spent watching taillights smear across the dark, the folded clipping in his glove compartment, the way his hands still shook when a certain song came on the radio, even years later. He did not answer. He did not have to. The silence carried enough. Elias nodded, as if that non-answer confirmed something he already knew. "You are not on trial here, Mick," he said after a moment. "That part is over. But trials and justice are not the same thing. Sleep knows the difference, even when we pretend not to." Mick felt suddenly exposed, as if the hallway were brighter than it was, as if the photographs on the walls had turned their faces toward him. He wrapped his arms around himself without thinking. "What is this, then?" he asked. It came out softer than he meant it to. "What am I to you? A nurse? A janitor? A guest? A project?" Elias's gaze softened, but it did not waver. "You are a man with nights like mine," he said. "That is enough for now." The non-answer felt like a door closing halfway. Not locked, but not open either. Mick took a step back, then another. The nightlight's glow receded around Elias, leaving him once again a quiet figure at the end of the hall, watching a door that did not move. "I should try to sleep," Mick said, though he doubted much of it was left in him. "Do," Elias replied. "Sleep while you can. There is work in being awake, and we will both have our share." Back in his room, Mick closed the door and leaned against it for a moment, feeling his pulse thudding against the wood. The notepad on the nightstand seemed to look at him in the dark, its blank pages waiting to be filled. He did not write anything. He lay down and stared at the ceiling, the conversation replaying itself in jagged fragments. The ice, the phone, the mother in the courtroom, the question about his sleep. For the first time since he had arrived, he understood, with a kind of quiet dread, that he had not simply been hired. He was being measured. Morning came in its soft, habitual way, as if nothing in the house had shifted during the night. Light crept in through the curtains, pale and cool. The sound of the ocean lifted a little with the wind, the waves speaking more clearly than they had in the sleepy hours. Somewhere near the back of the house, a pipe clicked as the water heater came to life. The smells of coffee and toasted bread gradually replaced the salt and midnight stillness. Mick moved through the kitchen on autopilot, rinsing mugs, setting out a plate, filling the kettle. His body remembered the new routine, even as his mind replayed the conversation in the hallway like a scratched record. The words, Route 7, and before the boy kept rising to the surface, no matter how he tried to focus on the simple tasks of breakfast. By the time he had Elias settled at the table with a bowl of oatmeal and tea, the old man seemed perfectly ordinary again, slow in his movements, polite in his thanks, his eyes softer than they had been in the night. If there was any memory of the questions he had asked a few hours earlier, he did not show it. "You are quiet today, Mick," he remarked mildly, spoon hovering just above the bowl. "Just tired," Mick said. It was true enough. Elias nodded, as if tiredness were a language he spoke fluently. "Rest when you can," he said. "Night does not always give what it takes." Late in the morning, the sound of tires on gravel announced a visitor. From the kitchen window, Mick saw Dana's car pull in near the porch. Relief and tension arrived together in his chest. If anyone could explain what was happening here, it would be her. And if she could not explain it, then he would know something else. She appeared in the doorway with a bag of groceries looped over one arm and a second reusable bag hanging low from her other hand. "Good morning," she called, letting the screen door snap lightly behind her. "I brought supplies, and some of those crackers he likes." "In the kitchen," Mick answered. She joined him at the counter, sliding the bags onto the surface with practiced ease. Apples thumped softly together in one, the other filled with boxes, cans, tea, and a loaf of bread in a paper wrapper. As she unpacked, she moved easily around him, as if they had been doing this for longer than a week. "How have things been?" she asked, her tone casual. Mick dried his hands on a towel, then folded it, unfolding it again without meaning to. "Quiet," he said. "Mostly." "Mostly is usually good," she said. "Any trouble with the lift? With his appetite?" "Nothing like that," he replied. He hesitated, then added, "Nights are interesting, though." She glanced at him briefly, then reached for a jar to put in the cupboard. "In what way?" she asked. He watched her arrange cans on the shelf, her movements precise, familiar. "He knows things," Mick said, "about me, about my past." "Of course he does," Dana replied lightly. "We sent him your basic information. It helps him feel less like a stranger is walking around his house." I am not talking about a date of birth and an old job title, Mick said, the towel twisting tighter in his hands. He knew the color of my car, the road I was on, the fact that there was a boy. How would he know that? She paused for a fraction of a second, just long enough for him to see it. Then she continued, placing the last can on the shelf. Sometimes, she said, closing the cupboard door gently, he absorbs things he reads. Old articles, reports. He has had many years to collect stories. They blend sometimes. He can sound very precise, even when he is not. He was precise, Mick said. Too precise. And last night, he talked about a phone ringing in someone else's house. A mother in a courtroom who did not understand why a life was worth so little time. Those are not generic details. Dana picked up the loaf of bread, examining the end as if checking for a split in the paper. People lose loved ones in many of the same ways, she said. There are only so many kinds of bad news. It is easy to hear yourself in the broad strokes if you are already listening for it. You must not take it personally. It was a reasonable sentence. It even sounded kind. But as she spoke, she did not quite look at him. When he mentioned the icy road, her eyes drifted past his shoulder, toward the window, then toward the hallway. He noticed that her body had oriented itself subtly between him and the door that led deeper into the house. The hallway that ended in the locked door. It was a small shift, almost certainly unconscious, but it made him feel like someone had quietly drawn a line across the floor. If he is upsetting you, she added, we can talk about boundaries. He is not supposed to interrogate the people who help him. That is not what this feels like, Mick said. It feels like he is evaluating, weighing. Dana let that hang there for a moment. Then she offered a small, professional smile. Old men with long memories and a lot of time on their hands like to feel important, she said. Let him ask his questions. Let the wind rattle his ghosts a little. As long as he is not putting you in danger, this is just conversation. It did not feel like just conversation, but he was suddenly tired of pressing. Her tone was soothing. The words were arranged carefully. Yet there was a thin wall between what she was saying and what he was hearing. He carried the bread to the counter and reached for a knife, more to have something to do than because anyone was hungry. Have you gone upstairs yet? She asked lightly, changing the subject. The third floor has a small reading nook. The view there is very calming. Not yet, he said. I have enough to worry about down here. You will find your way, she replied. Just take it piece by piece. When she left later, the grocery bags empty, the fridge full, she gave him the same steady look on the porch she had given him after his interview. You are doing well, she said. He seems engaged. That is one word for it, Mick answered. If anything feels like too much, call me, she added, day or night. He nodded, but as he watched her walk to her car, he could not shake the sense that she had answered a different set of questions than the ones he had asked. The day stretched long and slow. He helped Elias to the porch for a while, tucked the blanket more tightly around his legs when the wind picked up, listened to him remark on the color of the water. He chopped vegetables, tidied the sitting room, checked the mail. More than once, as he moved through the house, his gaze drifted toward the locked door at the end of the hall. Each time, he noticed in his mind's eye the way Dana had positioned herself there earlier, a human obstruction without calling attention to it. By mid-afternoon, a restlessness had taken hold of him. He stepped outside onto the driveway, ostensibly to check the mailbox, but really to feel the open air on his face. The sky was a hard, clean blue, the wind sharper than it had been in the morning. He stood there for a moment, the gravel crunching under his boots, thinking about leaving. He could get back in his car, drive back down the lane, find another motel somewhere, disappear into another kind of quiet. Did not picture you as the type to run toward the ocean, a voice said mildly. Mick turned. A man stood near the rear of a delivery truck, backed halfway down the drive, its rear doors open to show a few stacked boxes inside. He was in his mid-40s, solidly built, wearing a work jacket with a faded logo. Dark hair threaded with gray at the temples. His hands rested on the edge of a carton he had just set down. Sorry, Mick said. I did not see you pull in. Came in while you were in your head, the man replied. His eyes were dark and steady, taking Mick in with a familiarity that did not match their having just met. You must be Caro. Mick's stomach tightened. Mick, he said. You are. Cole Ramirez, the man said. I do deliveries up here. Repairs sometimes. Odds and ends. He wiped his hands on his jacket, then nodded toward the house. They told me you were here now. Mick watched him for a moment. There was no obvious hostility in his face, but neither was there the easy neutrality of someone encountering a stranger for the first time. Long way from Route 7, huh? Cole added casually as he turned to slide another box toward the edge of the truck. The words dropped into the moist coastal air like a stone into deep water. Mick's fingers curled around the metal of the mailbox without meaning to. You know that road? He asked. His voice was too even. It sounded wrong in his own ears. Cole glanced over his shoulder, eyes narrowing slightly. I know what it does to people, he said, on both sides of the guardrail. They looked at each other in the thin winter sun, the wind worrying at their jackets. For a moment, the only sound was the sea below and the soft rustle of the chime on the porch. Then Cole broke eye contact, hoisted the last box, and carried it up toward the house without another word. That evening, after dinner was done and Elias had been settled with a book near the window, Mick found his way to a small office room just off the kitchen. He had noticed it before in passing. A compact space with a desk, a file cabinet, and a computer that seemed rarely used. Tonight, the door was ajar. The lamplight inside spilled into the hall in a narrow band. He stepped in, intending only to look, to remind himself that he was not imagining the sense of deliberate order in this house. The desk was neat. A pen holder, a blotter, a telephone, a calendar with certain days marked in small, careful handwriting. On one wall hung a bulletin board with a few pinned notes and a postcard of a lighthouse in bad weather. The file cabinet beside the desk was a squat, metal thing, paint slightly chipped along the edges, 3 drawers. The top 2 were closed. The bottom one sat just shy of flush, as if it had not been pushed all the way in. He should have turned around. He knew that, but the same curiosity that had pulled him into the hallway at 2 a.m. now reached for the handle. His fingers closed around the cool metal and pulled. The drawer slid open smoothly, without resistance. Inside, folders stood in a neat row, their tabs labeled with names in the same tidy handwriting he had seen on his directions and in the kitchen. Some he did not recognize. Others were just first names. A few had initials only. Near the middle of the row, 1 tab caught his eye like a flash of light. Caro, Michael. his own name, in black ink on cream-colored paper. He stared at it for a second, his heartbeat loud in his ears. Then, with hands that were not as steady as he would have liked, he eased the folder up and out of the drawer. The first page was a printout of his basic details: age, prior employment, health notes, the kind of thing a placement agency might keep. But behind it were other pages, older photocopies, letters, and then, jarringly, photos. He recognized the first one instantly, even though it had been taken from a distance. Him on the balcony of the motel, cigarette in hand, staring out at the road. Another showed him coming out of a grocery store weeks before that, shoulders hunched against the cold. There were several more, all recent, all taken when he had assumed he was alone. His throat tightened. The room seemed to tilt slightly. He flipped further back and saw clipped articles, case numbers, court notes, the accident, the sentencing, the terms of his parole, the organizations he had been sent to for counseling, his moves from town to town. This was not an intake file thrown together in a hurry. This was a history compiled over years. Someone had followed the thread of his life from the night it snapped on ice all the way to the motel where he had thought he had been forgotten. The folder slipped slightly in his grip. He steadied it, heart racing. His being here, in this house, with this man, on this bluff above the sea, was not luck. It was not timing. It was not random. It was the next step in something carefully constructed, and he was standing in the middle of it, finally aware that he had been walking along its edges for a very long time. Sleep came in short, muddied stretches after he found the folder. He put it back, of course. He slid it into the drawer exactly as he had found it, fingers careful on the metal rail, ears straining for footsteps in the hall. Then he closed the drawer, turned off the office lamp, and walked back into the body of the house with the slow, deliberate movements of someone who had just learned the floor beneath him was thinner than he thought. No doors slammed. No accusations were shouted. Dinner was served. Tea was poured. The cat yawned and stretched and chose a new patch of carpet. Outwardly, nothing had changed. Inwardly, everything had. He lay in bed that night with his eyes open, watching the faint patterns of light on the ceiling as the wind shifted outside. Every sound seemed sharper. The creak in the corner, the sigh of the heating system, the endless rush of the waves. His mind touched the idea of leaving, and then recoiled, as if from a flame. He could see himself packing his small bag again, could imagine the gravel under his tires, the highway opening up like a long gray escape. He could also see the folder in the drawer, the photographs that proved the highway was not a road out, but a loop. When sleep finally dragged him under, it did so without kindness. He woke at what felt like only moments later, heart thudding, the room dim around him. The clock on the nightstand told a different story. 2:07 in the morning. The sound was already there. The soft roll of wheels. The small pauses that meant the chair had reached the wooden strip near the end of the hall. The familiar pattern had returned, inevitable as the tide. He sat up, the sheet falling away from his chest, and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. There was no moment of hesitation tonight. He had passed hesitation earlier, somewhere between the office and the kitchen. Tonight he rose and crossed the room with a kind of grim purpose, hand already on the door, before he had decided what he would say. The corridor lay ahead of him in its usual half-light, the nightlight's halo painting the walls in muted tones. Shadows pulled long and soft across the floor. The pictures on the walls seemed to lean in, their frames catching the faint glow. At the far end, near the locked door, Elias sat in his wheelchair, exactly where Mick had expected him. The old man's profile was turned slightly toward the blank wood, his shoulders squared, blanket smoothed over his knees as if prepared for a long wait. This time, Mick did not stop halfway. He walked the length of the hallway, each step measured, and came to stand directly beside him. "You need something?" he asked. His voice was steady, but there was an edge under it. Elias did not look at him at first. His eyes stayed trained on the door, as if something on the other side might crack through at any moment. "I needed to remember," he said quietly. "There are nights when memory is more insistent than pain." Mick let out a short breath. "You remember a lot for a man whose doctors talk about decline." A hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Elias's mouth. "Decline is not the same as absence," he replied. "Pieces go, pieces remain. The ones that stay often sharpen with time." He fell silent then, and for a moment, Mick thought that was all he would say. The waves rushed below. The house listened. Then Elias spoke again, and his voice was different. It took on a deliberate cadence, a slow unfolding of detail that left little room for misunderstanding. "It was snow," he said, "but not the soft kind. It had fallen, melted, frozen again. The road was a strip of black glass under the streetlights. Your windshield wipers squeaked every time they passed over a dry patch. You did not slow down enough. You told yourself you had driven worse. You were wrong." Mick's fingers tightened at his sides. "The car in front of you tapped the brakes," Elias went on, his gaze never leaving the door. "You reacted late. The tires lost their grip. You felt the weight of the vehicle shift, that terrible weightlessness as it slid sideways. The steering wheel might as well have been air in your hands." The images came with the words, sharper than any dream. The angle of the skid, the white spray of slush kicked up by his tires, the hollow space in his chest just before the hit. "There was another car," Elias said. "Smaller, older. It should not have been there. Not then, but it was. Your bumper caught it just wrong. The sound it made was not the crunch of metal you expected. It was deeper. A dull impact that your bones felt before your ears understood." He paused, the silence filling with things neither of them said. "You remember the smell?" he asked. "Hot rubber, antifreeze, that metallic tang that might have been blood, or might have been nothing of the sort. You stepped out into the cold, and everything looked wrong. Angles where curves should be, steam where there should have been breath." Mick shut his eyes for a second. He could feel the night pressing against his skin, the wind cutting through his jacket, the way the world had narrowed to a single set of headlights, already dimming. "Stop," he said. "The boy was 16, Elias continued, as if he had not heard. "He had a jacket with his school emblem on it. You remember the emblem, even now. You remember thinking, stupidly, that it looked too bright for the snow. He had a name. He had plans for the weekend, a test on Monday, friends who would check their phones the next day and wonder why he did not answer. I said stop." Mick's voice rose, rough and strained. His hands had curled into fists without him noticing. "In another house, not far away, a phone rang," Elias said. A mother woke from a half-sleep, reached for the receiver. A voice on the line said there had been an accident. The words were careful. The meaning was not. Mick's breath came too fast now, chest tight. It felt as if someone had reached inside and squeezed. "I remember the court," Elias said, and now there was something else in his tone, something old and worn and raw. "I remember the mother sitting there, listening while numbers were discussed. Months, years, probation, treatment, words about your potential for rehabilitation. I remember the way her hands shook when the judge spoke. She did not understand how a life could be weighed and measured and found equal to so little time. That did it. Something in Mick snapped. A thread pulled too taut for too long. He stepped behind the wheelchair and seized the handles, fingers digging into the rubber grips. The chair jostled slightly with the force of it. The nightlight's glow trembled across the metal frame. "What do you want from me?" he demanded, his voice low but fierce. "You want me to say sorry again? You want me to fall on my knees and cry for you? You want me to bleed right here in your hallway for something that happened years ago?" Elias did not flinch. He did not twist to look up at him. His hands remained folded, his back straight. "If bleeding would bring him back," he said, his voice calm and terribly gentle, "do you think we would be here, talking?" The question hung in the air like frost. Mick's grip tightened. For a flashing, shameful second, he imagined pushing the chair away from the door, rolling it back to the sitting room, to the window, to anywhere else. He imagined leaving, walking to his room, packing his bag, getting in his car, driving until the sea was a rumor, and this house a bad story he told no one. "I could go," he said. The words came out in a rush. "I do not have to stay here. I can take my things and leave tonight. You can sit here and hum your hymns and remember your nephew and hate me from a distance. You, and whoever else is collecting the sad little stories in those files, can watch my taillights disappear." "The road is there," Elias agreed quietly. "You know it well." He let a heartbeat pass, then another. "But understand this," he added. "Walking away does not stop the hunt. It just moves it back into your dreams. Out there, you will still wake at 2 a.m. Out there, you will still hear the phone ring in houses you have never been in. At least here, someone is watching with you." The words struck him with a force that left no visible bruise. The hallway around them seemed to shift, the air gaining weight. The house was no longer the peaceful refuge it had looked like from the driveway, nor even the eccentric home of a lonely old man. It had become something else entirely, a courtroom without a bench, a place where the witnesses were the walls and the evidence was memory. Mick released the wheelchair handle slowly, fingers aching from the strain. His hands fell to his sides. "What is this, then?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "Because it is not a job." Elias let out a long breath, his shoulders lowering a fraction. "No," he said, "it is not a job. It is a beginning." He turned his head then, finally meeting Mick's eyes in the dimness. "Tomorrow," he said, "you will go to the end of the hall in the daylight. You will not tug at the handle and pretend you are simply familiarizing yourself with the layout. You will go because I will ask you to. Call Dana in the morning. Tell her and Cole to come. It is time you saw the room that has been waiting." The phrase settled into Mick's mind. The room that has been waiting. He thought of the locked door, the brass handle, the candles, the photographs, the folder in the drawer, the feeling of being tracked instead of found. Now he understood what it felt like to be a defendant sitting on a hard bench, listening to the scrape of chairs and the shuffle of papers, knowing that when the door opened, it would not be for someone else. He stood in the hallway long after Elias had let his gaze drift back to the door. long after the old man's breathing had evened out again. The night felt thin and brittle, stretched tight over something he had not yet seen. When he finally returned to his room, he did not bother to look at the notepad. There was nothing he could write that would make sense of what tomorrow promised. He lay down fully dressed and stared into the dark, not sleeping, not really awake, feeling the house listening to him as he waited for morning the way a man waits for a verdict. Morning arrived pale and hesitant, as if the light itself were not entirely sure it wanted to come into the house. Mick had dozed more than slept, slipping in and out of thin, restless pockets of rest. When the alarm on his phone gave a soft vibration rather than a loud tone, he had turned the sound down the night before, out of respect for walls and nerves. He shut it off almost immediately. There was no sense in pretending he needed help waking. He had never fully gone under. He washed, dressed, made coffee with hands that knew the motions without needing much from his mind. Outside the kitchen window, the sea lay flat and gray, the horizon blurred where it met the clouds. The wind had dropped. The world looked like it was holding its breath. At 9, Dana arrived. Her car's tires crunched over the gravel in the way they always did. She climbed the porch steps and stepped inside with her usual small gust of cold air, arms full of nothing this time. No groceries, no files, just herself. "You called early," she said, closing the door behind her. "That is usually a sign that something cannot wait." Mick wiped his palms on his jeans, then folded his arms, then let them fall again. "He wants you here," he said. "And Cole. He said it is time I saw the room at the end of the hall." Something in Dana's face stilled, the faintest tightening around her eyes. Not surprise, exactly. More like the moment a plan moves from theory to execution. "I see," she said. Her voice remained calm, but the words came more slowly. "He spoke to you last night." "You could say that," Mick replied. She studied him for a heartbeat, then nodded. "Cole is already on his way," she said. "He and I spoke before I drove up. We will do this together." "Do what?" Mick asked. The question came out sharper than he had intended. "The part that should have happened years ago," she said softly. "Or at least, the part we wish had." Before he could press her, the sound of another engine, a door closing, footsteps on gravel. Cole Ramirez appeared in the hallway a moment later, jacket zipped up against the lingering cold. "Morning," he said, giving Mick a small nod. His gaze moved briefly to Dana, then down the hall, toward the closed door, as if checking that it was still there. "Is he ready?" Dana asked. Cole's eyes returned to Mick. "Are you?" he countered, not unkindly. Ready was not the word Mick would have chosen, but he said, "I am here." "That will have to do." Elias's voice drifted from the sitting room. They found him in his chair by the window, blanket over his knees, hands resting lightly on the armrests. The morning light made his skin look even more translucent, the veins at his temples a faint map. Still, his eyes were clear. "It is better in daylight," he said. "Some truths are kind enough to stay the same no matter the hour, but your mind may take them in more gently when the sun is up." Dana moved behind him, unlocking the brakes on the chair. "We will go together," she said quietly. They moved down the hallway as a small procession. Elias in front, pushed by Dana, Mick walking beside them, Cole bringing up the rear. The air grew cooler as they approached the end, not because of any draft, but because of the way anticipation changes the feeling of a space. The door, with the brass handle, waited where it always had, plain and unassuming. Today, though, there was a key in Dana's hand. She stopped just before it, set the brakes on the chair, and stood there for a moment, her palm resting against the wood. "I want to say this out loud before we open it," she said, her voice low but steady. "You do not have to go in. You can choose to walk away. You will still have to live with everything on the other side of this door. But you do not have to see it if you do not want to." Mick looked at the handle. The metal was smooth from years of use, though it had not turned for as long as he had known it. "If I do not go in," he said, "it will still be there." "Yes," she replied. "And if I do go in," he added, "it will not get any less true." "No," she agreed. He took a breath. The sea murmured below, threading through the silence like a distant crowd. "Then we open it," he said. Dana nodded once, almost like a bow, then slid the key into the lock. The mechanism turned with a quiet, well-maintained click. The sound was small, but it seemed to run down the length of the hallway. She turned the handle and pushed the door inward. The room beyond was not large, but it felt full. The first thing Mick noticed were the walls. They were almost completely covered in photographs, not in chaotic layers, but in ordered rows, each frame hung with care. In the center of the wall, opposite the door, were images of a single teenage boy, repeated at different ages and in different contexts. In one, he wore a school uniform, his hair combed neatly, smile tentative. In another, he stood on a baseball field, cap backward, eyes bright with some private joke. In another, he sat at a kitchen table, hands caught mid-gesture as he talked to someone just out of frame. There was a snapshot of him blowing out candles on a birthday cake, another of him squinting at the camera, water dripping from his hair as if he had just surfaced from a lake. He was unmistakably himself in each one. A life unfolding in small, ordinary moments. On the adjacent wall, newspaper clippings filled the gaps. Headlines about the crash. Grainy photos of twisted metal and snow. Stark black print announcing an accident on a winter road. There were small notices about court dates, then a larger article summarizing the sentencing. Driver receives reduced term after plea. In one corner, a picture had been clipped of Mick himself, younger, thinner, looking somewhere between defiant and lost as he walked up the steps of a courthouse. Pinned beneath some of the articles were printed excerpts from victim impact statements. Sentences highlighted in yellow. "He will never graduate. We still set a place for him at the table sometimes. Every time the phone rings late, I feel it again." These lines had not been read aloud in court. Some were stamped with "filed" and "appendix." Others looked like copies of letters sent to offices that never responded. Along the lower shelves, folders were stacked and labeled, some with names he recognized only vaguely from news stories, others entirely unfamiliar. Different accidents, different crimes, places where the words "mitigating circumstances" and "no prior record" had done heavy lifting. This was not just a room. It was a shrine and an archive stacked together, a careful testament to all the ways a life could be cut and then smoothed over on paper, even as the people who had to live with the cut continued bleeding. Mick stepped inside because his legs seemed to carry him there without consulting him. The air felt cooler here, held close by the four walls and the weight of what they contained. It smelled faintly of paper and old ink, with a ghost of candle smoke, as if this room and the candle room spoke to each other through the vents. His gaze was pulled back to the boy's photographs. to the easy, unarmored laughter, the careless slouch of a teenager who believed, as teenagers often do, that there will always be another weekend, another summer, another day. His name was Jamie, Elias said quietly from the doorway. He was my sister's son, her only child. Mick turned slowly toward him. She had him late, Elias continued, eyes fixed on the center photograph. After years of trying and losing and trying again, he was a surprise, they said, a blessing. They moved for better schools. They saved for his college. They fought about small things because they thought they had time to fix the big ones as they went. He fell silent for a moment, his throat working around words that did not want to come. The night he died, he went on, I was out of town. My sister called me the next morning. Her voice. He shook his head once, the motion sharp. There are sounds you never forget. That was one of them. He shifted his gaze then, meeting Mick's eyes. There was no theatrical accusation there, no dramatic fury, just an old, hard sorrow, worn down by repetition. She went through the trial, he said. She listened to the lawyers talk about intent and impairment and remorse. She listened to the judge talk about guidelines and options. She listened to you say you were sorry. And then she listened to the part where everyone else got to leave and go back to their lives. What happened to her? Mick asked, though he already knew the shape of the answer. She went on breathing, Elias said softly. For a while, but the things that made that breathing mean something, they fell away. She went back to work until she could not. She saw a therapist until the money ran out. She went to church until she could not stand to hear about comfort anymore. He took in a slow breath, let it out. She died 5 years later, he said. Not in any way dramatic enough to make the paper. Her heart simply stopped one morning. They called it a natural cause. I do not. The words settled in the room like another framed fact. Dana stepped forward then, placing a hand on the back of Elias's chair, as if to steady them both. This is not the only room like this, she said quietly. Not the only case where the file closed and the story did not. She gestured toward the other folders on the shelves. These, she said, are people we have followed. Families who wrote letters no one answered. Victims whose names emptied out of headlines long before their absence emptied out of their homes. Offenders who walked out of court with sentences that were light on paper, heavy on conscience. Cole, who had been silent near the door, spoke for the first time. My younger brother, he said, was killed by a driver who never even made it to trial. Hit and run. No charges. His case is not up there. He nodded toward the wall. But he lives in this room too, in the idea of it. Mick stood in the center of it all, the faces and clippings surrounding him, like a slow, silent jury. He saw, with painful clarity, how his one bad night, the phrase he had used more than once to try to reduce it, to put it in a box, had been the beginning of a permanent midnight in other lives. Not just in Jamie's, cut short at 16, but in his mother's, in Elias's, in the friends who had been looking forward to Monday's test and never saw him in the hallway again. The horror here did not lunge. It did not snarl. It did not raise its voice. It simply stood, carefully documented, pinned and printed and filed, a quiet accumulation of grief and unfinished business. It was the horror of being surrounded by proof that the worst thing you had ever done had not ended when your sentence did. In that room, the weight of his past was no longer an invisible thing he carried alone in the dark. It had walls and ink and faces, and there was no looking away. They did not talk about what came next while they were still in the room. For a while, they simply stood there, four living people breathing in a space crowded with the traces of those who no longer could. The silence in the shrine was not empty. It was dense, layered. Every photograph, every clipped sentence, every filed page added to it. Eventually, Elias drew in a breath that sounded heavier than the others. "This room is for remembering," he said quietly, "not for deciding." Dana squeezed the back of his chair once, then stepped around to the front and released the brake. "Come," she said, "let us get some air." They moved as they had before, in that small procession through the hall and past the sitting room. But this time, they continued toward the back of the house. A door near the kitchen opened out onto a narrow path of flat stones. The wind off the sea met them immediately, stronger and cooler than the air inside, carrying the smell of salt and distant kelp. Behind the house, the land dipped gently before dropping away into the cliff. In that dip, nestled like a held breath, lay a small circular garden. It was simple, a ring of low stones marking its boundary, a few trees planted at intervals around the circle, their branches bare in the winter light. Between them, hardy shrubs clung to the soil, their leaves dulled by salt spray. A stone bench sat slightly off-center, its surface worn smooth by years of use. The ground within the circle was partly grass, partly patches of earth with small markers, no higher than a hand, embedded here and there. Dana guided the wheelchair down the path slowly, careful of the uneven spots. Mick walked at her side. Cole followed, hands in his pockets, shoulders hunched against the breeze. When they reached the circle, Dana positioned Elias near the bench and set the brakes. Cole sat down at one end of the stone slab, leaving space. Mick remained standing for a moment, unsure of his place, then lowered himself to the other end of the bench. The stone was cold through his clothes. From here, the sea was a broad, restless expanse. The horizon line was clearer now, the sky a little brighter where it met the water. Waves struck the base of the cliff below in long, rolling blows, sending up bursts of white that dissolved immediately. For a while, no one spoke. The sounds of the outside world did the talking. The wind in the branches, the water, a distant gull. "This," Elias said at last, his voice carrying more easily out here than it did in the hallway, "is where we tell the truth with our whole mouths." Mick glanced at him. "What have we been doing inside?" he asked. "Rehearsals?" "Inside," Elias said, "we walk among the pieces. Out here, we talk about the pattern they make." He rested his hands on the arms of his chair. Fingers splayed slightly, as if grounding himself. "This house," he went on, "and the rooms within it, they do not exist only because of my anger or my grief. They exist because there are others like me. People who sat through proceedings that ended with a gavel and a phrase, 'Case closed.' People who went home to rooms that were anything but." Dana picked up the thread. "We are," she said, "a private group, for lack of a better term. A loose network of families who lost someone to drunk driving, to violence, to negligence, and who felt that the justice system did part of its job, but not all of it." She gestured gently toward the small markers in the soil. "The names in that room," she added, "are connected to the names out here, not always directly. Some of these stones carry initials only. Some are symbols. This is less a cemetery than a ledger written in the ground." Cole spoke next, his voice low. "Years ago," he said, After my brother was hit, we waited for an arrest that never came. Witnesses were uncertain. Evidence was messy. The file went into a drawer somewhere. Life went on. He looked down at his hands. Except not really. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it briefly over the circle. I met others like me, he said. Support groups, online forums, people sitting in church basements or community centers, holding pictures of the ones they lost and trying to make sense of words like closure and acceptance. He let out a breath through his nose, not quite a laugh. We realized we were all being told a similar story, he went on, that the system had done what it could, that we should grieve and move on. Meanwhile, the people who had changed our lives forever were out there, some in prison, some not, all carrying their own versions of what happened. And so, Dana said, over time, we began to pool resources. Money, yes, but also skills, information, connections. Some of us work in law, some in social services, some in mental health, some drive trucks. She nodded toward Cole. Some simply know how to find people who do not want to be found. Mick listened, the wind tugging at his hair. You started following us, he said slowly. People like me. We started tracking certain offenders, Dana corrected gently. Not all. We are not the state. We do not have that reach, that authority. We chose, carefully, the ones whose cases lived in our bones, the ones where the harm was great, the sentence light, and the remorse, present but stranded. Elias turned his chair slightly, enough to face Mick more directly. When we find someone, he said, we do not send men in the night. We do not break their bones. We do not threaten their families. The world is full of people who believe more hurting will somehow straighten the story. They are wrong. His eyes were steady. We have seen where destruction leads. The system taught us that very well. Mick swallowed, the taste of salt heavy on his tongue. Then what do you do? He asked. Besides keep files and watch from afar. We offer a choice, Elias said simply. A strange one, perhaps, but a choice. Dana nodded. When we reach someone like you, she said, we can do one of two things. We can continue to observe quietly, track your movements, note your attempts at rebuilding, watch your nights, see how you carry what you have done. Or, Cole added, we can invite you into something structured, something that asks more of you than staying away from bars and not getting arrested again. Mick let his eyes travel along the stones marking the circle. What does that mean? He asked. Invite me into what? A life of service, Dana said, the phrase careful and unadorned. Crafted, not improvised. Not a cage, not a sentence in the legal sense. You are not locked in a cell, but you are directed. Your time is shaped. Your work is chosen so that it presses against the place where the harm began. You help people, Cole said, not in some vague way. Not just liking posts about charity and giving $20 at Christmas. You show up, day after day, for those who live with the fallout of things like what you did. Children, survivors, families. You become part of a long watch. He pointed to one of the small markers in the soil. There is a man upstate, he said, who once walked away from a hit and run with a suspended license and a fine. Now he maintains a community garden in a neighborhood where kids used to spend their afternoons dodging violence. He plants, he weeds, he listens. Every child who learns how to grow something under his guidance is a line in a ledger that no court ever saw fit to open. Dana spoke again. A woman in another state, she said, once turned a blind eye to abuse in her own home. She testified in a way that minimized what happened. Years later, she came to us. Now, she works nights at a shelter for women and children, greeting the arrivals who come in with bruises hidden under coats. She is not there to erase what she did. She is there because what she did taught her exactly what people like that need to hear at a front desk at 2 in the morning. Mick listened, the stories settling around him. The idea felt both foreign and, strangely, familiar. Service as a kind of sentence, not imposed by a judge, but by a network of grief that had refused to vanish. He realized then what he had expected to hear when they brought him out here. He had braced, somewhere deep inside, for rage, for demands of money he did not have, for threats of violence, for someone to say, "Now we do to you what you did to us." Instead, Elias's voice was soft. "We are not here to destroy you," the old man said. "The system already taught us how destruction works. We have seen cells and coffins. We have buried enough. We are here to see if something else is possible." "Something else," Mick repeated quietly. "Like what? Redemption?" Elias's mouth twitched. "I do not care much for that word," he said. "It suggests a neatness that does not exist. This is not about wiping a slate clean. It is about writing differently on the space that is left." Dana looked out toward the sea, then back at Mick. "We call it," she said, "a long watch." He waited. "The offender watches over people in need," she explained. "Day after day, night after night. Shows up for the small things, rides to appointments, help with homework, meals on the table, someone to sit in the waiting room. The families watch over the offender," Cole added, "not to catch him failing, but to see how he carries the work, to make sure he does not slip back into hiding, to make sure the service is real, not performance." "And everyone," Dana finished, "watches how time changes the shape of harm. Not to forget, not to forgive in some cheap, rushed way, but to see what can grow around a wound that will never fully close." The wind gusted suddenly, rattling the bare branches, sending a few dry leaves skittering across the stones. The sea answered with a heavier crash. Mick drew his jacket tighter around himself. "And me?" he asked. "What is my part in this little experiment?" Elias's gaze met his, steady as the horizon. "You are not a prisoner here," he said. "You can leave. That has always been true. But if you stay..." He let the word hang for a moment. "If you stay, you will not simply be a man hiding from his past in a house on a cliff. You will be a man whose days and nights are given shape by the work of tending to lives bent, but not broken." He gestured toward the house behind them, the shrine inside, the markers in the soil. "We have built the circle," he said. "The question is whether you will stand in it with us." The ground under Mick's feet felt no different than it had when he stepped onto it. Yet he knew, with a deep, unsettling certainty, that he had crossed into a space where every step he took from now on would mean more than it had on any road he had ever driven. This was not a revenge cult, waiting for its moment to cut him down. It was something quieter, and in its own way, more frightening. A secret, structured attempt to turn the worst thing he had ever done into the beginning of a life he had never imagined living. A life that would be both a burden and, if he dared to admit it, a kind of mercy. They did not press him for an answer that afternoon. After the conversation in the garden, they went back inside with the careful, practical movements of people who have learned that even heavy truths must share space with ordinary needs. Elias needed to rest. Tea needed to be made. Medications needed to be taken at their assigned times. The world, rude or merciful, did not stop for revelations. In the kitchen, Dana rinsed cups in the sink, while Mick leaned against the counter, palms flat on the cool surface. Cole stood near the back door, arms folded, gaze drifting between them and the line of sea visible through the glass. "You do not have to decide now," Dana said quietly. "Not this minute, not this hour. Take the evening. Walk, sit, write, if that helps. Sleep, if you can." "And if I cannot?" Mick asked. She gave a small, rueful smile. "Then you will be in good company," she said. "Most of us have had long nights in this house." Cole nodded toward the back. "There is a path along the cliff," he added. "Stay clear of the edge. The ground can be tricky, but the view helps you think, if you are the thinking type." Mick let out a breath that felt like it had been trapped in his chest since they opened the door to the shrine. "What happens if I say no?" he asked, the question hanging between them. "We do what we have been doing," Dana said. "We watch. We worry from afar. We hope you do not fall apart or disappear into something worse. You go back to your motels and your odd jobs and your 2 a.m. wake-ups." "And if I say yes?" he asked. "Then you do all of that," she said, "but with purpose." She dried her hands, set the towel aside. "We shape the wake-ups into work. We make sure you are not alone when the memories come. We hold you to what you have promised. That is the difference." He nodded slowly. It was not a hard sell. It was not a sell at all. Just a delineation of 2 roads, both of which he already knew too well. Later, when Elias had been settled in his room and the house had fallen into its early evening quiet, Mick stepped outside alone. The air had cooled further, the sky pulling on its blue-gray evening coat. The wind coming off the water was stronger now, lifting the hair at the back of his neck, bringing with it the clean, sharp scent of salt and something mineral from the rocks below. He followed the cliff path Cole had mentioned, a narrow trail worn into the turf behind the house, running parallel to the drop. It was not fenced, but the land dipped gently before the edge, and he kept a respectful distance. The bluff did not look high from the ground, but the sound of the waves hitting far below told a more accurate story. He walked with his hands in his pockets, shoulders bent slightly against the wind. The house behind him shrank with each step, its windows catching the last of the light, then letting it go. In front of him, the sea stretched out, restless and darkening. The surface was no longer a sheet of glass. It was textured now, ridged by wind and tide. Every few seconds, a wave would rise higher than the rest and slam against the rock with a force that sent spray upward in white bursts. 2 roads, he thought, not for the first time. 2 ways forward from this strange, perched place. He could leave. He pictured it clearly, walking back to his room, packing the few things he had brought, closing the dresser drawer, lifting his bag from the bed. One last check of the nightstand to make sure the token and the clipping were with him. A quiet apology to the cat when she watched him from the hallway. A final look at the house from the driveway. Then the car door closing, the engine turning over, the gravel spitting under the tires as he pointed the hood back toward the highway. He could be halfway to somewhere else by midnight. Another town, another cheap room, another job, if he could find one. No shrine watching him, no files with his name, no old man humming hymns outside locked doors. He knew how that story went. He had been living its opening chapters for years. He imagined the motel bed again, the neon, the murmuring TV, the 2 a.m. wake-ups with his heart pounding. The way the boy's photograph and the folded newspaper clipped seemed to grow heavier with each passing year. The thought of that peculiar kind of freedom made his chest feel hollow, not light. The other road was here, under his feet. Not a highway, but a series of paths that branched out from this house to a small apartment in a town he did not yet know, to kitchens where other people's children waited for dinner, to schools and clinics and sheltered doorways where his face would become part of someone's sense of safety, or at least stability. It was a constrained life, in one sense. He would not be picking his work from a list of options. He would be placed, assigned, guided, watched. His days would belong partly to him, partly to the circle he had walked into without knowing it. But in another sense, the life they were offering was wider than the one he had already been living. It had shape. It had other people in it, depending on him for things that mattered. It had meaning, a word he had been afraid to touch for a long time. He stopped walking and looked down over the edge, careful of his footing. The waves below smashed themselves against the rock in tireless succession. They did not care about his decision. The water would keep coming, whether he stayed or left. There was something oddly comforting in that. His mind drifted backward, not in fragments this time, but in sequence, as if the sea itself were pulling the story into one long current. He remembered the bar that night, the sticky counter, the glass in his hand, the way laughter had felt too loud in his ears. He remembered the way the world outside had seemed oddly muffled when he stepped into the cold. The snow turned to slick patches under the streetlights. He had told himself he was fine. He had driven home in worse. He had somewhere to be tomorrow. He would go slow. He did not. He remembered the boy's car appearing ahead of him, the tail lights a sudden red punctuation in the night, the flick of brake lights, his own foot hitting the pedal a fraction of a second too late, the slide, the spin, the impact, the silence afterward, loud as a shout. He remembered, with a shame that never really dulled, that for a few long seconds after the crash, he had run. Not far, just away from the twisted shapes, the sound of someone crying, the taste of metal in his mouth. He had stumbled into the dark beyond the road, boots slipping in the snow, heart beating in his throat. The animal part of him had wanted to vanish. Then something else, slower and deeper, had dragged him back. He had returned to the road, to the wreckage. The boy had been still, too still. The emergency lights had painted the snow in colors that did not belong to winter. In court, his lawyer had called it panic, said he had only fled for a moment, that he had ultimately come back and taken responsibility. The judge had nodded, the way judges do when words fit into categories they recognize. It had mattered, legally, that he had returned. But in his own mind, the fact that he had run at all had never sat clean. He remembered the courtroom, the two bright lights, the hard bench under him, the way the judge had read out the sentence in a measured voice, talking about mitigating circumstances and potential for rehabilitation. He remembered looking over once, just once, at the boy's mother. Her eyes had been the kind that seemed to force you to look away and not let you at the same time. They had been filled with something he could not stand to see then and could not name now without his stomach turning. It was not hatred exactly. It was not even anger, though that was there too. It was a kind of stunned incomprehension, as if she had wandered into a room where people were discussing the price of a meal while her house burned outside. He remembered walking out after the sentence, the way people had parted around him. He remembered stepping into the daylight and feeling none of it on his skin. The marker stones in the garden behind the house came back to him now. On his way out to the cliff, he had passed them without stopping, but their shapes were still in his mind. Some had names on them, etched into the surface. Others had only initials. A few had symbols: a small tree, a wave, a star. He understood now that they did not belong solely to the dead. Some were for the offenders who had accepted the circle's terms, who had taken on this strange, long watch. Their stories were inscribed in paths instead of paragraphs, in daily acts instead of legal records. He was not the first, then, to stand on this bluff with his past at his back and 2 roads ahead. Others had chosen to stay. Others had walked away. The horror of his situation was not in the threat of punishment. It lay in the quiet enormity of the decision he had been given. How to carry the rest of his life. He could drag it behind him, a weight he tried to ignore, the way he had been doing. Or he could let it anchor him in place while he reached outward, trying to build something useful on ground he had helped ruin. The wind picked up, tugging at his jacket, making his eyes sting. He could not tell if the moisture there was from the cold or from what sat behind his ribs. He stood there a long time, watching the water, feeling the 2 roads stretch out, one back toward the anonymous drift of his old life, one inward through the house, to a future he did not yet fully understand. When he finally turned back toward the Mercer house, the light in the windows glowed warm against the dim sky, a small, steady presence on the edge of all that shifting water. He did not know exactly what he would say yet, but he knew, with a tired certainty that felt almost like peace, that he would not be packing his bag tonight. The house felt different when he stepped back inside, though nothing visible had changed. The lamps were on in the sitting room, their light soft and amber. The smell of soup lingered faintly from lunch. Somewhere, the cat pawed at something unseen, and then settled with a small huff. The familiar sounds and scents wrapped around him, but there was a new weight beneath them now, as if he had walked through an invisible curtain on the cliff path and returned to find the same furniture in a slightly different world. Dana waited at the edge of the hallway, fingers curled lightly around a mug of tea. Cole stood near the window, looking out at the sinking sun. Elias sat in his chair in his usual place, blanket over his legs, hands folded in his lap. "You walked a long time," Elias said, not as an accusation, but as an observation. "There was a lot to think about," Mick answered. "Good," Dana said quietly. "Thinking is the least we can ask of anyone who stands where you are standing." She nodded toward the armchair opposite Elias. "Sit," she said. "We should tell you more before you decide anything. You deserve to know what this looks like off the page." Mick lowered himself into the chair. The cushion sighed under his weight. He rested his forearms on his knees, hands clasped loosely, the posture of someone who is open enough to listen but not fully relaxed. Cole moved away from the window and leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, not in defiance, but in support. "There are others," Dana began, "who came through this house or through spaces like it. People who were offered the same choice you are weighing now." She glanced at Elias, who inclined his head slightly, giving her the floor. "Do you remember the man we mentioned in the garden?" she asked. "The one with the community garden upstate?" "You said he walked away from a hit and run," Mick replied. Yes, she said. He was 22 when it happened. He left the scene and did not come back. When they finally found him, there were technicalities, missing evidence, a deal. He did 6 months in a county jail and several years of supervised probation. On paper, that was his punishment. She folded her hands in her lap, the mug of tea now resting on the table beside her. But punishment, she went on, is not the same as repair. He carried what he had done like a stone in his chest. He moved from job to job, dropped out of school, avoided anything that felt like a future. When he came into our circle, he was living in a basement apartment and drinking himself back toward the night that started it all. And now? Mick asked. And now he spends his mornings in a community garden in a neighborhood that used to be known mainly for its crime rate, Dana said. He teaches children how to plant seeds and pull weeds. He shows them how to coax tomatoes out of poor soil, how to recognize the first signs of frost, how to share what grows. She smiled slightly, not the professional smile he had seen in her office, but something warmer. The kids call him Mr. J, she said. They do not know the whole story. They know that he remembers their birthdays and that he keeps extra gloves for those who forget. They know that when someone is angry, he will give them a task that uses their hands and lets their head cool. Mick pictured it, a plot of land carved out between brick buildings, small hands dirty, cheap watering cans tilting, a man bent over a row, showing a child how deep to press a seed. He says the guilt never left, Dana added, but it is linked now to something that grows instead of something that only rots. Cole shifted his weight, then spoke. There is a woman, he said, who used to live 3 states away. She was not the one who threw the punches in her house, but she was the one who kept saying, "It is not that bad," when her sister tried to tell her what was happening. She testified once, said she had never seen serious harm. Her sister left the courtroom feeling like she'd been betrayed twice. He looked down at his hands, then back up. Years later, he continued, that woman came to one of our circles. Her marriage had ended. Her sister had cut her off. She had spent a long time trying to justify what she had done, the way people do when they know they were wrong, but do not know how to live with it. What happened? Mick asked. She started working at a shelter, Cole said. At first, as a volunteer, then as staff. She chose the night shifts, the hours when people arrived with bags packed in panic, when children clung to worn-out toys, when women stared at doors as if expecting them to burst open. He tilted his head slightly. She is the one who makes the coffee now at 2 a.m, he said. The one who finds spare blankets, the one who answers the buzzer and says, "You are safe here," in a voice that has learned painfully what it means when that is not true. He paused, letting the image settle. She cannot undo the testimony she gave, he said, but she can stand at a different door, on different nights, and make sure she does not fail again in the same way. The room grew quiet. The stories hung there, offered not as sales pitches, but as examples of what it looked like when a sentence was measured not only in months or years, but in acts of care. Mick sat back slightly, feeling the shape of what they were describing settle more clearly in his mind. So this is, he began, searching for the right phrase. This is about restorative justice, then? Dana nodded. In a sense, she said. Restorative justice is a framework, a way of thinking about harm that asks different questions, not just what law was broken and How do we punish the one who broke it? But also, who was hurt? What do they need? And who is responsible for meeting those needs? It is not a replacement for the system, Elias added softly. The courts did what they do in your case. They counted hours and weighed evidence and assigned a term. We cannot rewind that. But we can build something alongside it. Something that acknowledges that harm is not only legal. It is emotional. It is communal. It is spiritual, if you are inclined to use that word. Punishment only models, Dana said. Focus on making sure the person who caused harm suffers in proportion to the harm caused. Sometimes that is necessary. Sometimes it is all that is possible. But even when it is done perfectly, there are things left undone. The dead remain dead. The empty chairs at dinner tables remain empty. The fear remains in bone and muscle. She looked at him, her gaze steady but kind. What we are talking about here, she continued, does not erase punishment. It also does not erase the past. You will never reach a day where what happened on that road did not happen. This is not about erasing. It is about using what you know, what you wish to God you did not know, as fuel for care. It still costs something, Cole said. It costs time. It costs comfort. It costs the luxury of pretending your life is your own, in the same way it might have been if that night had gone differently. It is a sentence, just one written in a different currency. Mick let the words sink in. Fuel for care. A sentence in a different currency. He thought of the community garden, the shelter, the markers in the garden behind the house. He thought of his own nights, of all the hours he had already spent lying awake, paying interest on a debt he had never known how to approach directly. Elias cleared his throat gently, drawing Mick's attention. You cannot give my nephew back, he said. His voice was very soft now, the edges of it worn. No one can. That road is closed. He let his gaze rest on the window for a moment, where the last strip of light from the horizon glowed faintly. But there are other children, he went on, whose nights can be made less cruel because you are alive. There are other mothers who sit at tables, wondering if they can keep going. No one can change what you did to us, but you can, if you choose, change what you do with everything that is left. Silence returned, dense and thoughtful. The clock in the hall ticked. The sea answered with its own slow count. Mick felt something move in his chest, not unlike the shifting of a heavy object that had been wedged in one position for too long. What if I fail? He asked. The question slipped out before he could filter it. It was almost a whisper. What if you put me in front of these people who have already had too much taken from them, and I hurt them too, in some new way? What if I run again, in one form or another? Dana did not look away. Her eyes were steady, but there was a softness in them that had not been there when they met in the office over the bakery. You already did fail, she said, without cruelty. That is why you are here. That is why this house exists. That is why your name is in that drawer. The worst thing has already happened. She leaned forward slightly, elbows on her knees, hands clasped. This time, she said, you will not be alone while you try again. That is the difference. You will have people watching, not to catch you for sport, but to catch you if you fall, to keep you honest, to remind you why you are doing this when you are tired and angry and full of old shame. She gave a small, tired smile. Failure is part of the story already, Mick, she said. The question now is what you build on top of it." He sat back, the words settling around him like the slow, steady layering of waves smoothing a rough stone. The sentence they were offering did not promise comfort. It did not promise peace in any simple sense. But for the first time in a very long time, it did sound like a way forward that was not simply running in place. Morning came without ceremony. No dreams broke apart when Mick woke. There was only the familiar awareness of having drifted somewhere shallow and come back up. The light in his room was soft, the sky outside the window a pale, washed-out blue. The sea, unseen from his bed, but always present, breathed steadily against the base of the bluff. He lay there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling, feeling the decision he had already made sitting quietly in his chest. It did not feel like a sudden revelation or a flash of courage. It felt like something that had been taking shape inside him for a very long time, finally stepping forward. He stood, dressed, washed his face in cool water that cleared some of the night from his thoughts, and walked down the hallway toward the sitting room. They were waiting, but not in a way that made him feel ambushed. Dana sat on the edge of the sofa, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had not yet steamed enough to fog the air. Cole leaned in the doorway with a plate of toast in one hand. Elias was in his chair by the window, turned slightly inward so he could see them all as well as the sea. Mick stopped just inside the room. The words, when they came, were simple. "I will stay," he said. "I will do it. Whatever this is." The sentence hung there for a moment. Not dramatic, not loud. Just a quiet line laid down between one kind of life and another. Dana's shoulders lowered a fraction, as if she had been holding them a little too high for a little too long. She nodded once, slowly. "All right," she said. "Thank you for saying it out loud." Cole let out a breath he might not have realized he was holding and set the plate down on the side table. "Good," he murmured. "That saves us from a lot of creative worrying." Elias closed his eyes briefly, the lines on his face shifting as if something tight had loosened beneath them. When he opened them again, there was a new stillness there, not emptiness, but a kind of settled acceptance. "Good," he echoed quietly. "The road taught you one kind of stubborn. Let us see what it can do in another direction." For a moment, Mick felt something close to anticlimax. He had half expected the room to change, for a bell to toll somewhere, for the sea to rise in response. Instead, the house remained what it had been. Floorboards, furniture, the steady ticking of the clock, the slow, distant thunder of waves. "Now what?" he asked. Dana set her mug down on a coaster, aligning it almost absently with the ring already there. "Now," she said, "we tell you the part we have not yet said out loud." She stood, moving to the small sideboard where a neat stack of folders waited. She picked up one, thinner than the shrine files, but still substantial, and turned it in her hands before looking back at him. "You are not the only one who knows how guilt pulls," she said gently. "We have watched many people sit with it for many years. We have learned its patterns, the way it circles, the way it wears down walls. When you came into that motel, when you answered the phone that night, when you sat in my office and talked about the nights you could not sleep, we heard something we had heard before." She opened the folder and read the top page, though she clearly knew what it contained. "We have already spoken with a community center in a town about 3 hours from here," she continued. They run a small program for children and teenagers who have been affected by violence and loss. Some have lost parents. Some have siblings in prison. Some have simply seen more than they should have at their age. She flipped a page, then looked up. They need someone, she said, who can be there in the evenings, helping with homework, making sure there is food on the table, driving them to appointments, sitting with them when they are too wired or too scared to sleep. She handed the folder to him. The position is open, she said, but not advertised. Their board has reviewed your background. They know what you did. They also know why you are coming. To them, that is not a disqualifier. It is, cautiously, part of the reason they said yes. Mick looked down at the folder in his hands. His name was printed on the tab. Inside, he could see copies of documents, schedules, a simple map of a small town with a red circle drawn around a modest neighborhood. We have also arranged for a small apartment, Dana went on. Nothing fancy. 1 bedroom, 3rd floor. A view of a park if you lean out a bit. The lease starts next month. The deposit has been handled by the circle. You will pay the rent out of your stipend once you are working. It is in your name, not ours. He let the words wash over him, feeling their shape. Job, apartment, community center, children, a town he had never seen, already waiting. You did this before I said yes, he said quietly. Yes, Dana replied. There was no apology in her tone, but there was no smugness either. We have learned that by the time someone reaches this house, by the time they sit in front of those walls and hear what they do, their answer is usually already growing inside them. We do not force it, but we prepare for it. Cole shrugged one shoulder. We know the other answer too, he said. We have had people walk away. We do not drag them back. But remorse? It has its own gravity. Most people who carry it long enough end up circling towards something like this, if you give them even the bare outline of a path. Mick ran his thumb along the edge of the folder. The notion that his future had been partly built while he was still pacing motel balconies was unsettling, but not in the way he might have expected. It did not feel like a trap. It felt more like coming upon a bridge he had not known was there, only to realize that he had been walking toward it for years. So, even if I had said no, he began. The apartment would sit empty for a while, Dana said. The position would go to someone else, or be folded into other responsibilities. The folder would move to a different drawer. She met his eyes. We do not keep people's futures on layaway. We make offers. We trust that some will be taken. And my file? He asked. The watching? Would have continued, Cole said simply. For a time, at least. Not to hound you. To be sure you are not falling back into harm, for yourself or others. We do not have as many eyes as the state, but we use them where we can. Mild fear rose in him, a quiet understanding that there was, in some sense, no easy escape. They had seen him. They would not suddenly unsee him if he fled. Yet alongside that fear came something else, just as strong, relief. For so long, the path ahead had been snarled, indistinct, a haze of maybe and if and what now. The idea that some of those questions had already been answered, that there was a place expecting him, a set of rooms and faces he could step into and begin working with, steadied him. His life, for the first time in years, had direction. Hard, yes. Narrow in some ways, but pointed toward something beyond his own circling. When would I go? He asked. End of the month, Dana said. We will spend the next weeks preparing you. There are trainings, conversations to have, logistics to settle. You will not arrive unannounced. You will not arrive unprepared. That is part of the circle too. We do not drop people into lives they are not ready to carry. He nodded slowly. And tonight? He asked. Tonight, Elias said, speaking for the first time since Mick had entered the room. You stay. One more night with the sea at our feet and the house around us. Later, when the light had drained out of the sky and the lamps were turned low, Mick sat beside Elias in the sitting room. The old man's chair was near the window, as always. Mick had pulled another chair close, not facing him directly, but angled so they could both see the dark sweep of the water. The waves moved in their usual, tireless pattern, white foam catching what little light there was before dissolving. The sound of them filled the spaces between their breaths. Are you afraid? Elias asked after a while. Yes, Mick said. There was no point in pretending otherwise. Of failing, of not being enough, of standing in front of kids who have seen more hurt than anyone should and not knowing what to say. You will not always know what to say, Elias replied. Sometimes the work is in standing there anyway. They sat with that for a time. This is not the end of your punishment, Elias said at last, his voice low, almost blending with the ocean's hum. Do not mistake it for that. The ledger does not close because you move to another town and help with homework. Mick swallowed, the truth of that settling without resistance. But, Elias added, it is the beginning of your usefulness. The words sank into the quiet like stones dropped into still water, sending out ripples that touched places in Mick he had not dared to look at in years. He watched the dark sea, feeling the house hold them, feeling the future he had not expected taking on edges and weight. Punishment would follow him, he knew, in his sleep, in his memories, in the eyes of those who learned his story. It did not vanish because someone had built a path, but for the first time, it would travel alongside something else, something that might one day, in small, patient increments, matter just as much. The apartment was small, but it had begun to look like people actually lived in it. A second-hand couch, its cushions a little uneven, sat beneath the front window. A mismatched armchair angled beside it held a folded blanket that someone always left half unfolded. The coffee table bore the faint scars of years of use. Scratches, cup rings, a patch where a hot pan had once come too close. On one wall, a cheap bookshelf leaned just enough to the left to make Mick keep meaning to fix it. It held a mix of paperbacks, school binders, and board games with missing pieces. The kitchen was where the apartment felt the most alive. The fridge door was a collage of color. Kids' drawings taped up in overlapping layers, some on printer paper, some on the backs of old flyers. Stick figures stood under crooked suns. Trees leaned against houses that were almost square. In one drawing, 3 figures held hands beside something that might have been a dog or a cloud with legs. Someone had written "home" in big uneven letters at the top. A small plant sat on the windowsill above the sink, its leaves a brave green against the gray of the parking lot outside. Mick had nearly killed it twice by forgetting to water it, then saved it at the last minute with a long drink and an apologetic hand on the pot. Somehow, it had forgiven him. It was early evening. The day's light had faded to a soft, diluted gold that slipped through the blinds in narrow stripes, lying across the linoleum floor. The hum of traffic outside was constant but not aggressive. just the sound of a working-class town going about its business. A neighbor's TV murmured through the wall, too low to make out words. At the kitchen table, 4 chairs surrounded a scarred surface. In one, a girl sat with a pencil in her hand and a math worksheet in front of her. She was 14, with dark hair pulled into a messy ponytail and a sweatshirt that had been washed enough times to turn its original black into a soft charcoal. Her eyes were sharp and tired all at once. This was Lily Mercer. "Okay," Mick said, sitting across from her, a pen in his own hand, though he was not using it to write. "Walk me through number 6 again." Lily rolled her eyes in a way that might have been theatrical if it were not so practiced. "You already know how to do it," she said. "You were alive when math was invented." "True," he said. "But I want to see how you do it. Humor me." She smirked, but the corner of her mouth softened as she bent back over the paper. "It is stupid fractions," she muttered. "Multiply across, then simplify. Bam, whatever." She scribbled in the margin. "Like 1.5 divided by 3/4. Mick watched her, not hovering, just present. "So," he said, 1.5 is what as an improper fraction?" 3/2, she said, almost before the question was finished. "And dividing by 3/4 is the same as multiplying by 4/3, she sighed. "I got that part. I just—" She stopped, eraser hovering above a number she did not trust. "Then show me," he said, "even if you think it is wrong. We cannot fix what is not on the page." She gave him a look that was equal parts annoyance and reluctant agreement. Then her pencil moved, the lead scratching softly. 3/2 times 4/3. Numbers canceled. A simplified answer. 2, she said, not looking up. "It is 2. He waited. "And?" he asked. "And I already had that before," she muttered. "I just did not trust it." He smiled, small and genuine. "Then maybe that is the real homework," he said. "Learning when to trust yourself." She snorted. "Deep," she said, but a faint color rose in her cheeks. From the room down the hall, a burst of laughter and then a thump. "Hey," a younger voice called. "He cheated. He totally cheated." "Did not," another voice answered. Mick stood, stretching his back. "Pause on the math," he said to Lily. "Go refereeing for a second." "Good luck," she said. But there was the ghost of a smile at the edge of her mouth. He walked down the short hallway, past the bathroom door, slightly ajar, damp towels hanging on hooks, and into the bedroom the boys shared. 2 beds, 2 sets of sheets in different colors, 1 shared dresser. On the floor, a board game lay half set up, half chaos. 2 boys, one 10 and one 12, faced each other in the middle of it, their cheeks flushed, eyes bright. The younger one, Evan, pointed at his brother. "He moved twice," he said. "You said you can only move once." The older boy, Marcus, folded his arms. "I was fixing it," he said. "He knocked it over." "I did not," Evan protested. "You did when you got mad." Mick took in the scene, the tip tokens, the dice askew. "Okay," he said. "Time out. Nobody's going to jail over a board game. Marcus, did you move twice?" Marcus hesitated, scuffing his sock on the carpet. "Maybe," he said. "And Evan," Mick continued, "did you knock it over on purpose?" "No," Evan said quickly, then slowed. I bumped it. A little." "So," Mick said, "sounds like we have a double oops and 0 villains." Evan frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means you both did something to mess up the game," Mick said. "So you both fix it, together. Then decide if you still feel like playing. If you do, you start fresh. If you do not, you put it away and pick something else that nobody feels like throwing. Marcus sighed, but the fight was already draining out of him. Fine, he said. Come on, dummy, he added to Evan, but the word came out softer than it might have half an hour earlier. Language, Mick said mildly. Fine, Marcus repeated. Come on, non-dummy. Evan grinned despite himself. They began picking up the pieces, the argument already reshaping itself into a story they would tell later, probably with more drama than it deserved. Mick stood in the doorway a moment longer, watching them. None of these children were officially his. They were part of a semi-foster arrangement, tied into the same network that had brought him here. Kids who were too old for some programs, too young for others, too bruised in ways that did not always show up neatly on forms. Lily's father had been shot 2 years earlier, a case that had made the local news for a week and then vanished. Marcus's mother was serving a sentence for a crime she swore she had committed to protect them. Evan's father had died in a drunk driving crash when Evan was 8. Another road, another night, another man who had walked away with a sentence that looked reasonable on paper and felt anything but in the living room. None of their losses were connected to him directly. In another life, that might have given him some comfort. Back in the kitchen, Lily was staring out the window, pencil twirling between her fingers. The worksheet sat on the table, a few extra problems solved, more waiting. "How is the game tribunal?" she asked as he returned. "Messy," he said, "but no one's been exiled from the kingdom yet." She smirked. "Yet," she repeated. He moved to the stove, checking the pot of chili that simmered there. The smell of tomatoes, onions, and slow-cooked spices filled the room, wrapping itself around the late afternoon light. A row of bowls waited on the counter, each with a spoon beside it. Salad sat in a cheap plastic bowl, a tangle of lettuce and chopped vegetables. "Do you need help?" Lily asked after a moment. The question always came with a hint of resistance, like she was trying on the idea of offering before committing to it. "You can put out cups," he said. "Water pitchers in the fridge." She rolled her eyes again. Some habits were persistent. But she got up and opened the fridge, pulling out the pitcher with practiced hands. As she set cups on the table, they shifted into one of their strange, gentle conversations, the ones that seemed to happen most easily when they were not looking directly at each other. "At school today," she said, "they did that thing again." "Which thing?" he asked, ladling chili into bowls. "The moment of silence thing," she said, making quotation marks in the air. "For, like, tragedies in the community. They do it every time something happens, and everyone just stares at their desks and thinks about whatever they want." "And what did you think about?" he asked. She shrugged, setting down a cup. "Dad," she said. "And then I felt stupid, because everyone else was probably thinking about TikTok or whatever. So I tried to think about something else." "Did it work?" he asked. "Not really," she admitted. "He just sat there, you know? In my head, like he was mad that they only gave him 60 seconds. Mick's throat tightened. He set a bowl on the table carefully. "It is not stupid," he said. "To think of him, I mean. That is what those minutes are supposed to be for." "Yeah," but then the teacher goes, "Okay, that is done. Moving on," Lily said, imitating the brisk tone. "Like grief is a pop quiz you finished." He sat back down, resting his forearms on his knees. "Grief does not care about the bell schedule," he said, or the announcements, or the lesson plan. It shows up when it wants and stays too long. That is not your fault. She studied him for a moment, eyes narrowed slightly. Is that what it is like for you? She asked. With your thing? The one no one talks about, but everyone knows is some big secret sadness? He held her gaze, feeling the familiar shadow at the edge of the room, the knowledge of what he had done, of the boy on the winter road, of the shrine on the bluff. The horror here did not wear a mask. It wore sweaters and washed dishes and explained fractions while quietly knowing it had once taken a life. Yes, he said. It is like that. Most days. She nodded, as if that was the answer she had been expecting. Good, she said. Then you get it. It is easier to do math with someone who gets it. They ate together at the kitchen table. Lily, Marcus, Evan, and Mick. The TV was off. The blinds were half open, letting in the last thin light from outside. They passed the water pitcher, argued lightly about whose turn it was to clear the table, laughed at something Evan said with his mouth full, and then scolded him for it. Mick moved among them with a quiet steadiness. He checked that the door was locked after dinner. He reminded Marcus to finish his reading. He made sure Lily had what she needed for school the next day. He stood in the bathroom doorway as Evan brushed his teeth, making faces in the mirror until the boy giggled and nearly spit toothpaste everywhere. He was not a saint. He was tired more often than not. Some days he was short-tempered, or distracted, or haunted by a flash of ice on a road that none of these children had ever seen. There were nights he still woke at 2, listening for a wheelchair that was now hundreds of miles away. But he was steady. He showed up. He listened when the kids, unprompted, talked about fear, about weird dreams, about what it felt like to walk through hallways at school where everyone had moved on from their losses except them. The horror of who he had been lay there with them, folded into the domestic soundscape. The clink of dishes, the scratch of pencils, the distant whistle of a passing train. It did not vanish because he stirred a pot or checked the locks. It simply lived now alongside something else. The quiet, ongoing work of making sure that, in this small corner of the world, a few children's nights were held more gently than his had been. Winter crept into the town in small, almost polite gestures. The air grew thinner and sharper. The evenings arrived sooner, slipping quietly over the roofs and down into the streets. Breath became visible in small clouds when the kids ran from the bus stop to the apartment building, laughing, pretending they did not notice the cold nipping at their cheeks. Mick found himself watching the weather more closely than he let on. The first dusting of snow on the parked cars made his chest tighten, though he said nothing. He salted the steps out front before anyone asked, his movements brisk, almost automatic. He reminded the kids about boots and coats and gloves, sounding like any other adult, trying to keep them from catching a chill. Not like a man who quietly feared what frozen roads could do. One night, much later in the season, the world outside the apartment was quiet in the way only cold can make it. Traffic had thinned. The radiators in the building hissed and settled. The kids had gone to bed hours ago. Lily's door was closed, a sliver of light showing from underneath where she read too late. The boys shared a patchwork of blankets in their room, breathing deep and fast, the way kids do when their bodies finally surrender to sleep. Mick was asleep too, such as his sleep ever was. Not deep, but enough that his thoughts had thinned into a kind of gray mist. Then came the sound. A high, sudden squeal, metal on wet pavement, the unmistakable skid of a car losing grip. His body reacted before his mind understood. He jerked upright in bed, heart hammering, breath short. For a moment, he did not know where he was. The room was too dark, the window too close, the ceiling too low. The sound of tires against the cold street replayed itself in his head with the force of a fresh impact. He threw back the covers and crossed the room in a few unsteady steps, hands trembling as he yanked up the blind. Outside, the street was slick with a thin layer of slush, glowing under the dim orange of the streetlights. A car sat at the intersection, its brake lights bright, exhaust puffing in white bursts. Another car passed it carefully. There was no twisted metal, no crumpled hood, no bodies on the ground. Just the echo of that sound still buzzing in his ears. He pressed his palms against the cold glass, trying to steady his breathing. His heart did not get the message right away. It continued to pound, as if trying to escape his chest. Behind him, the floorboard by the doorway creaked. "You heard it too?" a voice asked softly. He turned. Lily stood there in the shadow of the hall, wrapped in an oversized hoodie, her hair a tangle around her face. Her eyes were dark and wide, more awake than any teenager should be at that hour. "Yeah," he said. His voice came out rough. "I heard it. I thought it was, you know," she said, leaning against the doorframe. For a second, he knew. The first time he had read her intake file, he had seen the report. The night her father had been shot in the parking lot of a convenience store. A loud bang, tires squealing, then everything broken into before and after. "Me too," he said quietly. "Not your thing, mine." For a second, I was back on a road I have been trying not to think about for years. She moved further into the room, hugging herself. "You hate winter," she said. He gave a small, humorless huff. "My relationship with winter is complicated," he answered. She glanced past him at the window, at the empty street. "There was no crash," she said. "No," he agreed. "Just someone hitting the brakes hard. Maybe they slid a little. Maybe they scared themselves. But they did not hit anything. That is good." He stepped away from the window, letting the blind fall back into place. The room dimmed again, the street reduced to a strip of light between the slats. "You could not sleep either?" he asked. She shrugged, the motion tight. "I was asleep," she said. "Then that sound happened and—" She snapped her fingers. Heart went crazy, like it thought it was 2 years ago again. He nodded. "Bodies remember," he said, "even when we would very much like them not to." They stood there for a moment in the shadows of his room, two silhouettes carrying different stories shaped around similar sounds. "Come on," he said gently. "Kitchen." They padded down the hallway in socked feet, careful out of habit not to wake the boys. In the kitchen, he flipped on the small, over-sink light instead of the main one, bathing the room in a soft, yellow glow. It made the fridge drawings look muted, almost dreamy. He reached into the cupboard for 2 mugs, then for the container of cocoa. The motions were practiced by now. There had been other nights like this, sparked by different triggers. A slammed door, a raised voice on TV, sirens outside. Lily slid into one of the chairs at the table, pulling her knees up slightly, wrapping her arms around them. She watched him move around the kitchen, the faint lines of his face deepened by the shadows. "Does it always feel like that?" she asked. "When you hear tires?" "Not always," he said, filling the kettle and setting it on the stove. The flame clicked. and then caught, blue and steady. First year after, everything, yes. Every squeal sounded like the start of another accident. Now it is more selective. Wet roads, late nights, certain angles of light. She nodded, chewing absently on a thread at the cuff of her sleeve. For me, it is the bangs, she said. Fireworks, doors slamming. Once it was a book dropping off a shelf in class. I was under the desk before my brain caught up. He turned, leaning his hip against the counter while the water heated. And then, he asked. Then it is embarrassing, she said. Everyone stares. Teacher says something like, "Are you okay?" in that voice. And I know I am supposed to say yes, so they can go back to the lesson. I am sorry, he said. She shrugged again, this time more like dismissal than defense. Not your fault, she said. Bad guys, remember? That is what everyone calls them. Like they are in a movie. Bang, bang, he is gone. Thoughts and prayers. Next news story. The kettle began to murmur softly. He turned back, spooned cocoa into the mugs, poured the hot water slowly, stirring until the powder dissolved into dark swirls. Do you know what my therapist called it, back when I was court-ordered to see one? He asked, carrying the mugs to the table. Court-ordered therapy, she guessed dryly. He smiled a little. That too, he said. But the thing you are talking about, the way your heart races and your body gets ready to run when it hears something that reminds it of before. She called it a trigger, part of trauma. The body remembers danger even after the danger is gone. He sat across from her, sliding a mug toward her. The steam rose between them, catching the light. So we are both broken, she said, blowing gently on the surface. Or, he said slowly, we are both very efficient survival machines whose alarms got stuck in the too sensitive setting. She gave him a skeptical look over the rim of her mug. That is a nice way to say broken, she replied. He let that stand for a moment, then continued. Trauma is the body doing its job too well, he said. It remembers which sounds and smells and sights used to mean run or freeze or hide. It keeps throwing the switch just in case. It is annoying. It is exhausting, but it is trying to keep you alive, even when it is wrong about what is happening. She wrapped her hands around the mug, letting the heat soak into her fingers. So what? She asked. We just stay jumpy forever? Not exactly, he said. You can teach it new things. The nervous system, I mean. You cannot erase the old story, but you can layer new ones on top. Little routines that tell your body, look, we heard a loud sound, and we did not die. We sat at a table and drank hot chocolate instead. Hot chocolate therapy, she said, a faint smile tugging at her mouth. Why do not they put that in the pamphlets? More people would go, he said. They sipped in silence for a while. The apartment was very still. The sound of the city outside had faded to the occasional whoosh of a late car, the sigh of wind around the building. Sometimes, he said quietly, when I hear tires skid, my whole body thinks it is back on that road. Same angle, same cold, same everything. Tonight I got up ready to run, or to see something bad. But you did not, she said. No, he replied. I looked. I checked. Then I came into the kitchen and made cocoa with a girl who knows exactly what it is like to have her body tell her things that are not happening anymore. She stared into her mug. I hate that it still works like that, she said. I hate that a stupid noise can make me feel like I am 12 and hiding in the bathtub. He nodded. I hate that too, he said. For you? For me. For anyone. He took a slow breath, then another, making the exhale longer than the inhale the way his old therapist had taught him. Want to try something? He asked. If it is breathing exercises, I already saw it on TikTok, she said. TikTok did not invent breathing, he replied. But yes, something like that. She rolled her eyes, but not fully. Fine, she said. Okay, he said, feet on the floor. She set her feet down, toes curling slightly in her socks. Hands around the mug, he said. Feel how warm it is. She tightened her fingers. Warm, she muttered. Look around the room, he said. Name 3 things you can see. Fridge, she said. Plant. Ugly chair. Rude, he said mildly. 3 things you can feel. Chair under me, she said. Mug in my hands, my heart beating way too fast. Good, he said. 3 things you can hear. She listened. The heater, she said. The fridge humming. She paused. You're breathing. You breathe loud. He smiled. Now, he said, tell your body, out loud, if you can stand it, where you are. She gave him a look. Right here, she said. Words, Lily, he said gently. Not just attitude. Name it. Present tense. I am... She sighed, then drew in a breath. I am in the kitchen, she said. In the apartment. It is night. I am drinking hot chocolate with... you. With Mick, he said. With Mick, she repeated. There was a loud sound, but it is not happening now. I am... Okay. The word sounded unfamiliar in her mouth, like something she was trying on. He felt a lump in his throat. Good, he said softly. That is how you teach it. Not all at once. Over and over. Like showing a scared animal that the door does not always lead to fire. She stared at him, her expression somewhere between amusement and something smaller, more fragile. You were court-ordered to learn all that, she asked. I was court-ordered to sit in a room while someone said it, he corrected. What I do with it now is extra credit. She snorted, then took another sip. The horror in that moment did not feel like a jump scare or a ghost in the hallway. It was in the knowledge that a sound from outside could still turn their bodies into alarm bells. It was in the way both of them sat there, remembering nights that had changed everything. But there was something else layered over it now. The quiet, steady work of making a new memory. Of teaching their bodies that not every squeal of tires ends in sirens. That not every bang is a gunshot. That sometimes the sequence is different. Sometimes the sound comes, and what follows is 2 people in a small kitchen, in a small apartment, drinking something warm and learning, slowly, painfully, together, that the story does not have to end where it once did. It was a Thursday, the kind of day that did not demand much attention from the calendar. School had let out early for some teacher training thing none of the kids could fully explain. The apartment was louder than usual in the afternoon. Marcus and Evan arguing in bursts over a video game, Lily claiming she needed quiet to do homework, while music leaked softly from under her door. Mick stood at the counter, rinsing lunch dishes, when a familiar knock sounded at the door. 3 short taps, a pause, then one more. Polite, practiced, somehow unmistakable. He dried his hands on a towel and opened the door. Dana stood in the hallway, shoulders dusted with a fine layer of salt from the slushy air outside. She carried a reusable bag in one hand, the strap looped over her wrist. You get taller every time I see you, she said automatically, then smiled. I know that is not how time works, but let me have it. I think that is just the stairs, Mick replied. They add inches. She stepped inside, the familiar smell of her. Paper, coffee, something faintly floral. Folding into the apartment's own mix of chili and laundry detergent and pencil shavings. "We brought reinforcements," she called, lifting the bag. "Cookies?" Evan's head popped around the corner before Mick could answer. "Among other things," Dana said, setting the bag on the table. "But some of it is for later, so nobody rate it yet. That is a rule." "I love rules," Marcus said dryly, but he was already moving closer, curiosity beating out sarcasm. Lily emerged from her room, earbuds dangling around her neck. "Hey, Dana," she said, casual but clearly pleased. "You brought the good snacks again?" "I would never show up here without them," Dana replied. "My reputation would not survive." The bag produced cookies, as promised, in a clear plastic container. A couple of small board games, battered but functional, a deck of cards, and, to Evan's delight, a bag of brightly colored marshmallows. "Bribery," Lily said, picking up a cookie. "Motivation," Dana corrected. "We will play one game, then I have some grown-up things to bother Mick with. Deal?" They settled at the table with a board game that involved moving small wooden animals around a cartoonish map. The kids argued about the rules, then invented their own, as kids inevitably do. Dana played with an easy attentiveness, letting them win sometimes, outmaneuvering them others, laughing when Evan accused her of being secretly good at everything. Mick watched from the stove as he stirred a pot of soup, listening to the comfortable chaos. The scene felt almost ordinary, like any apartment in any town where an aunt or family friend dropped by on a weekday and turned the afternoon into something a little brighter. When the game wound down and the first squabble over who had actually won began, Dana tapped the table lightly. "All right," she said. "Screen time, or reading time for you three. I need to steal Mick for a boring grown-up conversation." "This better not be about taxes," Marcus muttered. "You have no idea how fun taxes can be," Dana said, which made Lily choke on a laugh. The kids scattered, Lily back to her room with a cookie in hand, the boys down the hall arguing about which cartoon to watch. Their voices faded into a soft background hum. The apartment felt suddenly smaller, without their energy filling every corner. Dana's smile dimmed a little as she turned back to Mick. She rested her hands on the back of a chair, fingers tapping once, twice, before she stilled them. "Can we sit?" she asked. He nodded, wiping his hands again and joining her at the table. The bag, now lighter, still held something, its sides folded around a remaining shape. "What is going on?" he asked quietly. She exhaled slowly, the kind of breath that prepared room for news. "I came with more than cookies," she said. "We have an update from the house." He felt his stomach tighten, though he had been expecting something like this for a while. The last letters from the bluff had been shorter, the handwriting shakier. The phone calls had become less frequent, the pauses longer. "Elias?" he asked. She nodded. "He died 2 nights ago," she said gently. "In his sleep, in his bed by the window, listening to the waves. It was quiet, the way he wanted." For a moment, the kitchen blurred. Mick blinked, bringing it back into focus. "How?" he asked, even though the answer did not really matter. His heart finally believed what his body had been trying to tell it for months, she said. No drama, no emergency, just a line that had been drawn a long time ago, finally being reached. He looked down at his hands, at the faint red mark where the dish towel had rubbed. The words sank in slowly. He knew it was coming, Mick said. "Yes," Dana replied. He knew before you ever walked into that motel. He'd been in and out of hospitals for a year. By the time we placed you, his doctors were gently urging him to get his affairs in order. She made quotation marks in the air. He told them he was working on it. A soft, crooked smile tugged at her mouth. I do not think this is what they meant, she added, but it is what he meant. She reached into the bag and drew out a small, flat package wrapped in brown paper, a piece of twine tied once around it. She placed it on the table between them. This is for you, she said. He left it with instructions. I am just the courier. Mick stared at the package for a moment before touching it. The paper was slightly rough under his fingertips, the knot in the twine neatly tied. Go on, Dana said softly. He loosened the twine, folded it aside, and peeled back the paper. Inside was a photograph, which he recognized immediately. It was one he had seen on the wall in the shrine. A teenage boy standing in a backyard, a basketball under one arm, hand shielding his eyes from the sun. His smile was quick, almost shy, as if someone had called his name just before the shutter snapped. Jamie. There was also a folded sheet of paper, creased carefully. He opened it. The handwriting was Elias's, careful, slightly shaky, but still precise. Michael, you cannot raise him. That road is closed. But you can raise others in his place. That is enough for me. E.M. The words were simple. They did not try to be poetic. They did not forgive or absolve. They simply stated a truth Elias had decided he could live and die with. Mick read the note twice, then a third time, the letter swimming slightly as his eyes stung. He set it down gently beside the photograph, Jamie's face looking up from the table into a room the boy would never walk into. He really read the reports? Mick asked after a moment, his voice quieter than before. He devoured them, Dana said. In the last weeks, when he was too tired to spend much time by the window, he would sit with those folders. Yours. Others. He would ask for updates. How is the woman at the shelter managing the new arrivals? Has Mr. J convinced the kids to plant carrots, or are we still stuck in the land of tomatoes? She smiled faintly. And always, what is Mick doing? Has he found a way to sleep yet? She looked around the apartment, at the plant, the drawings on the fridge, the jackets piled by the door. He knew the address of this place, she said. He could picture it. I think, in his mind, he walked down this hallway 1,000 times, checking on you the way he used to check the windows in the house. Mick swallowed past the lump in his throat. So this, all of this, he said, gesturing lightly. The apartment, the kids, the board games on the shelf, was his last, what? Project? His last question, Dana said. He wanted to see if the circle could build something kinder than what the system had given him. Not softer. He would be the first to say, this is not soft, but kinder. Less concerned with hurting back, more concerned with what comes next. She paused, then added, he did not want to leave the world with only the story of his nephew's death on the record. He wanted to leave with at least a few lines written after it. The apartment hummed around them. A cartoon theme song drifted faintly down the hall. A car passed outside, tires hissing on wet pavement. The radiator clicked and settled. Mick looked again at the photograph, at Jamie's half-squinting eyes, at the casual way he held the ball, like he had been planning to toss it to whoever stood just out of frame. He thought of the kids in their rooms, of Lily, rolling her eyes, and then asking the hardest questions in the smallest voice. Of Marcus, pretending not to care and caring intensely about everything. Of Evan, bouncing between grief and joy with dizzying speed. He thought of the night on the cliff path, when he had stood between two roads and wondered if anything he chose could ever make a real difference. He knew he was leaving this with me, Mick said, the realization settling like a weight and a mantle at the same time. Yes, Dana said, not only with you. The circle is still here. I am still here. Cole, the others. But his part of the long watch. She nodded toward the photo and the note. He has handed that to you. Oh, the responsibility pressed against his chest, but it did not crush. It felt heavy and steady, like the weight of a hand on a shoulder from someone who believed you could carry more than you thought. He picked up the photograph and held it carefully, memorizing the lines of Jamie's face in this one captured moment of sunlight and ordinary joy. I cannot raise him, he said quietly, echoing the note, but I can be here when these kids wake up scared. I can walk them to school. I can sit at tables like this and explain fractions and talk about loud sounds and make bad chili and worse jokes. He set the photo down gently. It is not enough, he added, but it is something. It is what there is, Dana said, and it is more than nothing. That matters. From down the hall, Lily called, Are the grown-up things done? We are out of marshmallows, and I am blaming you. Mick wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand, then gave Dana a look that was half grief, half grim amusement. Yeah, he called back, voice steadying. We are done for now. He slid the photograph and the note into a clean envelope and placed it carefully on the fridge, pinning it beneath a magnet shaped like a small, crooked house. Later, when the kids were asleep and the apartment had gone quiet again, he would sit at the table alone, looking at that envelope, feeling the shape of what had changed and what had not. Elias was gone. The house on the bluff was quieter now, its upstairs window holding a different kind of light. But the watch had not ended. It had, in a way, only shifted, settling more fully onto shoulders that had once tried very hard to carry nothing at all. The night in the apartment settles the way a blanket settles over tired shoulders, slowly and without needing permission. Outside, the town has quieted. The last rush of commuters has thinned to scattered headlights sliding along the street below, their glow brushing briefly across the walls and then moving on. Somewhere in the building, a neighbor's door closes with a soft thud. A distant siren rises and falls far away, too faint to sharpen anyone's pulse. Inside, the world has shrunk to a few rooms and a handful of small sounds. In the living room, the TV is on, but barely audible. An old black and white movie playing out in a corner of the screen. Grainy scenes of people in hats and long coats flicker over and over, the dialogue reduced to a murmur that blends with the hum of the heater and the occasional tick of the clock on the shelf. On the couch, Lily has drifted sideways. She started the evening sitting upright with a book in her hands, knees pulled up, hoodie hood half up, insisting she was not tired. Now the book lies open on her chest, one hand resting lightly over the page as if holding her place in a dream. Her head tips against the cushion, hair spilling over her face in a dark curtain. Her breathing is slow and even. Down the hall, the boys' bedroom door stands slightly ajar. A narrow strip of nightlight spills into the hallway, glowing softly against the worn carpet. Inside, Two shapes are curled under mismatched blankets, turned away from each other in the unconscious choreography of shared sleep. One snores lightly, the other shifts and sighs, then goes still again. On the coffee table, a few empty mugs sit with the ghosts of hot chocolate still clinging to their sides, faint traces of cocoa at the bottom. A game board lies folded to one side, pieces returned to a dented box that does not quite close properly. A pair of headphones coils around the edge of a chair like a sleeping cat. The apartment smells faintly of the dinner they had hours ago. Onions, garlic, something tomato-based, overlaid now with the softer scent of clean laundry from the basket in the hallway. There is a plant on the windowsill that has, against all odds, put out one new leaf. It leans toward the glass, trusting that light will come again in the morning. From the small kitchen, Mick steps back into the main room, drying his hands on a dish towel. He moves more quietly than he used to, the way people learn to move in spaces where other people's rest matters. He pauses by the door and looks down at the small pile of shoes there. Sneakers in kid sizes, a pair of boots with scuffed toes, his own worn pair of work shoes. Without thinking much about it, he bends and straightens them, pairing laces, nudging heels into neater rows. It is a small thing, a tiny act of order in a world that has not always offered him much of that. Then he does what he always does before bed now. It has become its own litany, its own quiet ritual. He walks to the front window and checks the locks, fingers resting on the cool metal for a moment before he lets go. He glances through the glass at the street below. Parked cars, a lamppost, a lone cyclist rolling past with a blinking light on his backpack. The night looks ordinary. No flashing lights, no crowds, just a town ending its day. He turns toward the hallway and listens for a second at the boy's door, catching the soft, rapid breaths of sleep. He does not open it. He does not need to see them to know they are there. He has learned to read their sounds. When he comes back into the living room, he sees that Lily has slid a little further down on the couch. The book that had been on her chest has slipped sideways, its corner digging into her ribs. He crosses the room and gently lifts the book away, placing the folded receipt she was using as a bookmark between the pages before closing it. Her hand, freed from its position over the text, curls reflexively into a loose fist and then relaxes. She does not wake. He reaches for the blanket draped over the back of the couch, the same one that has traveled with him from the motel to the house on the bluff to here, and unfolds it, laying it lightly over her shoulders. She makes a small, wordless sound, the kind people make when comfort meets them halfway in sleep, then nestles her cheek more firmly into the cushion. For a moment, he simply stands there, watching her breathe, watching the way her hair shifts with each exhale. She is both older and younger than her years, in the way all children are who have seen too much too soon, but still fall asleep with books on their chests. He turns off the TV with a soft click, and the room, freed from the flickering light, settles into a gentler darkness. Only the lamp remains, a small, shaded thing on the side table, casting a warm circle that just reaches the edge of the couch. He sits in the armchair by the window, the one that always feels a little too big until he leans back and lets it take his weight. The springs creak softly as he settles. His knees have started to ache more when he stands, his hands a little stiffer in the mornings. He is not old, not in the way Elias was, but he is no longer young. Time has been busy, while he was trying to figure out how to live with himself. In the quiet, his mind does what it always does when the day finally loosens its grip. It wanders backward, then outward, tracing a path through the different lives he has lived. He sees, in his mind's eye, the motel balcony, the chipped paint on the railing, the flickering neon sign that buzzed all night. The way the highway's hum was both company and accusation. He remembers the smell of stale smoke and cheap coffee, the cold air on his face as he stared at taillights sliding by like red ghosts. He remembers feeling like the world had narrowed to that balcony in that room, like nothing meaningful was waiting for him beyond its thin walls. He thinks of the phone call that came there, the voice on the line talking about a caretaker position, about an old man in a house by the sea. The cautious hope he had felt, even as he told himself not to. Then the house on the bluff, the sound of the ocean pounding the rocks below, the candles in the side room, the photographs on the wall. The first time he saw Elias at the end of the hallway, a figure in a wheelchair, facing a locked door, humming a hymn under his breath. He remembers the way the air had felt in that hallway, thick with something he had not yet named. He remembers the question in Elias's eyes, before the man ever spoke about cars, or ice, or boys. He thinks of the garden behind the house, the circle of stones, the small markers, the way the wind had whipped his jacket as they spoke about justice and punishment, and something else that did not have a proper name. The moment he realized that his life was being offered a shape he had never considered. Not an escape, not a simple sentence, but a long watch. He feels, sitting here in this worn armchair, both older and strangely lighter than he did on that bluff. Older, because he has walked more days with the knowledge of what he has done and what he still must do. Lighter, because those days have not been empty. They have been filled with rides to school, grocery lists, late-night talks over cocoa, laughter that startled him with its brightness, and the quiet, steady presence of small hands reaching for his without knowing everything they were reaching through. The old horror is still there. It has not vanished. When winter comes, when tires squeal, when he sees a boy of 16 crossing a street, there is still a part of him that flinches, that remembers snow and twisted metal and a mother's eyes. But tonight, in this small apartment, the horror is more like a distant throb than an open wound, a deep ache rather than a scream. It sits beside everything else instead of swallowing it whole. He looks at Lily on the couch, at the way the blanket rises and falls with her breathing. He listens for the boy's soft sleep sounds. He glances at the fridge, where an envelope pinned under a crooked house magnet holds a photograph and a note written in a careful, shaking hand. He thinks of Elias, somewhere beyond the reach of waves and echoes now, and feels something settle between them. Not forgiveness, exactly, and not closure, but a kind of shared understanding that the work is still going on. He reaches for the lamp's chain, hesitates, and leaves it on a little longer. The light is soft, the room warm. The night outside held at bay for a while. He sits there, breathing in and out, not waiting for anything dramatic, not expecting a revelation, just present, just watchful in the gentlest sense of the word. The house on the bluff had taught him about vigils that hurt. This apartment is teaching him about vigils that heal, slowly, in the quiet, one peaceful, almost sleepy evening at a time. The quiet in the apartment feels almost complete by the time he stands up from the armchair. Lily has not moved on the couch, the blanket still tucked up near her chin. One of her hands has drifted out, fingers relaxed, palm up, as if reaching for something in a dream. Down the hall, the boys have settled into the deeper part of sleep, where even their restless feet seem to accept a temporary truce with the sheets. The lamp on the side table throws a small, steady circle of light across the carpet. Mick moves through the room with the careful familiarity of someone who has done this many times. He lifts the empty mugs from the coffee table and carries them toward the kitchen, the ceramic clinking quietly as they touch. The kitchen is dimmer, lit only by the spill of light from the living room and the glow of the small bulb over the stove. The sink holds a few plates, soaking in soapy water. The fridge hums softly, a low, constant sound that fills the gaps between his movements. He sets the mugs in the sink, runs a little more water, and turns back toward the counter to wipe up a ring where someone's glass had sat too long. That is when the phone rings. The sound is simple and ordinary. The standard tone of a cheap handset, bright and insistent. But in the low light and the gentle hush of the apartment, it feels sudden, sharp, almost intrusive. It slices through the calm like a ringtone that has wandered in from a different story. The screen on the phone, lying on the counter near the fruit bowl, lights up with 2 words: unknown caller. Mick freezes, dish towel in his hand, heart giving a small, unwelcome leap. His pulse quickens in a way that has nothing to do with physical exertion. For a moment, he is no longer a man in a kitchen. He is a man standing in a hallway again, listening for wheels, for hymns, for doors opening onto rooms full of photographs and grief. The phone rings again. He takes a step closer, eyes fixed on the glowing screen. The name does not change. There is no city displayed beneath the words, no hint to anchor this call to a place. Just that blank small declaration, unknown. His hand lifts slightly, hovering over the counter. 100 possibilities rush in, soft but relentless. Perhaps it is someone from the circle, Dana, or Cole, or another voice he has not heard before. Perhaps there is news from another house, another project, another child who needs a place to sleep and someone to check the locks. Perhaps it is a family member of someone connected to this network, someone who has read his file and wants to hear his voice, wants to ask him questions the court never did. Perhaps it is a person who has decided that what he is doing is not enough. That community centers and hot meals and homework help are flimsy gestures against the weight of what he did on that road. Perhaps they are calling to say so. The phone rings again. In another life, long ago, the ring of a phone had brought bad news to other people's houses. Mothers, fathers, siblings. He had been on the wrong side of that sound, far from the receiver, his name in someone else's mouth. Later, after the trial, there were his own phone calls, probation officers, court-appointed counselors, employers who said they would be in touch, and then were not. Each ring held a tightness in his chest, a bracing at the edge of what might be taken from him next. The phone rings again now, its rhythm indifferent to his thoughts. He does not reach for it. Not yet. He stands there, hand hovering, listening, as if the sound itself were a test. There is a kind of hunt in that ring, or so it feels to him in this moment. Not the hunt he imagined in the old days. Men in dark coats tracking him down, keys in heavy doors, punishments delayed, but inevitable. This is a different hunt, quieter, more intricate. It is the hunt of his own mind, circling questions that never quite settle. Has he done enough? Will he ever? Could he have said no back then and still lived with himself? Is he doing this work out of genuine care, or as a bargain he will never fully repay? As he stands there, the story you have been listening to for so long widens gently, as stories sometimes do when they reach the end of one man's hallway and find there are other doors. Because he is not the only one who has nights he cannot quite forget. Somewhere, as you listen, there is someone lying awake in their own small room, staring at a ceiling that has heard all their secrets. They remember a choice they made in anger, or in fear, or in thoughtless haste. A word thrown like a stone. A door slammed that should have stayed open. A silence maintained when someone needed them to speak. They might not have skidded on an actual road, but their life still slid sideways one night and hit something that did not deserve to be hit. Somewhere else, there is another person lying awake, but for different reasons. They are the one who was struck, in one form or another. The one who lost someone, or something, to another person's careless hands. They hear sounds in the night that yank them back into old scenes. A shout, a bang, a siren, a ringtone. Many of us, if we are honest, are both driver and victim in the long, complicated shape of a life. In one chapter, we are the one who hurt someone, even if we did not mean to. In another, we are the one holding the consequence, wondering why the person who hurt us seems to have gone on while we still carry the weight. The world is full of people listening to their own versions of that phone ringing. Some are waiting for an apology that has never come. Some are waiting for a chance to give one. Some are simply waiting without knowing exactly what for. The phone on Mick's counter rings again. He feels the old instinct rise. The one that says, answer, explain, justify, brace yourself. Prepare to be told you are failing, that you are still the worst thing you ever did. He also feels another instinct, newer and quieter, shaped by nights at tables with Coco, by conversations about triggers and breathing and naming the room you are in. He notices how his shoulders have tensed, how his jaw has clenched, how his breath has gone shallow. He makes himself do what he has taught the children to do. Feet on the floor, hand on the counter, feeling the solid surface under his palm. Eyes on the small pool of lamplight spilling from the living room, where a girl who has lost a father sleeps under a blanket he has placed. I am in the kitchen, he thinks, not saying it aloud because he does not want to wake anyone. In the apartment, the kids are safe. The stove is off. The door is locked. The phone ring blurs for a moment into just another sound in the room. Then it stops. The silence after is almost as loud as the ringing was, but it is a different kind of loud. It is filled with small things. The hum of the fridge, the slow tick of the clock in the living room, the soft, muffled sound of someone turning over in their sleep down the hall. No voicemail notification appears on the screen. Whoever called has not left a trace beyond the echo in his nerves. He stands there for another moment, letting the rhythm of the apartment settle back around him. The terror that had risen quickly does not vanish entirely, but it recedes, like a wave that has spent its force and draws back into the larger water. He realizes slowly that whatever is hunting him now does not live in shrines or locked drawers or gardens on bluffs. It does not carry a badge. It does not hold a file. It lives inside him. It is his own conscience, sharpened and softened by years. by trials and choices and long, quiet nights. It is the part of him that refuses to let what he did be the end of the story, the part that insists on watching, on showing up, on checking windows and straightening shoes and covering teenagers with blankets. The punishment that began on that road has not ended. It likely never will. But the watchfulness that once felt like a sentence has become something he has chosen to carry. Not because someone is forcing him from a distance, but because he has seen what happens when no one carries it at all. He picks up the phone, looks at the blank screen one last time, and sets it back down. In the other room, Lily shifts and sighs, then settles again. The lamp casts its steady light over the couch, the rug, the books on the table. The night moves on, quietly, as nights do. Some calls, he realizes, do not need to be answered. It is enough to hear them ring, to feel what they stir, and then to return, gently, to the work of the life you have chosen to live. He turns off the kitchen light with a small click. The apartment softens at once. The bright overhead glare gives way to something gentler, the glow from the living room lamp, the low spill of streetlight sneaking in around the edges of the blinds, the faint blue wash from a digital clock on the shelf. The rooms rearrange themselves around these pockets of light, becoming once again what they usually are at this hour, a small harbor floating in the wide dark. In the living room, Lily is still asleep on the couch. She has shifted a little since he last checked on her. The blanket has slid down one shoulder. A lock of hair has fallen across her cheek. Her book rests spine up on the table, open to a page she will have to find again tomorrow. One arm hangs over the edge of the couch, fingers curled, the way children's hands often do when the day has finally let go of them. Her breathing is slow and steady, her chest rising and falling in a quiet rhythm that looks, from where Mick stands, like a small, gentle tide. He crosses the room and tugs the blanket back over her shoulder, careful not to jostle her. She makes a small sound, not quite a word, not quite a sigh, then settles again, her face smoothing back into the unguarded softness of sleep. He leaves the lamp on. It pools warm light over the couch, over the rug, over the low table with its scattered pens and folded flyers from school. Beyond that circle, the edges of the room blur into shadow. The corners hold nothing more sinister than dust and the faint outlines of furniture. But the darkness bends around the light in a way that makes the room feel held rather than hollow. He sinks into the armchair by the window, the springs offering their usual small complaint before accepting his weight. From here, he can see Lily's feet under the blanket, the hallway leading to the boys' room, the front door with its chain drawn and deadbolt turned. The day sits on him all at once, not as a blow, but as a settling. He feels it in his shoulders, in his knees, in the slow, pleasant heaviness behind his eyes. There is a familiar ache in his chest, too, but it is not as sharp as it once was. More like the memory of pain than pain itself, a bruise instead of an open wound. Sleep edges closer, step by cautious step. He has known other kinds of tired, the bone-deep exhaustion of the motel years, when he lay on thin mattresses staring at stained ceilings, his mind running in small panicked circles. The drained, jittery fatigue of court days, when he sat under fluorescent lights and swallowed words that would not help him. The hollow tiredness that comes from trying very hard not to think about something you cannot help thinking about. This is different. The guilt is still there. It is not left, and it will not. Somewhere inside him, A cold winter road is always waiting, a boy's stillness, a mother's eyes in a courtroom. Those things do not fade because he has cooked dinners and filled forms and sat at kitchen tables with scared children. But the guilt is no longer all that is there. Beside it now, in the same space, is the weight of the years since the house on the bluff. He can feel them, not as a tally of good deeds. This is not a ledger he expects to balance, but as the texture of a life that has been lived facing forward instead of backward. There are mornings in that texture, breakfast made, backpacks packed, complaints about missing shoes, shared glances over cereal boxes when someone says something unexpectedly funny. There are afternoons, math sheets and late buses, and parent-teacher conferences where he sits in small chairs, listening to polite, tired adults talk about test scores and attention spans, thinking all the while about the invisible things each child brings into those classrooms. There are nights, the cocoa, the breathing exercises, the board games, the arguments, the apologies, the times after a loud noise when two people sit together until their bodies climb back down from alarms that never got the memo that the danger is over. All of that sits in him now, alongside the road. It does not cancel it. It simply shares the room. In the quiet, the narrator, the voice that has been walking beside his story and beside yours all this time, draws a little closer. Because the shape of what he carries is not as rare as it looks from the outside. Some debts never truly disappear. They do not get wiped clean by time, or by other people's forgiveness, or by the mind's attempts to look away. They become part of the way a person walks through the world, the way they speak, the way they listen, the way they flinch at certain sounds, the way they show up when someone else is wounded because they remember too vividly what it was like when no one did. Some hunts never truly end either. Not the cartoon kind, with torches and pitchforks and dramatic confrontations in the street. The quieter kind. The hunt of a conscience that refuses to stand down. The feeling of being watched, not by cameras or files or strangers, but by the part of yourself that knows exactly what you did and will not let you forget, not because it hates you, but because it is the only part that believes you are capable of turning that knowledge into something useful. For some people, maybe for you, that inner hunter has been nothing but an enemy, a voice that only accuses, that only punishes, that drags old nights into new ones without offering anything back. But it can change shape. With time, with help, with small routines and imperfect attempts, that hunt can shift from chase to watching, from punishment to a kind of protection. It can become the part of you that makes sure the doors are locked, not because you are afraid of the world, but because you have decided to be careful with the lives that touch yours. The part that notices when someone else is quiet at the table and asks, gently, what they are thinking about. The part that stays up a little later to check on a teenager's breathing and then finally lets itself rest. Mick sits in the armchair, listening to the soft sounds of his rented corner of the world. The fridge hums. The radiator sighs. A car passes outside, its tires whispering on the road. Somewhere above, a neighbor's faucet runs for a moment and then stops. The building settles around him the way old houses do, with tiny, almost inaudible shifts. His eyes grow heavier. His head tilts back. He feels that familiar edge, the place where, for years, sleep has snapped and tossed him back into wakefulness. Heart racing, mind full of headlights, and impact. Tonight, he feels it and passes it. He stays awake just long enough to be sure of a few things: that the door is locked, that the windows are latched, that the kids are where they should be, breathing in the slow rhythm of dreams. Then sleep rises again, and this time he lets it take him, his body surrendering to the chair's worn cushions, his hand resting, open, on the armrest. A man who once ran from a winter road now stays. He stays in the armchair until his neck will complain tomorrow. He stays in the doorway when the boys argue, splitting the difference between referee and witness. He stays at the kitchen table when a girl talks about the sound of a gun she did not see but will never forget. He stays awake a little longer than he might need to, just to be sure that a small square of the night passes quietly for the people who have ended up under his roof. As he drifts, the camera of the story, or whatever it is in your mind that has been watching alongside him, pulls back a little. It glides past the armchair, past the couch, past the lamp. It pauses on the wall near the hallway, where a piece of paper is taped up a little crookedly. It is one of the kids' drawings, a simple one, drawn in bold, uneven strokes of colored pencil. A road curves across the page, not icy or dangerous here, just a line stretching from one edge to the other. Above it, a bright sun sits in a sky that is too small for it, yellow rays poking out like fingers. On a little hill to one side, there is a house. Not this apartment. Not quite the house on the bluff. Just a small square shape with a triangle roof and a rectangle door and two square windows you could almost see faces in if you stared long enough. Beside it, a scribbled blue shape could be waves, or trees, or both. Children's drawings do not always distinguish. Underneath, in handwriting that wobbles between childhood and something older, someone has written, in block letters, home. The story lets that image sit with you for a moment, in the same way it now sits with him every day. Then it turns, gently, toward you. Because if you have listened this far, it is possible you are carrying something of your own. A night you do not talk about much. A decision you replay in the dark. A moment when you were not the person you wanted to be, or when someone else was not the person you needed. The question that has been quietly building is not whether you can undo that night. You cannot. Neither could he. The question is softer and harder. What would it look like if your own worst night became the beginning of your gentlest years? Not as a way to cancel the past, but as a way to honor it honestly. To let the part of you that remembers become the part of you that stays, that watches over something fragile, that locks doors, that makes warm drinks, that listens carefully, that builds, in whatever small ways you can, a little house on the hill of your life where someone else might sleep more easily because you are in it. The lamp glows. The child breathes. The man in the armchair sleeps. Finally, not because his debt is paid, but because his watch, for this one quiet night, is going well enough to let his eyes close. Outside, the road waits. Inside, for now, everything is still.